having fun. Heard the noise, didn't necessarily know it was gunfire,
right.
And have lost several of their friends tonight.
I want to reiterate, too, the reason we are staying on air here with you right now is because there is still very much an active manhunt going on right now. There are still very active scenes at both Spare Time Recreation, also known as Just in Time, and Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, just 4 miles away on Lincoln Street. And we're just hearing from our producer that our colleague Matthew Torres is at that bowling alley, Spare Time. So we're going to check in with him. Matthew, hi.
Hey there, good evening. So currently we still have police blocking that street leading to the bowling alley, and within the last 15 to 30 minutes there's been a little activity. We've seen at least 3 to 4 vehicles leaving this area from the direction of that bowling alley. No word on what that means as far as the investigation, but you see the police here still remaining here. They're now switching shifts, giving you an idea of how long they've been out here. It's been about 24 hours now since that first round of gunshots, and what still remains in effect is that shelter in order place. I've been here for most of the afternoon. Really, it's been majority of media outlets swarming this area. We have seen a sprinkle of residents walking around, some with their dogs, some even with their kids, but it's really been minimal. They're really heeding that shelter in order place. But no doubt some of the residents I spoke to just on the street parallel to where I am, they're really waiting for this to be over. They're anxious, they are stressed, and that's been the case now within the last 24 hours. One of those neighbors actually took me behind to his backyard where we were able to see a different vantage point of this bowling alley. Really similar to what we're seeing here, not much activity, at least from the outside from that angle. We did see one investigator walking by, but really that's it so far. But no doubt throughout the day we are seeing those people kind of stressed out. This is not the city that they know, and they're hoping that this will soon be over. We spoke to some of those residents. One even became emotional just seeing how quiet it has been the past 24 hours, and hopefully we'll be able to share some of that piece of that interview throughout the evening. But right now, if anything, the last few minutes we did see some people leaving this area here, but for now that shelter in order place remains in effect. Guys.
Matthew Torres live for us in Lewiston. Matthew, thank you for your reporting there.
We do also want to go back to our colleague Alex Haskell, who we saw when we came back on the air at 7 o'clock. He is in Bowdoin tonight, where Robert Card's family has long had property there. Alex, we will be hearing and describing what is going on there. We understand there are some more developments unfolding there in Bowdoin tonight, Alex.
Hi, Brian and Amanda. Yeah, so right now you will see that it's really dark here, and that's because all of the reporters have been asked by law enforcement to turn off their lights because of a dangerous situation. You're looking at what we can see. It is members of law enforcement in front of a house, and we can hear them saying, "Robert Card, we know you're in there. We're not going away. Come out with your hands up," with nothing in them. So it appears law enforcement believe they have found Robert Card, that he is in this home. Several hours ago we saw police leave this area, multiple cars, and they have come back and gathered in front of this home. We saw members of law enforcement go into the woods, put up drones. Now they are in front of this home, telling Robert Card to come out with his hands up with nothing in them. And law enforcement have been on this road all day. This is quite the development. We are along Meadow Road because police were investigating at a home believed to be connected to Robert Card in some way. NBC reported finding a note at that home, and they were trying to figure out what that note says, and we don't have any details on that note. But again, law enforcement are back here. They came to us, asked the dozens of reporters here. That's why it might be a little noisy. There are dozens of reporters from all over here. Law enforcement told us to turn off our lights because of a dangerous situation, so it's completely dark here, and we are just listening to law enforcement. And they are supposedly speaking to Robert Card. They're saying, "This is the police. Come outside right now." I'm just trying to listen to hear if they're changing up what they're saying, but they're just telling Robert Card to come out with his hands up with nothing in them. We know that you're inside and we're not going away. We've slowly seen police get closer to the home.
We're not getting in the home.
And I want to remind you that we are surrounded by other reporters, so you might hear some other voices and noises besides mine. We are, again, along Meadow Road. And I'll let you guys listen to this scene for a few minutes.
I know, but that... I know. Nate, I know, but...
Now, it appears police have stopped speaking. They have been taking breaks here and there. They might start up again shortly, calling to Robert Card, who it appears they believe is in this home.
If you want. Now, Alex, I hope you can hear us, and we certainly hope that you are staying safe. I know you're surrounded by other reporters and photographers there, and you've... Oh, listen in. Alex, I heard we do not want to hurt anyone. What did you hear out of that?
Yeah, I heard we don't want to hurt anyone. Come outside. I think come outside to the driveway. We are a little ways away. We are zoomed in on the camera, so it might look like we're a little closer than we are, but we're actually back a little bit. But that's just what I heard them say. I heard them say Robert Card's name and asked him to come out. But nothing has seemed to change at the moment. And they also said that they just don't want to hurt anyone, as you mentioned.
Very, very interesting developments, because we know police have been searching almost 24 hours, at this point, 24 hours, looking for Robert Card. And it...
Go ahead, Lindsay. Has there been any confirmation of the suspect or anything?
So Amanda, So I don't know if you could hear that, but they were talking to possibly Robert Card, who they believe is in this house, telling him to come out in front of this car or truck in the driveway with his hands up and nothing in them. They said that we can guarantee your safety. Law enforcement saying that. They keep going on and off, trying to speak and then taking breaks, supposedly hoping that Robert Card will come out if he's in there.
Alex, obviously it is very dark. We can see those flashing lights in a distance and a little part of the house illuminated. Is there anything you can describe for us of what this would look like in the daylight right now? Are we looking at a very wooded area? Is this an open field or farmland? Is there anything that you can paint for us?
Yep, so we are in a rural part of Bowdoin. Right in front of me is a large field, and then off to the side is woods. It's kind of like what you would see in normal farm country here in Maine. This is not a new scene. So a big field is in front of us. Off to the right, bits and pieces of woods, and then some field scattered in there, and then this home that's kind of hidden by a little hill. But so there is some woods here. We saw law enforcement go into the woods earlier. Obviously, it is very dark, so we don't know where they're at right now. I'm just trying to look around.
Just to remind our viewers, too, who are just tuning in right now, Alex, for those wondering why it is so dark, explain to us what police said to you.
Yeah, so I think about maybe half an hour now, a member of law enforcement came up to us and asked us to all turn our lights off. There are dozens of reporters here. We're all going live talking about this situation, and they asked us to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation. And this was just after numerous police vehicles showed up, multiple armored vehicles. One was New Hampshire State Police, and they pulled up to this house, asked us to turn off our lights, and then we started to hear police speak over some sort of intercom system saying, "Robert Card, we know that you're in here, come out with your hands up." They said, "Come in front of this truck, we can guarantee your safety. We would like to speak with you." They're saying that right now. I'm just trying to listen in to see if they say anything new. Not sure if you guys could hear that, but basically just reiterating what police have been saying. They're asking Robert Card, who they believe is inside this house, to come out in front of this truck with his hands up, with nothing in them, and that they can guarantee his safety. They don't want to hurt them. Him.
Alex,
and just kind of want to remind you why. Oh, go ahead, Amanda.
No, you go ahead, Alex, please.
Yep, just want to remind you why we were here in the first place. We're along Meadow Road in Bowdoin, and police were investigating a home we believe that in some form is connected to Robert Card. They found a note, according to NBC. Not sure what the details of those notes are. Police left about an hour and a half ago, and then they returned. And this is the scene we have now here in rural Maine. I was describing the scene earlier. We have a field in front of us, and then this kind of isolated home off to our left where law enforcement have gathered in front of, and speaking to Robert Card, who they believe is inside, asking him to come out with his hands up with nothing in them. They want to guarantee his safety. They said they will guarantee his safety. They don't want to hurt anyone inside that home. Not sure if they think that more people are in there, but they said they don't want to hurt anyone.
And Alex, just while we stay on these images, again, as you've mentioned, it's very dark. We can see some flashing lights. We can see a little bit of the house that police seem to be focused on, but just want to remind people what's going on here. It seems to be, hopefully, we are at the end of this manhunt. Police have been searching since they first got the call at 6:56 last night from Spare Time Recreation about an active shooter there, and then at Schmeggy's, where we know 18 people have died and at least 13 people have been injured. Our reporter Alex Haskell, we're hearing from him, who's at the scene in Bowdoin, where again police seem to be focused on a home that they believe is connected to Robert Card. NBC News reporting that it is Robert Card's home in Bowdoin there.
And that there was a note found there when investigators executed a search warrant this afternoon. We don't know what that note said or what may have indicated, but it certainly led to this response there tonight where our Alex Haskell is. And Alex did point out to us as well that they are further back than it likely looks right now. They are using their camera to zoom in closer to the scene, but keeping their distance and again keeping their lights off at the request of law enforcement on this scene because of the situation that is unfolding. And we have been hearing on what is presumably a bullhorn from law enforcement talking to Robert Card, who they suspect is in this house, asking him to come out into the driveway by a truck that is parked there with nothing in his hands. We have not seen any movement from what we can tell in this video, but we certainly are with you in recognizing that it is very dark in Bowdoin tonight.
And Alex, we can't see much on our end, but you can probably see a little better. Have you seen any sort of movement, any police movement, any movement around the house?
Yeah, it's been pretty still here, guys, from what we can see. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. There's a little bit of a hill blocking this home, so it's really hard for us to see the driveway in front of this home. Just pausing for a second because it sounds like
there's a helicopter.
what is
coming.
a helicopter is a, yeah, yep, I can see it coming likely right over the home. I'm just watching it slowing down, so we might see it kind of hover right around this home of interest here. But to answer your question, Amanda, no, we have not seen much movement before police started speaking to who they believe is Robert Card. We did see them go off into the woods, but it was kind of on the other side of the street, so not exactly sure what they were doing there. But things have been pretty still. The vehicles haven't moved. We've seen them inch closer and closer, but where they are right now is where they have been for quite some time.
And Alex, it sort of speaks to how remote a lot of Maine is, and the town of Bowdoin is certainly a remote area. You were recently describing sort of the scene of what's between you and the house. Sounds like there's a field. What else are you seeing?
Yeah, so it's just a field, some woods. We're actually in someone's driveway right now, which is where all the reporters that are here have gathered. So we're in this driveway. We have this field in front of us. There's another home across the way here, and then to the left, this home of interest. And by that home, there's this little hill covering it, so we can't see too much, and there's some trees in between us and the home. So it's just like rural Maine. We have some fields here and some trees, and I'm just circling, looking to check out this helicopter. It appears to be circling back around. And we haven't heard police speak for quite a while. They were trying to communicate with who we believe is Robert Card. They believe that he is in this home, asking him to come out with his hands, with his hands up, with nothing in them. They want him to come in front of a truck that's in the driveway. Police are saying that they don't want to hurt him or anyone else that is inside this home.
And Alex, with that helicopter above, are you seeing any sort of spotlights? Does it seem like any light focused in the area? Does it seem like maybe they're searching around the home?
Yeah, so that's a good point that you bring up, Amanda. This helicopter appears to be circling. There are no lights, though, but it is circling the area of this home and where we are. We do have a drone up in the air, but really no light here. We mentioned it that law enforcement came up to us a little while ago now and told all the reporters here, shut off your lights because there's a dangerous situation. And then we learned that they believe Robert Card is in this home in front of us, not too far from us either. But we are all gathered here, and there are members of law enforcement up this road, kind of beside us here. So they definitely have quite the presence, and rightfully so if they believe Robert Card is here, and that helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear in the background, continues to circle the area, but no lights shining on this home except the several armored vehicles that are in front of this home of interest that they are shining some lights on.
And
right
Alex,
now.
it seems like whatever little bit of light had been on a part of the house has either gone out or been blocked now. So we are mostly seeing just a few flashing lights. And again, I want to point out, just because the video is difficult to watch right now, you did mention also that there are some drones up in the area, so occasionally we're seeing some lights moving. It's likely those as well. And as you can hear in the audio where Alex Haskell is tonight, that helicopter is above this house in Bowdoin. Just to reiterate, the reason this shot right now is so dark is law enforcement asked Alex Haskell and his photographer and all of the reporters there tonight to turn off their lights while they are managing this scene and asking Robert Card to come out of this house in Bowdoin tonight.
I kind of want to set the scene for you guys, if I can. We are in this neighbor's driveway, and I just tried to do a quick count. There are more than 20 photographers, reporters, all gathered here. So we are all together with our lights off, just kind of waiting to see what happens. And behind me, behind what you're seeing right now, is kind of like this long stretch of straight road, and it's just cars one after another belonging to all us reporters. And kind of the direction that you're looking at now is just all filled with law enforcement. I'm trying to see if I can count earlier before it got really dark. I think I counted 9 vehicles, including 2 armored vehicles that pulled in here. Again, we have some drones up in the air and that helicopter that continues to circle around. And just to remind folks, why we have our lights off, law enforcement came up to us and just told us this is a dangerous situation, and wanted us to turn all our lights off.
And Alex, we are certainly thankful that you are surrounded by other people. Certainly a fluid situation there, and as police said, a dangerous one. They've been very open about that through this whole process, so we hope you do stay safe. And we're going to stay with these images because it appears this is where police are really focusing their efforts. You mentioned you're seeing about 9 vehicles, 2 armored. We know this has been an extensive search for Robert Card, the man believed to be the shooter in both of those scenes at Spare Time Recreation and Schmeggy's there in Lewiston. Now, this is just another angle of the house that police seem to be focused on. This is from our colleagues over at NBC. We're sticking with Alex here, but we do have this other angle where you can kind of see a little bit more of the house, and you get a better sense of just how far away reporters are from this. But again, law enforcement, I know we had, what did they say earlier today, Brian? 350
hunting actively all day today. Yes. For Robert Card. And in this new shot with NBC News, you can see kind of that little knoll or that hill that Alex was describing that the house is just on the other side of. So we're really seeing basically the top floor and the peak of this house on Meadow Road in Bowdoin tonight, and of course the reflecting light of those police cruisers in the night there. Where otherwise everyone else has been asked, including all the reporters, to turn off their lights and remain in the dark while they go through this process at this house. But Alex tells us he has not seen any activity or any movement with these requests for him to come out of this house tonight. But this clearly is where, after 24 hours, this search is concentrated.
Yeah, and Alex, you mentioned we haven't really heard from police in a bit.
Yeah, it's been quiet. Right now, we just hear the reporters off to the sides of us, kind of chatting with their teams, and the constant buzzing of this helicopter. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet here. I wanted to mention, again, just kind of why we started our reporting here today, and that's because law enforcement were investigating a home they believe was in some way connected to Robert Card on Meadow Street in Bowdoin. They left, they did block off part of a road, and then they returned to this home where they're stationed in front of now, and they were speaking, asking Robert Card. They mentioned him by name to come out with his hands up with nothing in them. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of a truck that is apparently in the driveway there. Amanda mentioned it. There's a little bit of a hill blocking this home, so we can't see a truck, but that's what we hear law enforcement saying is there in the driveway. They also were telling Robert Card that they don't want to hurt him, they don't want to hurt anyone, and can guarantee his safety. And just to set the scene for you here, again, we are in a driveway of a neighbor, and we are here with more than 20 other reporters, photographers, just kind of watching to see what happens, this quiet scene. We are, in front of us is a big field, and then off to the right of us, there's another field with a few trees, this little hill that I mentioned, and then the home of interest here with probably like 9 law enforcement cars gathered in that area, 2 armored vehicles. One is actually New Hampshire State Police. I saw that on the side when it passed us a little while ago. And that helicopter still hasn't left. we can hear in the background it's circling back around. We haven't seen it shine any spotlights or anything. We still have drones up, but the silence is notable from law enforcement. They may be waiting for Robert Card to, who they believe is in this home, to decide to come out. That will be something that we will have to wait and see what happens here.
And Alex, it is becoming more difficult to hear you as that helicopter flies overhead. You've referenced it a few times now, but again, it doesn't seem like they have been shining much of a light with the helicopter, although it kind of looks like, Brian, like the light just flicked back on that they had pointed at the house there.
Yeah, so this is the second angle that we're getting from this scene, Alex. I know you probably cannot see it, but we're getting a slightly better vantage of what is happening. The police lights outside this house, and then to the left of the specific shot we're seeing now, the house, which we can see right now, which I'm clear there's some moving light on it. So there's some activity around the house right now.
Yeah, what are you seeing, Alex?
Yeah, I was trying to get a close look here. We just still have those two armored vehicles parked in front of the home, shining their lights, and it is still, oh, go ahead, Amanda.
I was just going to say, we can tell you what we can see here, which again, like Brian said, you probably can't see well from where you are because of that hill that we can see here. But we're seeing lights shine across the home that they seem to be focused on here. Again, NBC News reporting that this is the home of Robert Card. But yeah, it seems like there are pretty big spotlights that have been moving over this home.
On this side of the house that we can see from here, and it's tough to make out. I can't tell if that is a window, a light in a window in the center over the peak.
Yeah, can you make out, Alex, from where you are? There's something on over the home.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It is very hard to see from this angle because of that hill. We can see that there are some lights being shined on this home, but we just see that tiny sliver of light, and I do not know. Oh, we did see a big spotlight go over the field across this home. I believe it might be coming from, I'm not sure where it's coming from, but we did just see this giant spotlight shine across the home here in this field. Not sure where that was coming from, but yet we can't really see much from our position, definitely as it has gotten darker. Just a sliver of light shining on this home here. I'm not sure if it's a window. Very hard for us to make out just from our position, and how the home is covered by some trees and this hill. I did mention that spotlight a few minutes ago. I haven't seen it again.
And just to explain, and so Alex, what we are all looking at on the screen right now is the picture of the scene in Bowdoin. We're seeing a few more, presumably spotlights moving around as police are outside a house in Bowdoin that they believe Robert Card is in. Robert Card is the man police believe is responsible for the shootings last night in Lewiston that killed 8 people, left 13 people injured.
18 people killed.
And this is the latest scene where the biggest concentration and focus seems to be now. And we heard, probably about a half an hour ago now, we heard what sounded like a bullhorn of police talking to, saying Robert Card, asking him to come out of this house. We have not heard any of that for a little bit now. But to be fair, it could also be drowned out by the helicopter that has now arrived and is circling the property as well.
And Alex, you talked about the spotlights that you're seeing on the field to sort of set the scene for people. It sounds like the field is really the only separation between you and the reporters and this home where they seem to be focused.
Yeah, I'll be honest, when law enforcement first came up to us asking us to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation, I kind of crouched down. I got a little nervous because we're somewhat close to this home. There is some distance, but it is this open field and just this little hill that's kind of acting as a barrier between us and this home here. I just saw a light from the police kind of shine up and then go towards the house. They may be repositioning their lights or just adding more light to the situation. you guys had touched on it, why we were here in the first place along Meadow Road in Bowdoin, because as NBC was reporting, this is the home of Robert Card, and they were executing a search warrant, and it's been, a very busy place today. There were reports earlier today of gunshots being fired, but that turned out to be false, and that was from the Maine Department of Public Safety. There were loud noises, and I want to comment right now, the armored vehicle appears to be driving close to the home, and has disappeared behind this little hill between us and the home. So that armored vehicle has just disappeared. Not sure.
Wow, and we just saw, Alex,
sure
we just
why.
saw a lot of the lights go out there and then come back on.
Yep. We had that armored vehicle drive closer to the home, and then we still have an armored vehicle positioned across the street from the home, shining some lights. We do see some lights moving around. I'm just trying to look to see. We can see a window that's being lit up. No lights on inside from what we can see, but we can see a window, a chimney, just bits and pieces of this home and that helicopter. Oh, there's a light being shined, as you can see, pointed right at us. Not quite sure if that is from a drone.
It does almost look like a
But we are
drone
definitely
from what we've
seeing law
seen.
enforcement. Yeah, I think so. And we see another drone to the left. It might not be in the frame right now, but is kind of
we can
looking
see
at
that.
the back. What would be the back of the house? Yep, okay. Yeah, and then this light that's shining right at us, and it just repositioned or went out.
And Alex, we're sticking with you here
And
at
again, I
this...
want to mention it.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, just wanted to mention that, it has been quiet for a while. We heard police, trying to communicate with who they were saying is Robert Card. They were asking him to come out of this home with his hands up, nothing in them, and they said that they could guarantee his safety. And right now we're seeing an armored vehicle backing away from the home now, pulling out of the driveway completely, back onto the road, this armored vehicle. We saw two here. One of them is from New Hampshire State Police. So that car is completely pulled out of the driveway, and it is actually behind another armored vehicle. So just trying to see what they're doing. It looks like the other armored vehicle right now with its red lights on is repositioning. That's going into the driveway now. So we're seeing a little switch up here with the armored vehicles. One was in the driveway, one backed out, and now we see this other one driving back into this driveway here. And then we're seeing some lights being just moved around, shined on this home here, where they, again, law enforcement say Robert Card is.
And Alex, please feel free to interrupt us when you see something important that you think we need to know. And we're going to stick with this image here, but Chris Costa has now joined us on the desk as well. And Chris, you've been talking with other law enforcement. It seems like you have a little bit more information to add in here as well.
Just a little, not much, but here's what we can tell you. There are public documents that help us understand why police may be focused on this home. There are town of Bowdoin tax records that show that there is a property on the road where Alex is that belongs to someone by the name of Robert Card Sr. And it matches one of the addresses that we've been informed of that we might send a crew to. We believe Alex is at that home right now. Mm-hmm. We believe that's the reason the police have gone to this house, is they're maybe trying to draw a connection between who owns that home and potentially the suspect they are looking for being inside. Now, throughout this process, I've been trying to talk to law enforcement sources to get a better understanding of what exactly they're doing. The reason we can't tell you that is because they are concerned that if Robert Card is watching television right now, explaining what they are doing would give away their tactics, jeopardize the investigation, jeopardize the lives of the officers and the first responders. trying to bring this situation to a peaceful end.
Right. We certainly don't want to do that.
No, obviously not. But it is helpful to understand that in these moments where it feels so tense, why there is a lack of information.
Right. There's clearly a plan set in place that they are putting in motion here that none of us know about, but that's probably also, Alex, why it's been so quiet where you are.
Exactly, yeah, and I had that thought. I'm glad Chris mentioned it. You know, we also want to not give away law enforcement position, anything like that, for their safety in case Robert Card is watching TV. I want to remind people, that are watching, we are in this driveway at a neighbor's near this road, and there are just dozens of reporters, photographers here, so that's why you might hear some other noises. Other crews are working here delivering this news to folks. You might hear the noise of a helicopter that's been circling around. And we actually see, reporters just changing up positions, next to us to the left across the street. There's another field. We have a field in front of us, and then we have a field to our left. And, everyone's just trying to get the best positioned where you're not able to see too much because, again, we have this little hill in front of this home here that's kind of blocking our view. But we do have an armored vehicle in the driveway of this home, shining some light on this home where they believe Robert Card is. But other than that, we don't have much light here. We had that law enforcement officer come up to all us reporters earlier. I'm trying to check the time here. Might have been an hour ago. Brian and Amanda, if you know, correct me. It's kind of gone by fast here. But they came up to us a while ago, asked us all to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation. I kind of crouched down because I wasn't sure what was going on, and got a little nervous ourselves. So we heard of this dangerous situation, and we slowly watched law enforcement approach this home here on Meadow Street in Bowdoin, and then they started communicating to Robert Card, who they say is in this home. They were asking him to come out into the driveway and stand in front of a truck that's supposedly in this driveway. We cannot see that truck because of that hill there blocking our view. They said that police were saying that they can guarantee Robert Card's safety. They were telling him that, and that they would not hurt him.
Alex, I just want to clarify with you. Has there been any indication from the law enforcement officers on scene that Robert Card is in fact in that home? Is there any confirmation of that right now?
So there's no confirmation. We're just hearing law enforcement say Robert Card's name. That was a little while ago. It's been quiet now, but a little while ago we heard them say, Robert Card, we know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up. So they have not told us, hey, we know Robert Card is in this home, but it sounds like, listening to them, they believe Robert Card is in this home here on Meadow Street.
We're going to take a brief pause here, Alex, just to listen to what's going on and to really get a sense of the scene.
With the town of Bowdoin. Where this is happening is about a 25-minute drive from Lewiston, where these double shootings happened last night. These two shootings on different locations happened last night. It's about 14 miles. And this is obviously where police are concentrating their efforts tonight, 25 hours now after the first 911 call about the shots fired at the bowling alley in Lewiston. And then just 12 minutes later, about 4 miles from there at a bar where 18 people in total have died and 13 were injured. And to bring up to speed, Alex Haskell is on this scene, and we're looking at video right now of where police have essentially surrounded a house in Bowdoin right now, which again is just about 25 minutes from Lewiston, where these just horrible scenes unfolded last night.
And Brian, it was just 1 minute ago we got an email from Shannon Moss. She is the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety, and she did confirm that law enforcement officials are on the scene here on Meadow Road, executing several search warrants. Now, she said what we're hearing over that loudspeaker, that's standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure safety of all persons involved in this scene right now. They are not sure, from what she's saying, whether Robert Card is in any of the homes that law enforcement do plan on searching, but they're simply doing their due diligence by.
And good to hear that this is standard. This is what they do. They show up and they make that announcement, which is what we were listening to a while ago, about a half an hour ago now.
I mean, for just a tiny bit of context, one thing that's difficult about this, it could be frustrating, right, is the fact that it really is unknown whether or not Robert Card is inside that home. Right. I will say, from covering other situations of manhunts, particularly ones that have been mass shooting events, there have been times when federal law enforcement officials and regional, state, local have all surrounded a home, made these exact same calls, but there's been nobody inside the home. So this is not uncommon, just so our viewers understand. This is not a pinpoint, oh, yes, the suspect they're looking for is in this home. And that's what Shannon is reminding us to convey to the viewers here, that just because these announcements are being made does not necessarily mean that this person is inside that home.
And just to reiterate, the level of where all of these scenes have been all day, the fact that we have reporters in all these different scenes that have been very, very active throughout the day in Lisbon, in Lewiston, here in Bowdoin. And we heard Alex tell us earlier that police came to both he and the line of reporters there to say, this is a very dangerous situation. Shut your lights off, please. He's been very quiet in his reporting. He's been whispering. We are hoping that we keep him safe here, and I know we're giving him kind of a break here and letting he and his photographer sort of reassess what's going on. But very active scenes here that we're seeing.
Yes, and all day, Sam Rogers was outside the bowling alley for a lot of the day and was telling us that there were periods of time that all of a sudden several police cruisers would go past. We heard the same from David Guilford, who was in Lisbon near the high school there, and he would see tactical crews suddenly just load up into a truck and head off. So all day for the last 24 hours, we've been hearing those calls, if you will, for a response.
Yeah, and we continue to see some movement here at the Bowdoin home. Again, you can hear that helicopter. We have seen what appears to be drones flying around this home. Earlier tonight, if you're just tuning in, we could actually hear police speaking over a loudspeaker, which again, Shannon Moss with the Maine Department of Public Safety says that is standard search warrant announcement, that they do that for the safety of all involved. And some of what we heard was, we don't want anyone else hurt.
Right. Yeah, and they did. They kept reiterating
Yeah,
that.
and I want to...
Oh, Alex is back with us. Alex, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Brian. Yeah, just wanted to add to that. We heard them saying a bunch of things to who they believe is Robert Card in this home, telling him to come out with his hands up, with nothing in them. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of a truck, which is apparently in this driveway. We can't see it because of a hill we've mentioned. We just want to keep reminding you, our view here is limited and we're just going off of what we can hear. And they said that they could help. They said that they could guarantee Robert Card's safety if he is in this home, and they don't want to do anyone harm. We still have this helicopter circling around us. That hasn't changed. and kind of want to give folks an idea of where we are, what the scene kind of looks like. We are in a neighbor's driveway, and across the way here, we are obviously pointing at this home of interest. We have a field here, and then a tree line off to the right, some trees off to the left of us, and then a field. And then again, as I mentioned, that hill that's blocking our view of this home that has some lights shined on it. And of course, we want to be, fairly vague with law enforcement position in case Robert Card, we heard Chris Costa mention this, in case Robert is there listening, watching TV, we don't want to give him any information on where law enforcement are. So we'll be vague in our description, but you can obviously see here members of law enforcement are in front of this home. We have 2 armored vehicles here. One is New Hampshire State Police. Not sure what the other one is. Earlier, we saw about 9 vehicles come down this stretch here, pull up in front of this home, and we've seen these armored vehicles kind of switch in and out, shining lights on this home. And we still have this helicopter that is circling around. Go ahead, Amanda.
No, I was just going to help you out if you were running out of things to say. We certainly do hope that this does come to a peaceful resolution. I know of the 350 plus law enforcement officials who have been involved in this search for now more than 24 hours for Robert Card. We do hope this does come to a peaceful resolution. Again, you're watching live images of a home in Bowdoin right now.
And it was 9.5 hours ago now that we last heard directly from police when they held a briefing at Lewiston City Hall. The head of the state police saying that there was an arrest warrant out for Robert Card for 8 counts of murder. So, as we were just hearing from the public information officer for the Department of Public Safety, Shannon Moss, that they're executing a search warrant, and these are kind of standard procedures they do to alert people in the area to what is going on, because again, 8 counts of murder, and police had said at the time that number was likely going to go up as more victims were identified, and that was the only reason that it was only 8, even though 18 people were killed last night. That number they do anticipate going up.
You've got to imagine that for Alex, I meant to ask you, are there lots of homes nearby? Is this a dense neighborhood, or are they pretty spread out?
That's right.
Yeah, good question, Chris. So they are pretty spread out. This is rural Maine. Many of us from here can kind of picture that. We have our fields, but we also have homes kind of spread out here. We are at a neighbor's home, and the only home that I can see is one directly in front of us, on the same side of the road as we are. You can't see it just because it's too dark. And then we have this home here to our left, which is where police believe Robert Card is. So everything is pretty spread out here.
These homes nearby to have the activity that's going on around this home. The helicopters, the bullhorn. Yes, we understand that these are standard procedures when executing search warrants, but given the shelter in place, given the fact that police have said that this person is armed and dangerous, I can imagine that it might put a lot of people who live in that area on edge. Obviously, I'd defer to them, hearing their personal experience as they live this, but trying to put ourselves in the shoes of the people who might be watching this from across a yard.
Because, that's shelter in place has been for Bowdoin, has been one of those communities. Lewiston, Lisbon, Auburn, Bowdoin, most of Androscoggin County. So these very neighborhoods are what have been under that. I've been told to just stay inside, don't open your doors, lock your cars. That has been the ongoing message from law enforcement.
Guys, I can chime in here. We haven't seen too much of a scene change here, but I can kind of bring you back to kind of what brought us here and how this all began. Law enforcement came here investigating a home NBC News was reporting in connection to Robert Card. They were executing a search warrant, and that is where they found a note at this home. Not sure if it's the one they are at right now, but it was a home along this road. They found this note, and they were trying to determine the meaning of this note and how it could potentially guide their investigation. Also earlier today, there were reports of gunshots being fired. This was way earlier, and the Maine Department of Public Safety told us that that was not true. There were no gunshots fired earlier. We arrived on scene, and there were just law enforcement blocking off this road. We chatted with a few neighbors who said that they couldn't drive up the road here, Meadow Road, to get to their homes because police had blocked them off. Then we saw law enforcement leave the area. Some were still here. The road was still blocked off, but we saw some law enforcement vehicles leave, and then they came back, and then that's when a member of law enforcement came up to us and asked us to turn off our lights. He said because of a dangerous situation. So because of a potential dangerous situation, all reporters here were asked to turn off their lights, and it's quite the scene here. I know you guys obviously can't see it, but there has to be at least maybe 100 photographers, reporters here. That's why you might hear some noise in the background. They're all here with their eyes hooked on this scene, this home where members of law enforcement believe Robert Card possibly is. We heard them a while ago trying to speak to Robert Carr, who could be in this home. They mentioned him by name, asking him to come out of this home. They said, "We know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up, with nothing in them." They asked him to come out into the driveway and stand in front of a car. They said that they could guarantee his safety and don't want to hurt him. That is what we heard law enforcement communicate to possibly Robert Card, who could be in this home here in Bowdoin.
And Alex, you mentioned this is an interesting scene. It's not something we personally have seen before. I honestly can't tell you the last time we took a Standoff live on television.
Yeah, well, it's been years since we've seen a manhunt of this size.
Right.
I think the last time we've seen anything of this scale with the sheer number of police from all over New England was Corporal Cole's murder back in April of 2018. In fact, I spoke to Cheryl Cole, Corporal Cole's wife, who says she has been watching this coverage constantly, and it is, of course, bringing up horrible memories for her during that difficult time. I want to read what she wrote to me. She said, "The news of what's happening in Lewiston sent me back 5.5 years. Granted, my situation was nothing compared to this one, but the massive manhunt in the aftermath of my husband's murder put this community in such a state of shock and horror. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community."
And a lot of hearts breaking tonight for the community. We actually learned from the Boston Bruins. We know their goalie, Jeremy Swayman, went to the University of Maine. He's from Alaska, but he has a lot of Maine in him. He talks about it a lot. And the Bruins, in response to the tragic events in Lewiston, say the Boston Bruins Foundation has created a fund to benefit the families of those affected. And they have actually pledged a minimum of $100,000. They're hoping more people will donate to that fund to help these families affected.
I believe that if I caught it correctly, they're auctioning off some sticks tonight. They're also wearing special decals on their helmets with the outline of the state of Maine with a little heart over where Lewiston is. And then actually Jeremy Swayman was the one who hung up that custom Bruins jersey over the back of the glass there over the bench. That's number is 207, says Lewiston Strong. So it is very, a lot of people in Maine were responding to that on social media, saying how heartfelt that was for them.
Right.
Well, and it speaks to that so many communities, this resonates for a terrible reason. They've been through it. They know what we are going through. They know what is going on in your home tonight with concerns and fears and the unsettling feeling that this has happened. So increasingly it seems that people are reaching out with just support, have your back.
And to your point, Brian, we know that the shelter-in-place orders are for a very specific area of what is a geographically large state. But there are, for example, school districts all over the state. In southern Maine, relative to Lewiston, that's close, right? But 45 minutes away. There are school districts that are saying, because of the ongoing situation, we are canceling school. There are bigger issues at play than getting people to work and to school. So
Absolutely, but at the core of all of this, state police train for this kind of thing. They do respond to other standoffs in the state, perhaps not of this scale, but it's something they train for. Their negotiators, their crisis response team. Let us not lose sight of the mental health aspect at play here. Family telling NBC News that Robert Card was experiencing some kind of acute mental episode just before this shooting, and had a history of mental illness. So the folks who are on the ground there aren't just police in tactical gear that we talk about. It's not just the armored vehicles that we've shown plenty of video about. It is mental health professionals who are trained to respond to a situation like this if Robert Card is in fact in that home.
And as we're watching some of this video, Alex, I know you're still with us. There we go. Please, please. It sounds like there's movement there.
So we just had an officer kind of come up to all of us and ask us if you have a car in the roadway, they want you to move those cars to the side of the road so traffic can move freely. So not sure exactly what that means. They wouldn't share much details. Not sure if that means they're clearing out and it's open to the public now. I'm not seeing the armored vehicles here.
There, that perhaps those cars are from news outlets really all over the country this evening, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think there has to be close to 100 reporters and photographers at least. So try to picture that, a few of them fit in each of these cars. They're all piled up on this small, skinny road here in rural Maine. And you might have seen a vehicle go across the road here. That is one of the armored vehicles that have just come back and is right next to us now. Adam our photographer that's with me here, he has zoomed out. So this armored vehicle is coming back and trying to get by as the road is filled with TV crews and their cars. So people are trying to adjust that there. We're seeing a state police car move. We hear them speaking, move out of the roadway so this armored vehicle can get through.
Yeah, we're looking at
look down the road here.
We're looking at another angle here too, Alex. We have our colleague Sam Rogers is there with his photographer Scout, and they have another angle here that's showing just how congested that road is.
It was quite shocking when we first got here to Meadow Road in Bowdoin, just a few hours ago, just how many cars were lined up along this small road. And now that the number of cars have, only increased. And so imagine cars piled up on both sides of this small road and these giant armored vehicles trying to get through there. It is quite the scene, and we have many reporters and photographers here, again, with our lights off. That is why it is so dark here. If you're just joining in now or would like the reminder, it is dark here because law enforcement asked us to turn off our lights because of a dangerous situation. And then they approached this home where they started to call out the name Robert Card, asking him to come out. And we don't know. It has not been confirmed if he is in fact in this home, but we have heard law enforcement say, we know that you are in here, asking him to come out with his hands up and empty with nothing in them. And there's a hill kind of blocking this home here, but apparently there's a truck in the driveway. That's what law enforcement are saying, and they want Robert Card. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of this truck in the driveway, but we can't see that because of the hill, and we have members of law enforcement shining more lights on this home here. You might be able to see, from what I can see from this home, is a chimney, a small window, but it doesn't appear any lights are on inside. It looks really dark because if law enforcement weren't shining a light on this home, we wouldn't be able to see it. So it's very dark here. Besides the lights from law enforcement, the small tiny lights of our phones with about 100 100 reporters and photographers here, just these tiny lights. And of course we have the moon that's providing some natural light, but of course, as you can see, not a whole lot. And we are wide open here. We are in rural Maine. We're in a driveway of a neighbor that's allowed us all to gather here and kind of watch this scene unfold here in Bowdoin, where Robert Card could potentially be. We don't know. That has not been confirmed. And things have been silent here for a while. We heard attempts by police to try to communicate with Robert Card, who they think is inside this home, but they have stopped that for some time now. And we have had a helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear, just circle around constantly. That has been a constant presence. And the question was asked earlier, kind of where are other homes positioned in this case? This home is isolated that we're looking at now. There are no homes exactly next to it. There are neighbors down the road. There's one directly in front of us, a home across this long field here. Their lights are home, and you can't help but wonder, what are they thinking tonight? That this is happening right across the street from them, the neighbor's driveway that we're in right now. What are they thinking with, dozens of crews, reporters and photographers in this driveway, checking out this scene? It is quite, this isn't the best word, but crazy. It's pretty wild that this is happening.
One thing I think that's important to mention, as Zach brought up earlier, about the crisis negotiators that are involved in this, there are a lot of things that you are seeing and hearing through the images that we're able to bring you right now, and there are a lot of things that you are not seeing. One of those is the crisis negotiators that Zach talked about. What they are trying to do, from my experience of interviewing some of them in the past, is develop a connection with a person who may or may not be inside that home. They have a variety of ways that they can do that in terms of the technology, right, but also in their delivery. The difficulty with all of this is, imagine the heightened stress for everybody involved. There are, helicopters overhead, there are flashing lights, there are armored vehicles, there are weapons present, because the law enforcement officers, right? This is already a baseline level of stress that is elevated. So the job that these crisis negotiators have to maintain calm and try to create a connection and a dialogue between somebody who might be in that house in hopes of coming to a peaceful resolution potentially could be a very tall task. What they are asked to do is not an easy feat.
And that is the question. Alex was mentioning it again there, that we don't know if he's in there.
Right.
We don't.
There's no indication he is or he isn't. Alex was telling us before, he has not personally seen any movement, any indication, the lights on and off, but we don't know. That is the question.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that, to step back a little bit, that this is kind of a traditional rural Maine town. Alex was painting the picture earlier of fields and homes. From just searching some property records, it appears a number of those homes are owned by the Card family, property in the Card family that they've had for decades, which is not uncommon in Maine, to have multiple properties under the same family. And speaking of the family, Katie Card, who is married to Robert Card's brother, spoke to NBC News, saying that Robert Card, who was a longtime member of the Army Reserve, started to hear voices that were saying, quote, horrible things about him a couple of months ago. When he was fitted for, I guess, some high-powered hearing aids. And I want to just read this quote from her. He was picking up the voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. And of course, she says that they tried to act, they tried to get help, and obviously were unsuccessful.
Well, can you imagine, right, as we just talked about the task of these crisis negotiators, if you were doing that with somebody who was not experiencing this acute or severe mental health issue, right? is already a difficult task, and then to try to overcome some of those other obstacles is just another barrier in the way.
Right, and we did mention that our Sam Rogers is also on scene. We'll give Alex a break for a moment, but we did see some shots from Sam Rogers and their camera there. And Sam, we could just see the sheer number of reporters that are there.
Yeah, Amanda, just to give everyone a little bit of context back home. So we're looking at a group of reporters on that driveway that Alex has been talking about for the last several minutes here. We are up on a different hill, not across this rural street, this driveway. The amount of people that you can see there, I don't know how many people Alex has estimated from down here. Up here on the field where we are, there's got to be at least 30 folks, reporters, photographers, everybody. And just to give a little bit more context, because we are a little bit farther back and farther away from the home, this is more of a farm. This is many acres of land. I see some hay bales right behind me, and it is a very kind of rural area like we've been describing. And just when we were able to see a cruiser and that tactical truck come out, again, no idea who was involved or inside, excuse me, or what was going on, but no one has left despite those two vehicles slowly passing through. No one has left, and I guess just to get a good comparison, I don't know if you can see a few of these cars on the road. Picture going to your local county fair. This is exactly what it looks like in one of those grass parking lots, just cars packed on the side. A lot of reporters from all over the country, a lot of freelance photographers, and just people in the area that have heard about this. So we were with our Jack Moment back in Lewiston at the second shooting location from last night, and then we heard about this development going on. So we came over here, as Brian said, about 30 minutes ago. It's about a 25-ish minute drive, 15 miles from the scene to get here. And in our way over here, we were in line with other news outlets, everyone hearing about the news from Lewiston, coming over here, trying to see some more lights coming down the road, but nothing we can make out clearly. Again, we did see those two vehicles leave. Helicopter still flying ahead. It just kind of went out of our camera shot. It's going to be pretty tough to get the helicopter in frame with how dark it is. And as you've been hearing, another reminder, if you're just joining us, law enforcement told our Alex Haskell and all these other reporters to shut their lights off. No one has turned the light back on. A couple of reporters are using cell phone lights if they're doing some different live shots, but none of those big camera lights that you're used to seeing and have seen for really the past 25 hours or so. But yeah, Brian and Amanda, just to get things back to you, again, very rural location. Those two vehicles moved through about 5 minutes ago. I don't know because of if it was the road is so tight. Like it's hard for one car to pass through right now. I'm looking over the road right now. But there wasn't any type of rush to get out of here. I'm not sure if there's a back, exit point from the house that we're looking at. That being said, we want to make sure we kind of see everything that happens, but just saying, telling you guys like it is, those vehicles moving at a very slow speed to get out of here, but that helicopter is still rotating above.
And Sam, I want you to stay with us for a second, but I'm wondering if the folks in the control booth can pull up that map we have to show what Sam was talking about. I want to just show how close we are to that original scene. You can see Lewiston right there on the left side of your screen, just over I-95. We're talking about 15 miles, a 25-minute drive, as Sam had said, from the point of that initial scene at the Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley to where police are now surrounding this home.
Also not far from that scene in Lisbon, where they found the car at that boat launch.
It's interesting. We had seen an update from Lisbon police about an hour ago. And actually I should check the timestamp on when they posted it on Facebook. I know we found it about an hour ago, where they announced kind of what the status is in their community from Lisbon police. This is from the chief of police on their Facebook page. The bottom line is really the only change is that there have been some road closures and detours that have been lifted on Route 196. That's Lisbon Street, is it not, in Lewiston?
Yes.
And it continues,
correct.
right? So let's not read too much into it, right? Let's not say this is all good news. He's not in Lisbon. You know, we talked about how in Monmouth, right, earlier today, they said there's no credible information to indicate that Robert Card would be in Monmouth, but they still have to leave no stone unturned. I think it's a similar situation here with Lisbon, right, where they can say, okay, we're going to allow these roads to be reopened, but we are still asking you as residents to shelter in place throughout the overnight hours. They say your safety is our top priority.
Right, and again, just to reiterate, we don't know that Robert Card is in this home in Bowdoin, and in fact, public safety telling us that this is kind of just normal procedure for them when they do have to execute a search warrant. We heard them earlier talking over a loudspeaker, but well, Alex, we'll go back to you at the scene here. We have not heard police speak over the loudspeaker in a while, and it is interesting that they are asking for that light cutoff.
Amanda, and I wanted to add to that because I was chatting with my photographer here. It also was interesting. I don't know if it's notable or not, but we did see a little while ago some law enforcement vehicles leave the area. They were asking folks to move their cars because, as Sam Rogers mentioned, there's just a lot of them packed here. It is kind of like your local fair. All these cars lined up along a road. That is the perfect way to describe this situation. So it is interesting that some vehicles left, and it's been quiet. We have a few vehicles here from law enforcement. We still have that helicopter above us continuing in its circular pattern. We have lights shined on this home of interest here where Robert Card could potentially be. And want to remind folks, because it's been so long, when we heard police speak, they were saying, Robert Card, we know you're in there. We want you to come out with your hands up, with nothing in them. They were asking him to stand in front of this truck that's in the driveway. We can't see the driveway just because of how the land is here. There's this hill blocking a home, so we can't see very much of this home. But they were asking Robert Card to come and stand in front of this truck with his hands up. Police were also communicating that they would not hurt him and that they could guarantee his safety. And again, we don't know if Robert Card is in here, but obviously police are very, very interested in what's going on here at this home in Bowdoin. And we heard Sam Rogers mentioned it. It is rural Maine. We have fields here, trees, and homes are really spaced out here. So no one directly next to this home here. But I can see across the way past this home here, just some lights through the trees, and it's what I presume is, some neighbors. But thankfully they're far away. So that is the scene right now. Here from our perspective, we still have that helicopter. It is also worth noting, we had at least 2 drones up above this home. We have not seen those drones for some time. They were shining lights at this home, but we are not seeing those drones anymore. I want to remind you, you might hear some other voices. Oh, I'll let you go ahead, Brian.
It's Zach here. Alex, you spoke to neighbors earlier. What were they saying about the family and about Robert Card himself?
Yeah, Zach, so I was chatting with an older gentleman who was parked along this road because it was blocked off. He could not get to his home. He lives up this road here. So he was saying that he knows the Card family, that they're really nice, amazing people, and he is just shocked that this could happen. He was just stunned, and you could really just see it on his face, shocked as we all are in this situation. And he says he was waiting along this road in his truck with his dog for hours, hoping to get by law enforcement to get to his home, for this road to open up, which has not for quite some time
and
now. So I imagine he is still behind us here, waiting to get back home.
want to stick with this scene here, so I'm hoping we can keep it sort of in a box while we bring up some of the victims that we do know are confirmed, because that is certainly, we don't want that to get lost in the shuffle of all of this as police are continuing their manhunt for Robert Card. There are victims. There are 18 confirmed dead out of these 2 shootings in Lewiston. And Zach, you actually spoke with some family members today.
Yeah, several of us have reached out to loved ones and family members who have shared a lot of different memories. We've talked to coworkers of folks. We've talked to folks that coached sports alongside people. Ron Morin, for example, was a softball umpire who friends really remembered him as a guy who always had a smile on his face, would offer a huge hug, and was just such a great person. And that's what you hear over and over and over again when these kinds of things happen, right, in other parts of the country. But it really is true. In this case, we had Peyton Brewer-Ross, who worked at BIW, Bath Iron Works, General Dynamics, and BIW, sharing a statement with us today that all of us at Bath Iron Works are heartbroken to share that we've lost a member of our BIW family. We send our deepest condolences. Thoughts and prayers are with those families and friends.
And of course, Tricia Aslin, we know, was bowling last night when this happened. We heard from some of her friends and family. Joshua Seal there, we heard from his wife a little bit, or Arthur Stroud, I'm sorry, is who we heard from his wife, but Joshua Seal, we know, a victim. Bob Violette, Joseph Walker, also known as Joey, was the son of that Auburn City councilor. And we heard from him last night. Our Jack Mohamed spoke with him of just how difficult it was to not know, but knowing deep in his heart that his son was among the victims, because he had not heard from him.
Joey Walker there, the manager at Schmenges, and the son of that Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, spoke to Lester Holt earlier, remembering his son as a guy who loved that establishment, was there to have fun, loved the cornhole tournaments, and folks gathered that night after work. We've been talking about that it was an industry day, a day they were given a little bit of a discount to go in and have a beer and a bite to eat, and just enjoy themselves. And obviously he was in a place that he loved, and this happened.
And we briefly mentioned Joshua Seal. I do want to say his wife, Elizabeth, did post to Facebook that he was just the world's best father to our 4 pups. Loved spending time with them, traveling, going for a day trip to the beach or going camping for the weekend. Not only was he an amazing father, he was a wonderful husband, my best friend, and my soulmate. Just incredible to hear these words about, as we learn more about some of those lives lost in this tragedy in Lewiston.
You're back looking at the
Amanda
live pictures from
Zach,
Bowdoin tonight. Oh, yes,
you're
Alex.
there and can. Hi, Brian. Sorry. Just wanted to update you guys. We are seeing some movement here. We all obviously want to be careful not to give away law enforcement position in case Robert Card is in this home watching our coverage. We always have to be careful of that. But we just saw this armored vehicle that was in the road across from this home of interest, pulling to the driveway, and it was quite the scene. We saw many members of law enforcement follow outside of this vehicle, follow this vehicle into the driveway. So they are definitely on foot, doing their thing, handling the situation the way law enforcement does. So we are definitely seeing some movement here. So not sure exactly what they're going to do next, but the scene is changing, but over by us. And it's still us just watching with our lights off. Law enforcement came to us a while ago and asked us to turn our lights off, all our cameras, because of a dangerous situation. And then they started approaching this home saying, Robert Card, we know you're in this home. come out with your hands up with nothing in them. They were communicating that to Robert Card, who could be in this home or he could not be in this home. We do not have that confirmed. And we do have this helicopter again. You can hear that constantly. But that is the scene right now. Things moving here a little bit, still shining light on this home here in Bowdoin.
And for our viewers, the image you're looking at right now is from our crew at NBC News that's also there. And basically you're seeing that line of vehicles that Alex has been talking about down the road. We know this is tough to see at home because it is so dark, but it speaks to what this environment is right now for all those people who are there. We know there is a large number of members of law enforcement there. We know there is a lot of media there. And they are essentially in the dark. At the request of law enforcement that those lights go off, and really all we're seeing is the flickering of those police lights and then an occasional light on the house where they're concentrating their attention. That's what you see right now. And the trees. And Alex has been describing what this area looks like, that they're kind of looking across a field. There are some trees. There's a tree line to the right as well, and then more fields in the distance. And as Zach was telling us, public records show that the Cards are a known family there. They own a number of properties, and not uncommon in Maine for, once upon a time the family owned a farm and it was broken up and there were houses built on it. So, this is certainly a neighborhood that anybody who grew up in the rural part of the state, as we did, we are familiar with what this looks like, even though it is very difficult to see tonight.
As a matter of fact, Brian, you talk about a family farm. I'm going to double check myself here, but I believe they did own some farm equipment, crop equipment. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, field crop equipment is one of the category breakdowns here, and the tax logs here at that particular property. I don't know. I am by no means a law enforcement officer. I have no real, deep knowledge of tactics and skills. I would hope that having wide open space surrounding this home would give them better visual advantages to being able to see if there is any movement. There have been times where police have been called to homes that are, as we know in Maine, right, set back on long driveways, back, behind trees, where it can be very difficult to see unless you are in front of the home.
Or in crowded neighborhoods where the houses are right on top of each other and you're evacuating other homes. This is unique in that it's so concentrated on a house. And Bowdoin is one of those communities that was told yesterday, shelter in place. They do not leave your home.
I want to check back in with Alex because you can kind of hear people talking. Alex, is that just the reporters or are you hearing any sort of police chatter?
Yep, no police chatter at all, Amanda. We have dozens of reporters from all across the country here in this one person's driveway, this neighbor, and across the street here, a road in a field. So there are just a lot of people here right now, and they're doing the same thing that we are, just trying to understand and watch what's happening. All eyes are on Bowdoin tonight, on this street, on this home where Robert Card could possibly be. And I've just been watching this home and just seeing lights move around. They're shining a light in a window. That is all we can see right now. And I heard Chris mentioned, something that might benefit law enforcement in this case is that, it's wide open. It's not tight, homes next to each other. It's just this home with some trees around it. It's hard to see what it's like behind the home. I do see some trees, but it's hard to understand how close they are to this home. But we haven't seen much change except law enforcement get closer, shining that spotlight in that one window from what we can see. I want to remind folks that there is a bit of a hill here blocking this home, so it's hard for us to really see everything that's happening.
Yeah, and Alex
Alex, I know you can't see the picture we're currently showing from another camera on the scene there, but it looks like state police and then some kind of other law enforcement unit. More of the tactical teams. It looks like an officer putting on a weapon there. I believe News Center Maine's Sam Rogers is also in that area standing by for us. Both he and Alex have been covering this from the very start last night. Sam, rather, if you can hear me, can you just paint a picture for viewers about what this has been like just over the last 24 hours here?
Yeah, Zach, and just really quickly, just because we do have the higher ground on Alex, just the latest we've seen, that tactical truck moved in, seen some different spotlights every now and then, but I mean, it's been more than 24 hours of just grief and confusion and frustration from all over the state. And you guys showed a map on screen showing Bowdoin, Lisbon, Lewiston. Those were the three communities clearly impacted the most from all of this, and that is where we've been spending a lot of our attention. I was in Lisbon Falls last night. We had crews out around the state ever since we first heard of shots fired in Lewiston around 7 p.m. last night. It's been active scenes all over the place. Everyone that you're listening to, for the viewers back home, we have all been on multiple breaking news scenes, whether it is standoffs, search warrants, drug arrests, whatever. It has had a lot more intensity turned up a little bit, because we know that there was this active shooter, there was this manhunt. So instead of sitting by, and we're just seeing some more shots coming in here. Scout Fishman is going to back up the camera as some more movement is coming in, but there was just that added intensity. And again today, throughout the evening, I was telling folks that when you just looked into people from Lewiston in their eyes, you could just feel that sadness. And these are people who were safe, family safe, friends safe. Maybe once we start to learn more of the victims, may have a better connection, but just so hurt and crushed by this entire process. And just to kind of rewind things here from the scene in Bowdoin, I want to say it was about 10-ish minutes ago when those two law enforcement vehicles, a state police cruiser and a tactical truck, again slowly made their way through a very narrow road all the way back to get closer to a main road here in town. And then about 5 minutes after that, we saw another truck move closer to the home. Scout was able to look through the viewfinder. I don't know if we had that shot up on air, but from our camera viewfinder, we did see armed law enforcement officers walking towards the area of the house. Some more lights coming on. The helicopter still in that similar loop. And none of the reporters here, again, the dozens of reporters and cameras and photographers here, no one has left. If anything, it actually just in the past like 10 seconds, everyone's really kind of stopped talking as we're starting to see more lights. And Scout, if you can turn the camera around.
I would just jump in here, Sam, really quickly and tell you that there are certain things that we are not showing specifically because we don't want to jeopardize what police are doing on scene. Just want to clarify that with you, that we are not on your camera right now just because we don't want to jeopardize what's going on there. But what we are seeing are cars moving in and out.
We don't want to, there is a big procession here. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cruisers. Scout's gonna get a better angle here, and then Alex and Adam, if you guys want to turn your camera to your left, everyone's kind of getting down on the road. It looks like this first vehicle is a tactical truck. Again, as they're slowly making the way, and once they get closer to the camera, you'll be able to see how tight of a road this is and how many reporters are truly here. We'll let the helicopter sound we'll take a pause here and just kind of see what happens. we're about 20 yards up on that hill. Tough to see in.
As you can tell, these are vehicles that are leaving the scene, as far as you can tell, Sam.
Yes.
I
Yes,
also want-
Amanda. We were able.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we just saw a bunch of lights and floodlights pop up behind the home, and then we started to see this procession. This is the road that we came up. So yes, in theory, these cars are making their way out. Again, I'm whispering right now. It's very quiet. Again, we don't know if any suspect is inside any of these vehicles. Don't know which one it would be. Again, we can't see inside. There's some cruisers in the back that it's just law enforcement officers bringing up the rear of this procession as they move through the Bowdoin home. Yeah, there's again, you can see now how tight the cars are on both sides. It goes this way for probably almost a quarter of a mile. So this is going to take a while for all these vehicles and law enforcement officers to get back onto a main road here in Bowdoin.
And we are continuing to wait word from public safety officials about why they may be clearing this scene here in Bowdoin. I know it's been a few hours now, right, that they have been at this scene, or it was a little after 7 o'clock that they had told our reporter Alex Haskell to turn the lights off. So interesting to see things moving out now.
Yeah, and you can see the sheer number of reporters there, but let's also not lose sight of the number of law enforcement personnel that have been brought into the state. We were told earlier by Michael Soschuk, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, that over 350 law enforcement personnel are on this case, taking part in this manhunt. I spoke earlier in the day to Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, who was in touch with the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who told her that the FBI, of course, is involved in this, including the same teams that were responsible for catching the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing incident. So all resources being brought to bear here tonight. And right now it's obviously unclear whether or not they were successful in apprehending anyone from that house tonight.
And a few comments today, actually, from viewers that there was a feeling of that manhunt in this last 24 hours from the Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston Marathon bomb. That there was just such a concentration of, we need to find these people, we need to understand what's going on. Don't leave your homes. And that was the closest thing that some people could relate it to. Was the closest feeling that we have experienced necessarily of that. And just a very different experience. But we're still looking at this property in Bowdoin right now, where there are clearly at least some officers there. We see their lights on. We see the lights on the house there as well. But the mystery question tonight remains: was he in there?
Right.
Is he in there?
And I apologize. I was corresponding with somebody else by phone. Do we understand? Did that kind of caravan of vehicles leave the scene?
Yes, they were leaving.
More or less leaving. Yeah,
It appears that
that's
way,
the
yeah.
road that Sam said they came in on. Whether they are leaving, we don't know.
Sure. Okay.
And we
but
don't know
that's the
how many
direction they're
more
going. Right, are
tactical
still
units
there.
are still there.
Right.
I think we should check in with our reporters on scene there again. And Alex, can you kind of set the stage for us on what the scene is like now? It's now that so many vehicles have cleared out.
Yeah, I would say the scene is kind of the same from what we can see. The road is still dark. They're still shining some lights on this home. I want to mention, when we saw all those law enforcement vehicles leave, Sam Rogers was speaking with you, but I joined a group of reporters and photographers who ran up along the road, and other reporters and photographers were shining lights into these law enforcement vehicles, trying to see through the windows if we could see Robert Card. I was looking as other folks were shining their lights, and this does not mean that he's not in those vehicles or was, but I just could not make out any faces. So that was the scene. We're kind of getting ourselves collected again, all focused on this home where things are quiet and still. Once again on Meadow Drive here in Bowdoin, we still have some cop lights up the road here, and then just the armored vehicle and possibly another one in the driveway of this home here. And we do have, I want to remind folks, we just have dozens of reporters and photographers gathered in a neighbor's driveway, right where I am on the right side of the road, and on the left where Sam Rogers is. That is a part of the many large fields here along this stretch of road, because we are in rural Maine with some tree lines off in the distance. We have that helicopter that's above us, and it's really interesting just standing here being in the dark with all this equipment. It's normally all lit up. We have lights on so that you can see us reporters and make out some of the landscape while we're doing our reports, but that is not the case in this situation. As we were told, it's a dangerous situation. That's what law enforcement told us. For that reason, we had to turn off all our lights on our vehicles. We just have our phones, and I'm looking at all the people here, and all their faces are kind of glowed up as we're looking at our phones here. It's an interesting scene here. But looking at this house, not much has changed. We still have just some lights shined on it, and that's about it right now. Not sure if it's worth mentioning, but kind of want to remind folks what brought us here in the first place. Law enforcement earlier in the day were executing a search warrant of a home. They believe, we were told by NBC News, that was somewhat related to Robert Card, and this is where we are now. We saw law enforcement come and leave. They arrived to this home and started saying things like, Robert Card, we know you're in there. Again, we don't know. That's the big question here tonight in Bowdoin. Is Robert Card in this home? Was he in this home? Did police, law enforcement get him? That is the big question tonight. But they were trying to communicate with someone maybe inside who they said is Robert Card. They were saying that they know that you're in there, come out with your hands up with nothing in them. They wanted him to come out into the driveway with his hands up. They were also saying that we can guarantee your safety, we don't want to hurt you. So those were some of the things that we were hearing from law enforcement, but that was some time ago. We have not heard law enforcement speak again for some time. And of course, we saw many vehicles here clear out, and the big question is, another big question is why they were clearing out.
Well, that's a great question, Alex, because as you mentioned, it was a little after 7 o'clock that police had come up to you and the other reporters and said, this is a dangerous situation. Please turn your lights off. At this point, we have no reason to believe it's not still a dangerous situation.
Yeah, exactly. So we're all kind of back here letting law enforcement do their job. I'm looking at the house. They are moving a light around on the home, still shining a light in windows. So that is some movement and activity that we haven't seen for a little bit. So they are moving a light around on this home. And I have to wonder, what neighbors are thinking. We've mentioned it, that it's rural Maine. There are some fields here, so there aren't many homes in this area, but there are some homes. We are in a neighbor's driveway. It was an older couple that we spoke with earlier. They, we were just asking if we could stand in this driveway. They didn't want to share anything else with us about what they thought about the situation. But there was an elderly couple that lived here, and their lights are off right now, so they're likely asleep. And I'm looking at another neighbor's home in front of us on the same side of the road that we're on, a little past this home of interest. They have their lights on, so you can help but wonder kind of what's going through their minds.
Right.
But luckily we have no homes located near this one home of interest here.
I can't imagine that couple is asleep based on all of the activity outside. But hopefully, to your point, Alex, hopefully heeding that warning of shelter in place. And police have been asking people all day in Bowdoin and in Lisbon and in Lewiston to shelter in place. We know Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office asked just an umbrella ask of that shelter in place for the entire county of Androscoggin.
Yeah, and I want to be careful about any kind of speculation, but I think it's important to note some reporting by our media partners at the Press Herald earlier today talking about one of the other homes on that road that owned by the Card family. They were told by neighbors that it's been vacant for some time, so that's another possibility as well. But of course, we do not have that independently confirmed.
And this has been a search that has extended well beyond 24 hours. Our coverage has been on air here well beyond 24 hours, but we know that this search for Robert Card has been on both land and on sea. We know 350 plus law enforcement officials have been involved in this search for Robert Card. And Chris, you've been speaking with some of these law enforcement officials too.
Yeah, and actually, just most recently, I've actually been speaking with some friends of these victims, people who have been listening to our coverage and just, for whatever reason, they picked me to send some messages, but they're talking about, for example, somebody who went to high school with Ron Morin, that softball umpire, Coca-Cola merchandiser who would work with the local Hannaford supermarkets to get them supplied. And this person's telling me that he was a great man, father, husband, friend, one of the best people this person's ever met. Everything you hear about him is true, according to this person. They went to high school together. Also hearing some other details that we really need to work to confirm about other information related to some of the victims. And as we get more concrete details, we'll bring those to you. But again, out of respect for the family, it's just, and the people involved, people who know them, we need to wait before we put some of those details out there. I know that for a lot of people who are reading things on social media, it's, well, wait a minute, we know that the picture is out there. We know that this person who says they're his brother or their daughter has said this person has passed away or they're in the hospital.
Right.
It is so difficult in this age where anybody can create any social media account, steal pictures from the internet and claim to be somebody else, which is why we have decided to be so sensitive and delicate about how we put out this information. The last thing we want to do is be incorrect and have it affect somebody's lives in a drastic way. Right,
and Chris, we're now seeing some movement here in this field that Alex has been talking about that separates the reporters and this home.
I was just going to jump in, guys, real quick. We are seeing some movement, not too much, but just some law enforcement members coming from the home, walking across this field here, back onto the road. They look like they are in some heavy gear, walking back to their vehicles. But they are still shining some lights on that home of interest here, where they believe or had suspected that Robert Card was staying, and we can see a dog. I don't know if you guys can make that out, but a member of law enforcement has a dog with them, and they were just coming from that home and now putting that dog back in the car, and law enforcement walking back up the road. So that's what we're seeing here now. Things have kind of quieted down. We're just all kind of watching to see what happens next, but we have seen fewer law enforcement vehicles here along the road. Things just quieting down.
One thing that is difficult about this, right, is that if we, again, without speculating, when we see sort of a convoy of vehicles leaving the scene, a lot of people will jump to the assumption that, oh, well, they're no longer searching in there. He's not in there, or he was never in there. We don't know that. We cannot say that with certainty, and so it's just important for everybody to kind of keep that in mind. That regardless of what we are seeing through these images, they are likely taking the same approach with every tip, every lead, because they have to treat them all that way. Keep in mind that these law enforcement officers, when they are responding to these scenes, going to a address that they believe this suspect could be in, they're coming at this from a reactionary standpoint. When they enter that home, they don't know what is inside. They've never been inside this home. They don't have a floor plan of the home. They don't know where any potential suspect could be in that building. Which is what makes it difficult for them, because this is all reactionary.
And we heard some of that from the spokesperson for public safety as well.
Right. So the last notice we got from Shannon Moss, who's the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety, was at 6:02. So just about 3 hours ago now was the last official note we got from there, saying law enforcement is in a home in Bowdoin, which is the scene you're looking at right here, as part of the investigation into the Lewiston shootings and the search for Robert Card. When it's appropriate to do so, additional information will be released. And that what we were hearing was typically what is done when a search warrant is being executed. And again, earlier today, we were told that there was a warrant out for Robert Card for those 8 counts of murder.
And Alex was there, and Alex could hear much better than we could on that loudspeaker. Alex, some of what police were saying, what were you hearing out there?
Yeah, so they said Robert Card. That was the first thing they said. They said his name, Robert Card. We know you're in there, in this home. So they said, Robert Card, we know you're in there. They said, come out with your hands up, with nothing in them. They also asked him to come out and stand in front of the truck in the driveway. We said this multiple times that there's a little bit of a hill blocking this home in the driveway, so we can't see a truck, but we heard law enforcement mention that truck and ask Robert Card to stand in front of it. We also heard law enforcement say, we can guarantee your safety and we don't want to hurt you. So those were some of the things. We are a little ways away, so sometimes it was hard to make out everything they were saying, but they mostly repeated those statements over and over again until they just stopped. And that brings up a question as to why. We might get an answer tonight, we might not. So it is something that we are just continuing to listen and have our eyes on. And the scene is constantly changing. You know, we have some vehicles moving right now. We still have that helicopter you might be able to hear in the background. That is something that's constant. And kind of behind us here, where we saw law enforcement leave earlier, we still have some law enforcement vehicles that we thought left, but they are still here. I can only see 2 right now, so that doesn't mean they all left. But there are still some here. And looking at this house now, we are seeing some vehicles reposition, backing out of the driveway, and less light on the home compared to earlier.
Yeah, so by all definitions, it appears the scene is clearing there. But we are staying in constant communication with the Maine Department of Public Safety, their public information officer, Shannon Moss. Her last update was at 7:52, so about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, reminding us that those calls we heard that Alex just mentioned are standard protocol. It's how they announce themselves when they're executing these warrants. We're told there are several warrants out for his arrest. I believe 8 at last check is what police were telling us, based on the number of fatalities in which they had identified the individuals. So again, the loudspeaker things that we were hearing and that we had here on our air, and what we were seeing police do is standard protocol. State police admitting that it is unknown if Robert Card was in the home, but that again was at 7:52. So we are still awaiting another update from state police and the Department of Public Safety.
You know, if in fact this turns out to be what it appears, that the suspect they're looking for is not in that home, this is, you know, just kind of another layer to the people who are staying in their homes tonight as part of this shelter-in-place order, wondering when that order will be lifted. When can they resume normalcy in their lives? And what we're already seeing is that places like, for example, the Auburn Lewiston YMCA, all locations, will be closed until Monday, October 30th. That's through the weekend, right? Many places that we've seen otherwise, like Central Maine Community College, that's for tomorrow. Lewiston Public Schools, that's for tomorrow. This is the first one that I've seen that said we're going to go proactively all the way through the weekend. I don't know if that's a planning purpose. I'm not going to get into the details of that, but the bottom line is, you know, there is this. Oh, sorry, I was hearing some scratching on the microphone. No, just, you know, there's this uncertainty that people are living with right now.
Right.
And this has got to be very difficult.
Absolutely, not just for folks in that community, but even more so for the families of these victims tonight. because it's a sense of closure, right? We talk about that difficult healing process that we frankly, as a community, as a state, have not even started yet. We're still in the thick of it now.
Still waiting for this.
We are going to check in with News Center Maine's Sam Rogers now, who has been on that scene alongside Alex Haskell, has been reporting on this for the last 24 hours. Sam, what are you seeing there now?
Yeah, hey Zach. So we are down the road where we saw that procession of vehicles, law enforcement vehicles move. We're seeing a big truck here. Once one that passes it by, we can try to see what it says. Yeah, this is one of the tactical trucks. It was tough to see the markings on it, but another wave of law enforcement trucks. Alex, I believe these are the trucks that you said that you started to see moving. So again, we are about halfway down, and I'm just hearing from my photographer Scout, who said those were out-of-state law enforcement vehicles. She saw a New Hampshire and a Massachusetts truck, and those were Massachusetts plates, I believe, on that last cruiser that walked by, that drove by. And similar to what we saw about 20 minutes or so with those main law enforcement vehicles with the lights on pass through, a similar number of vehicles just passing by. Again, we're kind of halfway down this road. If you're still taking our camera shot or you saw those trucks drive by, you can, again, just kind of really get a better angle, probably the best angle on how narrow the road is. Alex, not sure if people are clearing out where you are, but we're starting to see some reporters head back to their vehicles and head out as well.
Yeah, Sam, people, I don't know if you have our picture right now, but we have light back. Everyone is turning their lights back on. We are, not seeing anything behind us. The scene appears to be completely clear. No lights on the home, no vehicles. They all kind of cleared. We have some members of law enforcement in the road here. Not quite sure exactly what they're doing, but yeah, they have cleared out. This scene is pretty quiet here, and you might hear noise around me. There are other reporters, photographers here. We are all gathered in this neighbor's driveway, and across the road here, where there is a field, and crews are also gathered there, and across the road as the scene has just developed. It's quite the development as we saw all the cars leave down this road. So we will see what's next, and if they in fact got Robert Carter or not.
Again, if you're just joining us, we have our reporter Alex Haskell live in Bowdoin at a scene police have had a heavy presence at. We also have our Sam Rogers there, and I want to go back to you, Sam, because as Zach mentioned, this is something that you have been covering since last night. You've been with us since last night, and in fact, last night you were in the scene of an active scene as well in Lisbon, and it does seem like police have been taking all of these scenes as a big group. We know that Robert Card, they keep saying, is considered armed and dangerous. How would you kind of compare the scenes that you've been at?
Yeah, Amanda, we actually mentioned this last night. I believe it was Chris brought up a good point about how our law enforcement agencies across the state, whether that's local, sheriff's office, state police, they prepare for these kinds of situations. Of course, this is really the first time they've ever had to deal with a mass shooting type level. But whether it was reporting in the Bangor Brewer area or down in Lewiston for other stories or in Portland, all over the state, they have those strength in numbers. So like we saw last night at Lisbon Falls, if you were with us last night and very early into the morning, just as the car gets out of our way here, you saw 20 to 25 police officers all gathered, all waiting. And then when we would try to find a better access point to maybe gain a little bit more information, maybe try to find a better camera angle, you would drive about a mile down the road and see another checkpoint of law enforcement officers. As we heard today, hundreds of officers, sheriff's deputies, state police, federal agents, all having a hand in this manhunt. And we see that typically, again, like I said a few minutes ago, whether it's a standoff for a search warrant or a drug arrest, we typically see a large number of law enforcement officers because, as Chris also said, they don't know what is going to happen. You want to take that precaution. In the last 24 or almost 25 hours at this point, it's been what happens when the actual mass casualty event has happened. So they've had the practice. The scenes, again, as we set up on the hill, number of police a little bit similar, but the intensity clearly higher. When it's a low intensity scene, of course, there's more kind of laid back. Police officers would come up to us and give us information saying, hey, you know, this is kind of the type of situation we're dealing with. It might be a little while, or they'll just be straight up and say, hey, we made the arrest, here are the details, go on your way. Whereas this situation with the manhunt, with communities on lockdown in those stay and shelter in place orders, a lot more sensitivity, because a lot of people were scared, a lot of people were frustrated, and again, without knowing what the conclusion of all these law enforcement officers clearing, again, we've seen similar processions at these type of standoffs, but the intensity made even bigger, even more intense with all the reporters. You're starting to see them file down from the hill right now. So Brian and Amanda, I think a lot of people are rooting that this is becoming the end here.
Certainly, and certainly we are all rooting for that back here as well.
I don't want to, I mean, this is not normal.
Right.
Let us remember that. I think we're all caught up in what's happening right now, but there are hundreds of police officers combing through small Maine towns.
Right.
There are reporters from all over the country, all over the world. You could hear them in Alex's live shot there. These are reporters who go out into these towns every day. Alex is on this shift every evening in small towns like this, standing on those dark roads alone, not standing next to dozens and dozens of reporters. And it's not just the reporting side of this, it's the law enforcement side, it's the manhunt portion of this too. The state hasn't seen something like this in many, many years. I said it well over an hour ago now, but the last time we saw a manhunt of this size was back in April of 2018 with the murder of Somerset County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Eugene Cole. I spoke to his wife earlier today, she being very candid that this has been a truly difficult time for her, glued to the TV like much of the state is. But she said that what's happening in Lewiston and now in surrounding communities brought her back to 5.5 years ago. She said, quote, "Granted, my situation was nothing compared to this one, but the massive manhunt in the aftermath of my husband's murder put this community in such a state of shock and horror. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community."
And it certainly explains why we have continued this on-air coverage for you. I know some people have sent us messages that they're kind of tired of watching, and experts do recommend that you take a break if you need to take a break. Right. But we will stay here with you because there is an active manhunt going on. More than 350 law enforcement officials involved in this. The FBI in the Boston division involved in this. You had more statistics on who was actually part of this investigation as well.
Yeah, so I spoke to Congresswoman Shelley Pingree earlier today. Like many of our congressional delegations, she's been in touch with folks in the Biden administration. She mentioned that she had been in touch with U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who informed her that the FBI, of course, was involved in this. We have been reporting that for several hours now, that agencies came up from Boston, including the team, according to Congresswoman Pingree, the exact team that was responsible for catching the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing. And I think when I've talked to folks, even my partner at home earlier today, when we were talking about this shooting, what it means to us as a community, the closest thing was that horrific incident in Boston many years ago. So of course, it's really hitting home for a lot of folks tonight.
And the unknown remains. We just spent 2 hours watching a scene unfold before all of our eyes in Bowdoin, and we don't know the result. And that's part of what this whole storyline has been about, of following what we know and following what police are able to tell us, and then waiting for the next part. So what we don't know is, did those officers leave Bowdoin and they're headed somewhere else? And that's part of the mystery of trying to get closer to this first chapter of what happened last night, because there's so much more to get to.
To Amanda's point, the reason why we are still on air talking about this is what you saw a minute ago in that graphic. Police have considered their suspect, Robert Card, armed and dangerous. There is they have not told us otherwise that this would be considered a public safety threat. Right. It is our job as journalists, when there is a public safety threat, whether it be somebody who's armed and dangerous, or something like a weather event, severe weather, that we would continue to be with you when lives are in jeopardy. And at this point, police have not told us anything counter to that
message.
So
Right.
that is why we are staying with you through this. Nobody's going to judge you if you turn this off, take a break, go read a book, go stream something else on Netflix, right? Nobody's going to judge you for that, because it's important for all of us to take a break. But we want you to understand, the viewers, why we are here throughout this, because there is a public safety element to this that
And
we have
with
to
that,
deliver
we've been
to.
in constant communication with the Department of Public Safety. They've been trying to keep us abreast of what's going on moment by moment, even trying to kind of fact check things in real time. So we're hoping for another update from them this evening. Unless he happened to be in that home, it's unlikely that's going to come out in the form of a press conference, right? But perhaps even a minor update about what happened there is expected in the coming moments.
And to all of your points, sort of an anticlimactic 2 hours that just finished here, where we just watched all of those tactical vehicles leave, and we have no idea what came out of that. And so you can bet a lot of people who, as you said, were hoping for some sort of outcome out of this, still up in the air. And just the roller coaster of emotions, I think, for a lot of people over the more than 24 hours from when we first learned at 6:56, or when police first got that call at 6:56 that there was an active shooter at Spare Time Recreation there in Lewiston, who then moved over to Schmengi's Bar and Grill, that pool hall just 4 miles away. I think it's been just a lot for people to process.
It has. And I don't want to lose sight of the mental health aspect at play here. We were talking about the training these folks go through, the crisis intervention training, the negotiation teams involved. They're prepared to handle this situation because NBC News has been reporting that Robert Card experienced some kind of acute mental health episode, according to family members, just before this all happened. And reportedly hearing kind of voices. This is according to his sister-in-law, Katie Card. He had a history of mental illness, and they got increasingly concerned just in the last couple of months. She said, quote, "We just reached out to make sure everyone was on the same page because he's someone who does gun training. We were concerned about his mental state, that's all."
And we have images from some of the other scenes that we can probably show as well, where we're again continuing to be an active scene in Lewiston at both of those places, where we know the FBI brought in evidence collection teams.
Well, yeah, I mean, to that point, those scenes are not considered cleared, right? There are still law enforcement officers there on all of those. Now, there are several aspects to the investigation, right? There's the evidence collection. There's the interviewing process of witnesses. So you can't really, quote unquote, clear a scene. I can't imagine that with the amount of forensic evidence these technicians would have to gather, that these would be cleared anytime soon. The other thing to keep in mind too is we have some of these law enforcement officers who have been working as long or longer than we have. Some of them are just getting to take a break after 20 to 24 hours.
Oh, yeah,
and keep in mind, some of them,
longer.
they came from out of state. They came from, from Boston. They came from, the feds. So these are people who, in these situations, they have to be ready to deploy to one of these and say, okay, hey, we've got a lead. We've got to go and check this out. Oh well, guess what? That person hasn't, eaten food for, however many hours, but they still have to be ready to act and take action should something arise.
And to that point, healthcare workers also, we know at least 100 of them came in on off duty last night to help out. We do know there are still injured people in those hospitals, and healthcare workers working really hard to help more families have a better outcome here.
It was the chief medical officer for Central Maine Healthcare who said earlier this afternoon, we're getting a lot of support from the community. People are donating food, which is great. One thing that our leadership team has been focused on is making sure that those healthcare professionals get to go home, take a break, see their family, get rest, and then come back and be ready to treat these patients on top of the other patients that they might, normally see on a daily basis.
Right.
Again, that's a little bit different with the shelter-in-place order. I understand that, but there are patients who were in this hospital before this situation broke out.
Right.
Our Don Kerrigan has been in Lewiston all day. He is still there. He is someone we lean on regularly for his expertise and his history of knowledge in Maine. And Don, you had a unique perspective of being in those press events today where we learned a lot of information, at least what could be shared. So what can you share with us tonight from there, Louis?
Well, it struck me that at the only police briefing we've had today, they were very circumspect. Let's put it that way. Would not give out much information at all related to if they think about a motive, where they're going to search, what they know or suspect about where the shooter may actually be or may be going or may have gone, as the case may be. That's fairly typical for Maine law enforcement in cases like this, in situations that are unfolding. They're usually very tight-lipped with information. But one thing, Shannon Moss, the spokesperson for the Department of Public Safety, told me this afternoon that they've been getting hundreds of tips on their tip lines that the police have phoned in, and I presume maybe texted, maybe emailed as well. And those all have to get chased down. It doesn't sound like it was one of those that led to tonight's search in Bowdoin. That's probably more normal course of events, searching a property, perhaps related to the family, all of that in the town of Bowdoin, where Mr. Card lives. But they're chasing down all of these tips. They brought in a tremendous number of police officers from outside of this area. They're working at a command post, I believe, up at the high school, to go through all of that, check them out, see what seems likely, legitimate, worth following up on, and all of that. And that's kind of going to be, I presume, where they're going next. We don't know if they have any hard tips. They were searching some buildings, looking at some places in Lisbon earlier today. To the best of our knowledge, they've continued searching in the Lisbon area, but again, we have no details of that. This search that sounds like it's pretty much winding down in the town of Bowdoin. I think Rob Caldwell this afternoon, they were talking about how challenging this is, big area, and what do police actually have for leads to try to help them understand where to go next, where to go looking for him. Also, the helicopter action, when they turned all the lights out tonight, I was wondering if they were using thermal imaging devices perhaps to search from the aircraft to search some of the ground area to see if they see any heat signature of someone out in the woods there around that home. Sounds like they came up maybe empty-handed, or at least maybe they know more. If they did find a note, do they know more? Are there some leads coming out of what they found and in there that may be pointing them in some other directions? It's a challenge. We often hear about a search for a person, and usually it doesn't take too long. But in this case, it may be a while because they're trying to find this guy, and it's proving difficult.
Our Don Kerrigan, they're live in Lewiston.
Yeah, and as Don mentioned, as it gets dark, this search gets harder. So using that technology of the thermal imaging will certainly come in handy for all of those helicopters that we've heard circling, honestly, for the last 24 hours. So I think we're going to go now. We don't want to lose sight of the victims tonight of this. We actually spoke to a survivor. Chad Hopkins spoke to one of our digital producers, Griffin, and he shared his story and his memories of a friend that he lost, Trisha Aslin. Take a listen.
We had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. But unfortunately for our league specifically, We were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, "Everybody, get out that exit door right now! Live shooter!" Just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. And part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So there was people without shoes on or one shoe on, and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times, because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody, because there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already ran off, and then they called someone to come pick them up. So there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
Wow. So again, that was Chad Hopkins there, a friend of one of the victims, Trish, as he said, Aslan. They were friends. They worked together at the Apple Valley Golf Course. Chad remembering her as a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend. She was also a mother, an avid golfer, and a bowler. Someone you would do anything for, any time.
And just to kind of recap where we are now and where we all started, we do have a timeline we can run through here. Police first heard of shots fired at Spare Time Recreation at 6:56 p.m. At 7:08, they got calls about shots being fired at Schmenge's Bar and Grill. At 8 o'clock, they released a photo of who they believed to be the shooter. Bates College went into lockdown shortly after that. If you know the area at all, you know that Bates is sort of right in the center of all of that there in Lewiston. Auburn residents and then Lewiston residents ordered to shelter in place right around 8:30. 9:15, police released a photo of the vehicle that they believed Robert Card was in, and that was that white Subaru that they ended up finding later on at the boat ramp in Lisbon around 11:30. And again, they did not find Card with that car. It was right around 11 o'clock they named Robert Card as a person of interest. We now know that he is a suspect in this. He does face at least 8 charges of murder. It could be 10 more as police continue to identify some of the victims in this shooting. But again, they are continuing this manhunt for Robert Card. And at this point, what we know is that police have confirmed 18 people are dead, 13 are injured. The shelter in place remains in Bowdoin, Lisbon, and Lewiston. And again, Androscoggin County kind of doing an umbrella for the entire county, asking people to stay where they are. Don't go anywhere if you don't have to.
And tonight was a good reminder of that, of what we watched unfold in Bowdoin, is
Right.
that there is still that, from the last messages we got from police, there is still that concern out there that this individual is considered armed and dangerous and not in custody. And that is the part that those hundreds of members of law enforcement from across Maine and New England are here working on right now. And we saw some of that. I'm sure that is just a small fraction of the force that is in our communities that we may or may not even see looking for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and a moment that we kind of had to take a breath since we've been on the air since this first happened well over 24 hours ago was when NBC Nightly News was on, and we all kind of stopped and looked that the national news was live in Maine covering this tragedy. In fact, Jack Mulmid spoke to Lester Holt shortly after nightly news. I believe that we have that sound for you. Take a listen.
What do you hope people watch and are able to take away at the end of this? We pray that some resolution comes with this, that we find the guy.
Well, certainly. I mean, that's the number one thing, obviously, resolution to get him off the streets. But, this will provoke conversations. Some of them we've had before about guns and mental health, but I think the mental health component is one I think that's going to draw a lot of attention. It's a conversation that needs to be had, and there's plenty of folks who have ways to bring it to action. But I think that's going to be part of the story. Warning signs, how they were dealt with. That's the kind of stuff that we need to learn from. And it's our job as journalists to keep that story out there and provoke that conversation.
For sure. That sounds great. Anything else you feel like that might be worthwhile in this conversation?
No, it's just, when I go to cities, that have been devastated by, mass shootings, people, they're very personal. They want to protect the image of their town. And I always point out, it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience. I've traveled to so many lovely places, lovely people who have just suffered this unspeakable kind of horror. And what makes it awful as we report it is that we know that we'll be out somewhere else at some point. I hate to be Debbie Downer, but that's the reality of these things, that we will be in another community, and I'll be having, unfortunately, the same conversation with another reporter.
I've been a reporter for 3 years now, and this is the first. I knew it would come one day, but it's shocking.
Yeah. It is when you're on the anchor desk and you're reporting these kind of stories that I was last night. You kind of take a deep breath, because these things you often don't know where it's happening, and the first information you get is not always the most accurate in terms of death toll and that sort of thing. And you're watching these stories become bigger by the moment, and it's they're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Definitely.
So again, Lester Holt and the NBC News nightly news team were in Lewiston tonight for their broadcast at 6:30, which we carried, and then came back on the air at 7. Jack Mulmid talking with Lester Holt tonight, kind of about a point we have talked about a lot in the last 24 hours. Of we know this has happened in other communities. We've reported on it. We have covered it, and it's in our neighborhood now. And just that perspective that, as Lester said, he knows he will be in another community doing this all again. But it is our turn, and it's our time to process it. Just this evening, Senator Susan Collins was in Lewiston at the latest briefing that we saw at Lewiston City Hall, and we want to share some of what she shared with the public tonight.
It's a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington, and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack.
And I know it's still early, and we do not want to be overly political here, but Lester Holt mentioned the fact that this does spark a conversation around mental health among our gun safety laws in place. At that same press conference, Congressman Jared Golden, who his hometown is Lewiston, spoke even apologizing for his past votes against assault weapons ban, calling for Congress to ban assault weapons, and again apologizing, which was a significant moment for him and an emotional one in that press conference earlier today.
Specifically for forgiveness for the way he has voted and for not doing enough.
On that same vein, and with keeping in mind that now is not the time to make it political, addressing the mental health aspect is a fact that we at this station and reporters all out throughout the state have talked about for years. The lack of infrastructure in this state to take care of people who have severe mental health needs. And we're not just talking about buildings and beds, but also the people who care for them, the caregivers. There are projections that Maine is going to be short by thousands of healthcare workers by, I believe, the year, is it 2025 or 2030? This is a problem, right? This is something that, how can we address this if we do not have the people to do it? So that part of it is not new. The fact that we don't have the infrastructure in this state to take care of the vast amount of mental health issues, whether they be related to gun violence or not.
And we do have more sound, by the way, from our delegation here in Maine. Senator Angus King was, I believe, outside of Central Maine Medical Center earlier today, and he spoke about this as well.
I believe one of the real problems in these situations is what's called large capacity magazines, where a shooter doesn't have to reload. And I think that's one of the most dangerous parts of this kind of situation. In terms of the mental health issues, we've heard, it hasn't been verified, but it's been discussed in the press that he had mental health issues. But whether the question is, when did he acquire the gun? If he acquired the gun 10 years ago when he was healthy and in the Army or in the Army Reserves, that's different than if he had the mental health issues and then went and got a gun. We don't know the answer to that.
Still a lot of unanswered questions, as Senator King just mentioned, and we have heard from a lot of our members of the delegation here in Maine that they're hearing from their colleagues, speaking to Lester Holt's point of this has happened and will continue to happen in another hometown. They heard from a lot of their colleagues who are in states where this has already happened.
Yeah, even earlier today, when we heard from Governor Mills this morning, it feels like an eternity ago now, she was sharing that, of course, President Biden reached out, but what seemed to touch her more was the fact that governors from across the country, across the region, reached out and offered support, many of whom who have experienced this before. So could offer some guidance there, and she was very visibly emotional through that. So hopefully these lawmakers are able to lean on others who have navigated this difficult course. Unfortunately, we don't want that to be a reality, but it is.
Right.
Our colleague Brooke Griffin was also at Central Maine Medical Center, where we also just heard from Senator Angus King, with a look at the perspective of what's been happening there over the last 24 hours.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved. Our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
And our coverage continues. We do plan on being on air till at least midnight tonight with you to keep track of what's going on. So Brian and I are going to step away for a moment, let you guys kind of take over here, and then we'll sort of take turns from there on out because there is still a lot to cover. This is still a very active search for Robert Card.
Absolutely, and I want to emphasize that we are not leaving at midnight. This is just an evolving situation.
Right.
We're figuring it out. We will continue to stay on air as long as we need to get you the latest information. I believe we have the victims, their photos again. Tough to look at. You can see Trisha Aslin there, who her friends called Trish, was at Spare Time. We just heard a little while ago from her friend and colleague at Apple Valley Golf Course about how she was a proud mother, an avid golfer, a bowler, someone who was passionate in her community and a truly beloved friend. It sounded like they were there at Spare Time for a bowling league where they had a team for Apple Valley. So her friends and family really mourning her loss tonight.
Yeah, I have a friend of hers reaching out to me now to said Trisha was a saint. She took care of everyone, no matter what the situation. This person said, it didn't surprise me that she tried to help by calling 911. Always a smile, no matter what may have been bothering her.
Yes, that referencing the fact that we've heard from several people saying that unfortunately she was shot while trying to dial 911 and get help for all the people inside Spare Time at that moment. And don't just look at her face, look at all the faces on your screen right now. We are working to confirm the identities of other folks. State police are working to confirm the identities of other folks. I believe they said they had 8 people earlier today who they had identified. I'm sure by now that they have more. And we're just waiting to get more information from them. But let us not lose sight of the fact that these
there
people...
are 18 people.
18.
Right.
Yeah.
18 people dead, 13 injured. And you're looking at 7 of them that we have been able to confirm through their families, through their friends that have told us. In a place where we feel comfortable saying, okay, enough people have confirmed to us that this person has unfortunately become a victim of this violence. For example, Peyton Brewer Ross. One of the sources that we heard from, to use it as more of a generic term, was his employer, Bath Iron Works, where he was a member of the AFL-CIO union as well. And Bath Iron Works had released a statement and a picture of Peyton saying, all of us at Bath Iron Works are heartbroken to share that we have lost a member of our BIW family. We send our deepest condolences, thoughts, and prayers to the family and friends of our employee, Peyton Brewer Ross, who was killed in Lewiston on Wednesday night. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of Hull 523 Harvey C. Barnum Jr. DDG 124. Peyton completed the grueling coursework and on-the-job training of BIW's rigorous apprenticeship program, graduating in 2022. He was hired just 5 years ago and was making a positive impact on our company. He will be sorely missed.
Yeah, another person on your screen there, Joshua Seal, his wife Elizabeth, posting to Facebook that it is with a heavy heart that she shares that Joshua passed away. Correcting herself, saying no, he was murdered in the shooting in Lewiston. It still feels surreal. Those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting and extracurricular activities. We continue to read these difficult quotes tonight. Another one talking about how this isn't something you'd expect. I believe we have a story from News Center Maine's Vivian Lee about another person who experienced this firsthand.
I'm going to miss them.
Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand and I heard a gunshot and I dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls and I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door, and we pushed each other and to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Trisha Aslan, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find the person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
You know, another one of the 7 people that we've been able to confirm so far killed in this mass shooting was Ron Morin, a softball umpire, is probably how he was probably best known in his community. Mostly in the Lewiston, Auburn area. He did some state tournaments. I spoke with his close friend and colleague from USA Softball, Dave Mulcahy. And Dave told me that Ron had touched a lot of lives and that people were drawn to him.
Looks like he may have even been on the field in that photo there. If you look at the screen and the photo that they shared.
Well, it's funny. Funny is the wrong word. I was speaking to the person who took that photo, and I said, "Was he an umpire of some kind?" "Oh yeah, he loved it." Wow. And one of his other friends told me that he'd been doing it for at least 10 years. You know, Dave was telling me his colleague and, as an umpire said Ron was even-tempered. Never saw him throw anyone out of a game. Keep in mind, this is a adult softball, right? It's
so
men's, it's co-ed, right? It's gym class heroes kind of getting excited. But this is a guy who Dave says was always smiling, talking about Ron Morin. And that there was another friend of his who lives in Westbrook, who works at one of the Hannaford supermarkets. He said that Ron had worked for Coca-Cola. That's how they kind of got to know each other, was that Ron would come in, deliver shipments to the Hannaford supermarkets where this other person had worked, and that finally this past summer they went to a restaurant together in Old Orchard Beach. They finally got to introduce each other's spouses to each other. This friend told me whenever we would reconnect, Ron always had a smile on his face and a huge hug to offer. Such a great person.
Right. Another person there on your screen, we talked about Trish. We spoke to her friend Chad Hopkins, and we heard from him probably about an hour ago. He was there at spare time with the bowling league. He escaped alive, and Trish didn't make it, dialing 911 as she was shot.
These are good people. And they didn't deserve their, they didn't deserve this at all. It really hits home. It sounds like a cliche. Everybody says, "Oh, it'll never happen here. I only see it in movies. It's in another state. It's in another country or whatever." And then next, you're running for your life, fearing that you're going to get shot in the back while you and all of your family and friends are trying to escape a family bowling alley on a Wednesday. And you're just like, what kind of absolute sick person does that?
Wow. Tough to hear. I cannot imagine what he's going through. I hope that he has the support that he needs. Our heart goes out to all of the family members tonight who are sharing these posts on Facebook, messaging us, of course, because they want their loved ones to not be remembered by this tragedy. They want them to be remembered by the lives that they lived. Wow. So we have some messages of support coming in from really all across the country tonight. These are social media posts being shared. You can see it might go away here, but that State of Maine outline with the heart over Lewiston has kind of become the logo, if you will, of this tragedy. We're hearing LA strong, Lewiston strong, Maine strong. Like you hear time and time again when these tragedies happen. And I am not surprised, because Mainers always come together in difficult times. But the outpouring has been truly remarkable.
I am just learning this for the first time, and please pardon me if we hadn't already talked about this, but Joshua Seal, being told, was one of the other interpreters who worked at the Maine CDC for the daily press briefings during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oh wow, is a friend.
That's actually coming from somebody who works for Maine CDC.
Okay, so
giving us that information here. Wow, kind of didn't.
So through the pandemic was one of those people you saw up there with Governor Mills, Dr. Shaw, keeping us informed. There was the deaf community. We've also heard there were several young people who happened to be deaf that were playing bowling, in a league that night when those shots rang out. So really, it's important that we continue to share these stories. I know this is not everyone. We are doing our best to gather the correct information, get permission to share the photos with you from the family, because we want to be as respectful as we can through this process. And with that, it is so important that as you're hearing these stories, as you're watching us, we understand this is hard. We have been talking to mental health professionals throughout this time. I believe we have a full screen to pull up for resources. We've started, our team has kind of gathered a resource page. The Department of Health and Human Services, I believe, according to Governor Mills, released their own webpage with resources for families, for kids, for anyone really. So if you just text the word support to 207-828-6622, again, that's the word support to 207-828-6622. We will send a link right to your phone with some of those resources, and you can even just click on the video and hear from some of the mental health experts we've had here on our air over the last 24 hours, just reminding you to take a breath, check in with one another, approach people how they need to be approached in the moment as best you can.
This is so difficult because, and I think we heard Lester Holt say this, that in times like these, people are very protective of the image of their community. And I think we probably, you've traveled all over the state talking to people from Maine, people who live in Maine for the last 8 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've absorbed a little bit of that as we've met people from a variety of different backgrounds in cities all over this state about the pride that they take in this community. And there is an aspect to that. And so, as part of that, this can become very consuming, something that has changed that pride that people have always had about their state. And this really marks a kind of a point in this state's history that a lot of people will remember for a very, very long time. And so it is to say that throughout this process, if you find yourself being one of those people who having a hard time taking yourself away from social media, the news, the headlines, whether that's on your phone or on your TV, it just is a good reminder to do some of those basic things. I think we hear them sometimes and we kind of go, I don't really think it was that basic to just drink some water, take a deep breath, step outside.
We had Greg Marley on last night reminding us that kind of the adrenaline we're all feeling, even folks at home watching police officers out in the field, obviously the extreme sense, but that adrenaline pumping through you, it is so important to drink water, just from your body's perspective and for your mental health. So I hope you're all taking care tonight. And Chris,
Oh, you know what? I apologize. I need to make a quick correction. Joshua Seal worked with the Maine CDC, but he worked with the interpretation services. So he technically did not work for the Maine CDC, but was doing work with the Maine CDC as part of the interpretation services the Maine CDC contracted with. So,
and as you know,
my apologies.
As you know, as we continue to get this information in, we'll keep it accurate and correct ourselves in small moments like that.
These are tough. I mean, and that's why we are so sensitive about all of these things, right? Talking about things in specifics throughout this process, because it can change in a moment or in an hour. Something that might seem like a long time to the viewers at home. That was an hour ago, but for us, I mean, these 26 hours have gone by what seems like remarkably fast. But I'm sure that for the people at home who are experiencing a shelter-in-place order or dealing with the loss of their loved ones, that this has been nothing but fast but painstaking.
Absolutely. And I know you've talked to so many people. We all have been trying to talk to as many people as possible, including someone at Bates College, which of course has been on lockdown. And the tough part, we've shared this interview already, but the tough part is they're an expert in shootings like this, and they're living it. This really struck me. This is the person we're talking about is Professor Michael Brock. He's the chair of the Department of Sociology at Bates College, and his research focuses on mass public shootings in a variety of ways. And Luke, I apologize. We've been on so long that my earpiece has lost the battery's dead, so I need to go replace it. Do you know? Do we have that? They have the sound. So let's listen to Professor Rock talk about how difficult it is to analyze these situations, how each one is so unique, but unfortunately, so many of them have common threads. Take a listen.
The research on mass shootings, in particular, or mass public shootings, is relatively new in terms of gun laws. The types of laws that seem to be effective in terms of reducing, and I don't necessarily want to say reducing, but they're associated with a lower level of mass public shootings. The types of laws that seem to be effective there are permit laws, and so requiring a permit, which is somewhat similar. Universal background checks, I think, are sort of a common sense approach that we may take. Our research didn't show a direct correlation between that and mass public shooting incidents or casualties. But the magazine capacity is also a major factor, and so reducing the types of magazines that can hold many rounds, it tends to be associated with fewer mass shootings, fewer fatalities, I should say, when there's a mass shooting.
Professor, I saw you tweet at your students saying, Bates students who see this, please reach out and let me know you are safe and let us know what you need. What was going through your head when you sent that out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the students that I have in my classes, and we talk about these issues all the time, and it's often in the abstract, and then something like this happens and they are in a situation where there's not a lot of information. They know that they're in a lockdown. Some of the students have been telling me that they're stuck in a particular building and they're afraid they're going to have to spend the night there. They don't really know exactly what's going on. And so, especially for the students who have taken the classes that I teach on these topics, it can be something that is that affects you a little bit more different than if you hadn't really been aware of these types of issues. But, in general, just making sure that the students have what they need and that they feel safe and supported, I think is really important. And so I've reached out to my classes and I'm the chair of the sociology department. And so I've reached out to sociology students as well, just trying to make sure that they have what they need and that they know that we're thinking about them and that we're there if they need us.
I had seen, obviously, from Mary, the fact that the campus is still on lockdown. Have you heard anything about when that lockdown may lift?
So the lockdown is going to be in place until the situation is resolved. The suspect is apprehended. We just got an email from the campus that says that school classes are canceled for tomorrow. The lockdown is not going to be lifted until there is more information about the suspect and whether the threat has been resolved. So class is canceled tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward as we try to process. Again, we don't know who is involved, and Bates is a community. Bates is a community that's integrated within Lewiston, and Lewiston is a small community, and so it's very. This is going to be something that we're going to take some time to take some time to heal.
And my, hate to say thoughts and prayers, but my thoughts, my feelings, my prayers, my strength, all of us here at News Center sending that to you, your students, your staff, your community. And I just appreciate your time in this. Do you anticipate a heightened level of security around campus over the next few days? Does that typically happen after something like this?
Yeah, so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of things that happen. We have planned the inauguration of our new president happening on Friday, and we have students who are now going to be needing a lot of support. We have classes and assignments and things that we have to figure out. I'm assuming that in order to ensure that students feel safe, there will be more security measures in place. One thing that we actually have in place because of COVID is buildings are locked, and you need a card to access them. There was talk about that being removed as we move forward in the semester, but I would be surprised if now we move away from that as an added security measure.
Professor, I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary, but I want to give you an opportunity. If there's something we've not covered that you think the public needs to know about events like this and the work that you've done to explore and understand them, is there something we haven't covered that you want to make sure the public understand?
Yeah. So I would say that I don't want the public to think that because of this event, Maine is a dangerous state or Lewiston is a dangerous city. These are events that every one of them is horrible. Every one of them is tragic. They have been increasing in recent years. That is not something that is just made up by the media, but they remain incredibly rare. And the people are safe, generally speaking, in places like Maine and in places like schools. That does not discount the fact that there is a risk and that people have been killed and injured. But I want people to feel safe as they walk about their community, but also be safe as well.
Professor Michael Rock, Department Chair of Sociology at Bates College, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you
Be
so
safe.
much. Don't worry about it. Thank you.
You had heard Professor Rock talking about kind of some of the logistics around the lockdown. Keep in mind, obviously, that interview was what we did last night as this situation was unfolding. We do want to give you an update from Bates College. This is from Jeffrey Swift. And this is an update that came in. They've done two updates today, one at 5 o'clock and this latest one at 9 p.m., so within the last hour. We are writing to follow up on our 5:10 p.m. message as indicated. While I am hopeful that a resolution will come sooner rather than later, we remain in a shelter-in-place posture until law enforcement changes their guidance. As soon as the order is lifted, we'll update the campus as quickly as possible through text messages and emails used throughout the past 24 hours. This, I think, is important. We will send a message by 5:30 a.m. tomorrow that will include 3 updates that will be impacted by the status of the shelter-in-place order. These are information about student dining in the Commons on Friday, which is tomorrow, information about campus status being open or closed, and information about community gatherings, either virtual or in person.
Yeah, and we're hearing about schools across the state canceling classes tomorrow. A number of events have been canceled. I know there was a big Halloween party in downtown Portland that has been canceled. Really, the state at a standstill. I think we have some video that shows that the entire state did really shut down today. A bunch of stores, kind of empty streets by most standards in downtown Portland. We had some empty parking lots that we saw in the Lewiston area.
The second largest state in the city.
Correct, and really just an eerie feeling to try and make sense of as we sit in this kind of holding pattern, waiting for police to capture Robert Card. We're experiencing just a weird moment in time for our state, for lack of a better word, and I think it's tough. I think it's tough for people to see us taking this moment, but I also think it's important that we are staying inside, especially in Androscoggin County and those communities as this manhunt continues, that people are staying inside if they can and playing it safe.
That is the key right now. And again, as a reminder, in case you've joined us within the last hour or so, the reason why we have been on the air nonstop since this situation unfolded last night at 7 p.m., so 27 hours ago. The reason that we have been on the air nonstop is because police have called Robert Card armed and dangerous, and there is a public safety risk which police have by no means said is no longer a threat to the public. And so it is our duty as journalists to keep our public informed and safe. And so that is what we are attempting to do with our coverage here by explaining to you not only what has happened, but also remembering the 18 people shot and killed, the 13 people injured.
Yeah, that video from earlier today, aerials over spare time, where that shooting first broke out now well over 24 hours ago. Inside not that location, but actually the second location, the bar and grill, was the manager, Joseph Joey Walker. Jack Molman was outside Central Maine Medical Center last night speaking to City Councilor Leroy Walker, who was the father of Joey. He was looking for him, kind of fearing the worst, and unfortunately the worst came true. He was the manager at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, and Lester Holt spoke to his father earlier today. Take a little bit of a listen to that.
Joey Walker was shot to death at Schmeggy's. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, as you know, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Talking with Leroy Walker, who is an Auburn City Councilor, we know that his son Joey was one of the victims in this shooting.
So if you were with us last night when we were on the air, we have been on there for a while with you now, obviously. We also spoke with him when he didn't know.
Right.
All he knew was that he could not get in touch with his son, which was unusual. He said they usually would have been in touch every day. And he said he knew that if his son had been able to get out safely, he somehow would have communicated with his dad. So he was kind of in this position of, I feel inside I know what happened here. But he was waiting for official word, and then certainly today got the official word, and clearly devastating as it would be. And as we are learning today, is for so many families. And that number still jumps out. You see it on the bottom of your screen there. 18 people killed in Lewiston shooting. Doesn't get easier to read.
No.
Doesn't get easier to see and recognize. That's a big number.
It's a very big number, and we know at least 13 others injured. We know hospital staff still working to help a lot of families here, a lot of those victims. And in Lewiston at Central Maine Medical Center last night, we were seeing crowds of families outside of that major trauma hospital there. And also in Lewiston tonight, we have had our Dawn Kerrigan there all day long. You have been, Dawn, a part of a lot of the press briefings we've had from police this morning and then from members of our delegation.
Yeah, there's been a lot of words spoken. There's still a lot of detail, a lot of information that we don't have, lots of questions we would like to have answered now, and we can't get those answers now, perhaps in some cases because the folks we ask don't have them yet. And that's going to unfold the next couple of days. I wanted first, though, to talk about a little more about what you folks were just talking about, which is the emotional impact of this, not just on Lewiston and Auburn, but really on the whole state of Maine. I was very surprised to learn how that schools and businesses were closed today, far, far away from Lewiston and Auburn, far from where you would reasonably think there might be an actual threat from a gunman at large. And I think some of it is shock, some of it certainly sadness, and in thoughts and prayers of the people here in Lewiston. This tragedy casts a long shadow. As you were talking a few minutes ago, Bath Iron Works worker lost his life last night. That extends to hundreds of people far flung. I was a worker for a beverage distributor this morning in the town where I live, and his company, based in the Portland area, one of their employees at the locations last night who lost his life. So this tragedy reaches out way, way beyond Maine, really touching all of our state. Governor Mills at the briefing this morning, which seems a very long time ago now, talked about that. The governor was very hoarse, her voice, because she had been up talking all night and working on this previously. But she talked about that emotional impact and how it really people here in Lewiston. Let's listen.
I know that the people of Lewiston are enduring immeasurable pain. I wish I could take that pain off your hearts, off your shoulders, but I promise you this, we will all help you carry that grief. I ask Maine people to join me in offering our comfort to the families and friends who have lost someone, and in offering our prayers for swift recovery for those who are healing in Maine's hospitals today. This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together.
We, of course, have watched with great sadness as these mass shootings have happened in other parts of the country, never really expecting that our city, our largest city in Maine, would be added to those list of mass shooting cities. And it's just a terrible shame, a terrible impact, but the search goes on. Shannon Moss from Public Safety says that they are continuing to search in the Lisbon area, says they'll be back at Bowdoin tomorrow to search another house. Meanwhile, the question exists, still, what do people do tomorrow? Do businesses reopen? Do they stay closed? And questions won't be answered till tomorrow.
Don Kerrigan there live for us in Lewiston, and thank you, Don. And his microphone was cutting out a little bit there, but important to reiterate kind of what he just said at the end there.
Yeah, that Shannon Moss from the Department of Public Safety is saying, you know, most importantly, the search continues, and that they'll be focused on Lisbon and Bowdoin tomorrow. Basically, that's the focus at this point. And you've been hearing us say that, but that's why we're still with you, because there is that public safety concern for someone who is considered armed and dangerous.
And we did see a heavy police presence in Bowdoin already today. We know they executed a search warrant at a home in Bowdoin on Meadows Road. And that's actually where we have Alex Haskell joining us live now. And Alex, we had you for a couple of hours earlier where there was a lot of presence. Seems fairly quiet there now.
Things are quiet. Actually, not too long ago, law enforcement came over to us and said basically there is no longer a scene. All law enforcement have left, but that wasn't the case just a few hours ago, where law enforcement just flooded in on this home down the road here behind me. It's obviously dark, you can't see it, but not too far away from us. You know, we were here a little before 6 o'clock. We were just kind of hanging out. Law enforcement had blocked off this road as they were executing a search warrant on a home. Things seemed to be quiet. And then as things got dark, actually a member of law enforcement came up to us, all reporters and photographers. There were dozens of us here just kind of waiting and watching to see what was going to happen here. The law enforcement official came up to us and asked us to turn our lights off that we have on top of the camera, like one that we're using right now, asked us to turn those off because of a dangerous situation. So we, of course, all listened to that law enforcement person and turned our lights off. And what happened next was pretty incredible. We saw large amounts of law enforcement come down the road. There were at least 2 armored vehicles. One I saw was from the New Hampshire State Police. They were here, followed by some other cruisers. And then they just slowly started to surround this home. They went in with these armored vehicles, law enforcement officers on foot, armed. There were canine teams, and there was a helicopter above all in this home. And then we heard someone speak over a bullhorn, a member of law enforcement, call Robert Card out by his name, saying that we know that you're inside this home, come out with your hands up with nothing in them. Law enforcement also saying, we won't hurt you. We won't hurt you. We heard this, they were repeating these lines for quite some time, and then they just stopped. And then it was sort of quiet, not much happening. Slowly, law enforcement would change their positions. They would come out of the driveway, come in. Eventually, we saw a crew leave, and then another crew leave, and that was basically it leading up to the situation that we have right now behind us. Just utter blackness, and that was not the case not too long ago, where we had dozens of reporters here and many law enforcement vehicles. So that is the scene here right now, Brian and Amanda, and the big question is, where is Robert Card, obviously?
Alex Haskell live in Bowdoin tonight, and Alex just walked you through what several hours was like this afternoon. But even for those of us who have been doing this a while, very unusual circumstances that we saw unfold there. We often have interaction with law enforcement. We're on the scene of something that is unfolding, but to have a situation like that, to say, turn your lights off, something big is going on. And then we sat there with Alex in the dark,
right,
watching whatever was going on unfold at that house in Bowdoin. And clearly it seems at this point that he was not in the house.
And to have that, to your point, to have that situation where, it's not often that we hear back in this room, because you and I are both reporters at heart. We have both been out there. It's not often that we back here are genuinely concerned about our reporters out in the field. And just, that's some of the stuff that we're dealing with here back here, as much as you are dealing with as you're watching, is that uncertainty of, this is our friend, this is our colleague out there.
And we're all watching this happen.
And we know it's a dangerous situation. Right. Yeah.
Especially when law enforcement come over and tell you that. So, this whole thing is dangerous. Every aspect of it, our healthcare workers that are in the middle of it, the law enforcement that are in the middle of it. And so all we're trying to do is stay safe and get you the information. It was almost 12 hours ago now. There was a press briefing at Lewiston City Hall, 10:30 this morning. We heard from Governor Janet Mills and law enforcement officials, and we got a real look at what the actual timeline looked like. We all had our own notes of what happened through the night last night. We got a real look from Colonel William Ross of the Maine State Police of what unfolded last night.
18 people are now deceased at this time. The victims at the just-in-time establishment, 7 people are deceased there, 1 female and 6 males, all from an apparent gunshot wound. Victims at the Schmegley's Billiards, 8 are deceased. 7 males inside the establishment, 1 male outside of the establishment. Again, also apparent gunshot wounds. Multiple people were transferred to area hospitals, Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center. 3 people that were transferred to those hospitals are deceased, for a total of 18 people deceased at this time.
Colonel Williams there with the Maine State Police, kind of just recapping the situation. And as you mentioned, that was 12 hours ago that we last heard from them.
Which, Don Karen can comment on. It feels like much longer than that at that point. But, that was a moment we were hinging on coming into today. That would be our first real look at what facts police can share with us and are able to share with us, and that we can pass on to you. So we certainly got a lot of information there and so many more questions. And as we're learning tonight, it will continue tomorrow.
And, our Don Kerrigan kind of talked about how he had just heard from the public safety spokesperson, Shannon Moss, which we personally back here in the newsroom had not heard from her since 7:52 when police were at that scene in Bowdoin. But he heard from her that the search continues tonight in Lisbon. And we want to bring in Sam Rogers, who you were just at the scene in Bowdoin. Thanks for joining us now here. Now that they've cleared that scene in Bowdoin, it sounds like they're continuing the search in Lisbon. And you and Hannah Kumler were there last night.
Yeah, and in Lisbon, a hotbed, I don't know if that's the right word to describe it, but like we were saying on the air up until almost 4 a.m. Early yesterday morning, it was a constant just stream of cruisers driving by. It would kind of be like, one or two just flying right by. So we were posted right by Lisbon High School, in between Lisbon Falls and Lisbon Town Center, and that was kind of the mile stretch that was blocked off. And David Guilford was there today reporting that some of those roads were being reopened in the past number of hours, but it would be really quiet, and then 6 cars drive right by. And we were looking through just Google Maps just to try to see what possible area they could be searching. And we were right by the Androscoggin River. I had no idea how close the river was to the back of Lisbon High School. And we saw a number of tactical trucks set up behind the school, going into the gym. We could see into the gym. And it looked like they were preparing for something. Of course, we can't really speculate as to what they were preparing for, but there was folks stationed all over. And you're looking at video, this is what we had from last night. That was our location. That mobile gas station is really where we saw it was cruisers and multiple police officers kind of on both sides blocking that fork in the road. But again, it seemed like there was probably a 2-hour stretch that every 15 minutes we would see multiple cruisers with the lights on driving by, and then slowly kind of come on back. And as we reported last night, that helicopter that was circulating, we had a lot of folks on social media reach out to us looking at like the flight logs and the capabilities of that technology, searching land and the water. And it's a very wooded area, like a lot of these places in Maine. And I think what I've noticed is being in all 3 of these locations in the past however many hours, it's very an interesting just geographical difference, not in terms of the physical mileage distance, but Lewiston, second biggest city in the state. So Bowdoin, where we were tonight, and I tried to explain it a few hours ago, it was like a massive farm. That's really how big that property truly was. And then Lisbon, a more kind of in-between type community where there's more homes around, but still a lot of woods and that river. And again, just so many different areas for officers to search.
And we've said it all day long today, and you kind of touched on it, what you saw last night, what you saw earlier today in Lewiston, what you saw tonight in Bowdoin. These are all very active scenes.
Yes. Yeah, and that was, I tried to, I don't know if I did the best job trying to explain that from Bowdoin about how maybe the number of law enforcement officers is similar to what we've seen, but I know Zach said it right afterwards about how this is not normal for our state, and you could feel that intensity. Like I said, when we would see cruisers flying by us, going above the speed limit, we thought, oh, this is it, they have something. But of course, with all this information coming in from all these different kinds of sources, and we know our law enforcement agencies are pursuing everything to the fullest of their capabilities. So that was definitely something you could see was different, again, in this non-normal situation. And something else that I brought up, and the two of you know this in the field, a lot of times when you go on a scene, an officer will come up to you and give you a, hey, like heads up, here's kind of what's going on. The officers were really focused on looking out for our safety. Right when Hannah Kumler and I got to Lisbon Falls, they immediately told us, if I were you, I would back up. This is not a safe area. We heard other reports, law enforcement calling it a quote danger zone. Again, that stretch where you're looking right now. So that was where the circulation of the efforts was last night. I know David Guilford again said that those roads were reopened. That doesn't necessarily mean they're not still looking in those roads or in those areas. But again, there was a different feel, of course, with the 18 deaths. Something that these law enforcement agencies train for, never want to have to kind of go out and execute and try to find this suspect. But it definitely was that different intensity. Even in Lewiston today, one one cruiser would come up to the bowling alley where the first location of the shooting last night, and everyone's eyes are glued onto the attention. And if I can just for another second just give another compliment to law enforcement looking out for our safety. We talked to, I believe it was you two, when we had a man come from over the train tracks. We didn't know what was going on. We look into the street, and the officer that was posted across from the bowling alley near us walked over in a ready position, so to speak, and all the reporters from all the news outlets that were next to us looked back, and just a gentleman just walked down. He had something in his hand, like a bag of clothes or a bundle of clothes, and out of nowhere we see other law enforcement officers from different agencies coming out of the woods. So they were checking our backs, and so they were behind us. So if you can think of, if you try to imagine at home, train tracks, a line of about 15 to 20 reporters, street, and then that scene, that bowling alley, there was law enforcement watching our backs from behind, and of course that's a preventative measure, but they were there right away. By the time we were able to look and see what was going on, they were there taking care of the situation, and one of those officers did escort that gentleman down the train tracks, was trying to talk him out of maybe hey, don't be involved in this situation,
don't walk through this
another neighborhood
scene,
yeah, especially just because everyone, whether it's members of the Lewiston community all over the state, ourselves even as folks that were on the ground in the field today, you're always a little uneasy. And so again, when one cruiser drives by, you think, is this it? And then when one person walks by, you think, get a little hesitant.
Well, I do think that's part of the unnerving part that continues now for going into a second night of what could happen next, because this person who was accused of doing something awful in our community is still out there and is considered armed and dangerous. So certainly, I think there is, for all of us, especially those communities that are specifically under shelter in place for another night, unnerving of not knowing what could be next.
Yeah, and again, going back to just how quiet Lewiston was today, again, weather-wise, the three of us talked about it. Couldn't be more of a perfect fall day to go to Kennedy Park and play basketball. And like I said, this was around 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3 people playing basketball, and that was really it. A lot of people, and again, as you've seen on big scenes, there's a lot of people that will typically come to watch and try to observe and see what's going on. Not a whole lot of that. We did speak with a mother from the area who lives kind of next the street over from where we were. So she did come down to check, has a lot of friends that worked in that plaza where the bowling alley was, so just wanted to kind of see what was going on. But there wasn't a whole lot of folks mingling around Lewiston today, which I think was a really big indicator of how serious that shelter-in-place order was taken. And another thing we did report on, a lot of local shelters for unhoused neighbors really stepping up when a lot of businesses closed today. The Dunkin' Donuts, the Cumberland Farms in the city were all closed, but those shelters wanted to be open to provide a safe place, because they said it was frankly terrifying for some of those Mainers last night, being told to stay inside, and they didn't have that opportunity.
They didn't have a home. Right.
And it speaks quite a bit to, you mentioned the police having your backs and the police saying, I wouldn't go there if I were you, it's dangerous. All of these scenes have been dangerous. We know the shelter in place is happening for a reason, because there is this man out there, Robert Card, that police are looking for, and they believe that he is armed and dangerous, and they have not caught him yet. And so he really could be anywhere at this point. He could be anywhere around you. But I think recognizing the fact that the media isn't there to be in the way. At least we personally are not trying to be in the way, but we're trying to get the word out. And I think they've appreciated that people have paid attention to this shelter in place.
Yes, absolutely. And that was a comment we did receive is we want to let, regardless of the situation, especially in a case like this, we do not want to be in the way at all. We are just trying to, again, pass those public messages of shelter in place in these communities. Here's where police are telling you to try to avoid, this road is closed and whatnot. And I think they've kind of understood that. Just again in Lewiston, in Bowdoin, and in Lisbon Falls, in the Lisbon area, they know that people care. I mean, how many hours have we been on straight? Was 20 27 hours straight. So clearly, Mainers want to know what is going on. I think from what we've kind of gathered is those folks that are there with us, they know that they're protecting us while also trying to protect everybody else in those communities.
Sam Rogers, always good to get your perspective on this. I know you've been in the thick of it these past few days, so thank you.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
We'll be here through the night too, as long as we need to be. Luke, our producer, do you think that it's worth revisiting that timeline of events that happened that Zach Blanchard had put together for us? Is that sure?
Right, so we'll just need a second to get that. And to Sam's point of that's why we're here, is because of the public safety part. We in this room with this group of journalists that we're fortunate to work with, we take that part of our job very seriously, and that is our responsibility to serve the public with information, and be it as limited as it is sometimes. We want to be able to provide you with what we do know and what we don't know, and right now is that there is still that threat out there.
Yes, and to that point, we have had many viewers reaching out to us, many friends, many family, saying, hey, this was on Facebook, why aren't you reporting this? Or, hey, we know this information, why aren't you reporting this? And we are doing our very best back here to confirm everything that we can. We're not going on air with just things that we're reading on social media. We do have a standard that we want to set for all of you at home, because we don't want to have to backtrack. This is a very serious event, and we want you to be as informed as possible on what's going on.
So to that point, we do have Zach Blanchard compiled some of the data we received today about the timeline of what things looked like last night, and he walks us through some of that.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later, at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
Zach Blanchard there piecing together the information we got today from a timeline. It was pretty much exactly 12 hours ago that press briefing was held at Lewiston City Hall, where we heard from the governor, where she said it was a dark day in Maine. And that's the latest in terms of how the events unfolded. over really a very short amount of time. A lot happened, and that was something that we've commented on, that it seems like a surprising number, that it was just a 45-minute window from the first to the last of the patients transported from the scene to Central Maine Medical Center. So much happened very quickly. Sam Rogers was with us just a few minutes ago talking about that the search continues, and he was at multiple locations today where the search is being concentrated. Part of the story with this is that he also mentioned was so many communities were quiet today.
Yes.
There was nobody on the road. Businesses were closed, streets were closed, schools were closed. And that paints part of the picture of what we are all going through right now. And I think it helps give a little solace and peace to the fact that we are all going through this. We are all experiencing this together to a degree. So Ann Baldridge today hit the road for us to look at what that looks like in a few communities on just a devastating day like this.
I'm here at the LL Bean store in Freeport, where they are closed today, and the sign on the door behind me says that they're closed due to the tragedy that occurred last night in Lewiston, and also just to be cautious. They are just one of the many closures across the state today. More than 200 institutions, including several schools in Maine, were closed Thursday after at least 18 people were reportedly killed in mass shootings on Wednesday night. Central Maine Community College, Bates College, and the University of Southern Maine Lewiston were all closed as well. Many local establishments are also closed Thursday due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of the abundance of caution. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more. In Freeport, Ann Baldridge, News Center, Maine.
And you mentioned, Brian, a lot of those communities closed today, but many of them still planning on being closed tomorrow.
Right.
We still have this shelter in place for Androscoggin County as a whole, also Bowdoin, Lisbon, Lewiston, very much still under this shelter in place, while there are still active scenes in those places.
Yeah, because a lot of the decision to close or not open or close for a little bit was based on kind of the anticipation that the shelter in place would be lifted,
right.
Or pending that being lifted, and as of tonight, it's not. It still exists.
And I don't think many people expected this to still be ongoing now, this many hours later. Again, that search continues for Robert Card, 40 years old, from Bowdoin. He is the man police believed opened fire at Spare Time Recreation and at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, the pool hall there in Lewiston. And we have 350 plus law enforcement officials that are involved in this. We know the FBI is involved in this search. In fact, we were talking with Zach Blanchard a little bit earlier, who had heard that specifically members from that team that went in to find the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston Marathon bombings were here in Maine helping with this search.
Which we know was we never want to compare, but it was a similar situation in the sense that it was, they're over here, we're getting a report they're there, we have to check this neighborhood, which is to a degree what is happening, I think, on a larger geographic scale in Maine right now.
A much more wooded area, more water here. Definitely a lot of complications here. And want to talk about the fact that the White House obviously has been briefed on all of this. We heard from them even last night that they were monitoring this situation, and President Joe Biden has ordered flags at half-staff nationwide. We know here in Maine, statewide, flags will be lowered for the next 5 days. We also heard from Vice President Kamala Harris a little earlier today.
Last night, Lewiston became yet another community torn apart by senseless gun violence. Once again, routine gatherings, this time at a bowling alley and a restaurant, have been turned into scenes of horrific carnage. Doug and I mourn for those who were killed. We pray for those who were injured and grieve with so many whose lives are forever changed and impacted by what happened. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to provide full support to local authorities. And as we gather details, we must continue to speak truth about the moment we are in. In our country today, the leading cause of death of American children is gun violence. Gun violence has terrorized and traumatized so many of our communities in this country. And let us be clear, it does not have to be this way.
Vice President Kamala Harris there speaking about the shooting right here in Lewiston. Governor Janet Mills was also commenting that last night President Joe Biden stepped out of his state dinner with the head of Australia, who is visiting, to call her and address what's going on there as well. About 4.5 hours ago, there was another briefing in Lewiston City Hall where we saw a number of our members of our delegation there, including Congressman Jared Golden. In Lewiston, grew up in the area, very familiar with this area as well. First time we specifically saw him speak, he had issued a statement obviously last night, but got back into town for this event. And had some comments about what unfolded that jumped off the page, I think, for a lot of folks.
Right.
So we want to take a listen to those.
Because of a false confidence that our community was above this, and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress.
And Congressman asking for forgiveness for not doing enough is what we heard from him. And then, of course, Senator Susan Collins was also at that podium. And after Congressman Golden had said what he said, a lot of reporters, we have a lot of reporters from national networks, a lot of reporters kind of peppered Senator Collins with some follow-up questions there of why aren't you voting for some of this legislation?
The press event took a very political turn very quickly, as opposed to specifically addressing kind of the immediacy of what's going on right now, which I think perhaps the local media was looking for. And I think the national and international media was definitely pushing on the gun legislation questions. Senator Collins found herself talking a lot about the high-capacity magazines, the red and yellow flag laws, the bump stocks, but a lot of pressure on what comes next in Washington for this. But Congressman Jared Golden obviously saying right there he will work with anybody.
Which I think in all of these situations, again, it's hard to lump us in with sort of this group of mass shootings, but I think every time we have one of these, people often go back to the politicians and say, what now? Right,
what's next?
Right.
Because we do. We naturally turn to them for guidance in any topic of whenever we have a crisis. If it's a massive storm that caused a electrical grid crisis, we turn to them and say, what are we going to do? So I think that's the normal reaction. But just a response from Congressman Golden that jumped out to a lot of us.
Certainly, an interesting comment from him, and good to see him too after all this time to be back in Lewiston. We want to switch gears a little bit and move back to Central Maine Medical Center, where we know 14 critically injured people were brought last night. That's what we were hearing from medical staff there. And we have a reporter, Brooke Griffin, who has a little bit more from CMMC for us.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved. Our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We had brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
We appreciate our colleagues helping us out with this tonight, coming from all over the nation to help us cover this massive manhunt.
We've talked about how that's what's happened with law enforcement, and we heard that's what happened with our medical professionals, that people just showed up to help, and a little, kind of behind the curtain of our world, that's what happens in our world. When there is a massive crisis in a community, we team up and help each other out and send crews, because there's a lot to cover and a lot of time that's needed to make it all happen.
Want to go back to an interview. Our digital producer, Griffin Stockford, actually had a conversation with a man named Chad Hopkins, who works at Apple Valley Golf Course. I believe he's the owner of Apple Valley Golf Course, and he was at Spare Time Recreation last night when this all happened, and he spoke a little bit about how difficult it can be to kind of keep reliving this as this manhunt continues. Let's hear a little bit of that.
I've tried to not watch the news over the last handful of hours, because I think if I wasn't involved, I would be much more interested in watching the news about this. But where we kind of lived it and felt like we escaped it, every second of the news that I watch right now, and I'm hanging on to every single word they say. So God forbid they call just-in-time bowling alley spare time. If they mention a name and they say it incorrectly, or if their numbers are off or whatever from what I witnessed really happened, then I get a little defensive. Not to mention the trigger. Every second of it is just triggering me. It's like that PTSD situation here. And all I'm trying to do is reach out to as many as possible in my very large, growing family, Apple Valley family, bowling alley family community, that are all reaching out and giving their condolences. And, they all have a million questions. And I'm trying to give each person, enough information so that they're at least, maybe it'll help them bring their blood pressure down a little bit and breathe a little bit easier or whatever. And it's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
And we certainly appreciate that perspective there. Obviously, none of us can imagine what any of them went through in those scenes. And on that note, we spoke with at least 3 different behavioral health specialists throughout last night and today on air here, and many of them saying, please do step away from the news. You don't have to stick with us. We certainly understand you need a break. A lot of people need a break, and a lot of this is, putting the oxygen mask on yourself before you can help others. You've got to keep yourself in check. You have to be able to step back and reevaluate what's going on. And we do have a number that we have had all day long, all night long here. You can text or you can call 988. That is the Suicide and Crisis Helpline. And that's not just for people who are in immediate crisis right now. That's for anyone who wants to talk to a behavioral health specialist or just wants to talk about what's going on, maybe just unload a little bit.
Well, and that, to that point, this is unprecedented for Maine. This is new for all of us. unless you had the unfortunate opportunity to live somewhere else through a mass shooting and then move to Maine, we haven't gone through this. So these mental health experts we've been talking with for the last 24 hours have been saying just that, of talk through this, process it. There are resources available for you, and again, that number on your screen is the other option. You can text support to 207-828-6622, and those resources will be sent right to your phone. But we have resources in our state who are trained to help in situations like this, and you know what, you're not alone if you call, because they say they've been busy. They have had a lot of calls coming in the last day.
And they expect to continue to have those calls as we learn more information, as we continue to watch as this manhunt for Robert Card continues. And again, just taking care of yourselves, taking care of your loved ones, check in with your neighbors. One of the pieces of advice we got from Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, National Alliance on Mental Illness there, he mentioned bake cookies. Maybe your teenager wants to help. Bake cookies.
That's
bring
a way
them
you can help.
To your first responders, or bring them to your neighbors who maybe aren't able to get to the grocery store right now.
Yes, and I think having each other's back goes a long way, and that's the other message we're hearing from a lot of folks, including the mayor of Lewiston just this morning, saying look out for each other, and that's how we're going to get through this. A lot of people are looking out for us right now. Just take a look at your screen for a moment. A lot of organizations and groups, athletic teams, things you are very familiar with on your screen right now, just sharing a little love for us in Maine right now, and specifically in Lewiston. And this is just a small taste of what's out there. We know that you've been scrolling on your phone all day too, and likely seeing these as well, but you see a lot of those little hearts right where Lewiston is on the map, and that speaks volumes.
Seen a lot of that hashtag Lewiston Strong. I know a lot of friends and family members have been sharing that, kind of to keep the conversation going on social media if people want to search that hashtag. And the Boston Bruins, major team. They talked about, in response to these events here in Lewiston, the Boston Bruins Foundation has even created a fund to benefit families of those affected, and they are pledging $100,000 into that fund, and they're hoping more and more people donate to that fund. And I know they were auctioning off player-signed sticks, so certainly a lot of different aspects moving into this, and a lot of, as you said, a lot of different organizations really paying attention.
Well, and to your comment a moment ago, what Greg from NAMI was telling us about maybe bake cookies to help out, doing whatever it is that you can to help is great. So if it's organizations pledging $100,000, that's wonderful. If it's you baking cookies with your kids and bringing it to the police station, that's great. And that can go such a long way in helping through this. Certainly
a situation no one in Lewiston expected to be in. No one wanted to be in. It's not a statistic we wanted to become a part of. But as you mentioned, we've heard from both the mayors of Lewiston and the mayor of Auburn, and both on the same team right now about how to move forward and how this has to happen together.
Right. We've talked about that we grew up here. We grew up around Lewiston. We're very familiar with it. And we've done the stories on the hopeful sign. But that's all I've had in my mind is when you drive over the bridge from Auburn into Lewiston, there is the hopeful sign on the mill on the right. And it's just so prominent in my mind right now, that image of like, okay, we have to look for the hope. We have to look through kind of just the shock and the pain of this. And again, we've been talking about resources that are available. The NAMI Maine hotline is on your screen right now. It's an 800 number, 464-5767. So again, just a number of resources available for you. And of course, those are all on the News of Maine website and our app for you to access anytime as well.
I want to make sure that we are not losing sight of the fact that 18 people killed, 13 injured, and we do at this point have confirmed some of who these victims were, and major members of their communities. So if we have that full screen, we can kind of go through that list again, starting with Tricia Aslin. She last night was bowling at Spare Time. We just heard from her friend there about kind of the incident that followed all of this. And Chad Hopkins, who we just heard from, mentioned she was a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend. He knew her from golfing and bowling, and just, you can tell a lot from that smile.
Mm-hmm.
And then Peyton Brewer Ross. We know Don Kerrigan mentioned him earlier tonight, worked at Bath Iron Works. Maine AFL-CIO actually put out a statement earlier. Our thoughts and prayers go out to family, friends, and co-workers of Machinists Local S6 member Peyton Brewer Ross. He was a new father, they say, loved by his community, something we are hearing a lot of. Ron Morin, another person that we know was killed last night. He was a softball umpire in the community. We're told he touched a lot of lives. A lot of people were drawn to him. We heard from a coworker and friend who said whenever we would reconnect, Ron always had a smile on his face and a huge hug to offer. Such a great person.
Hearing a lot of that. Great person,
right.
Great human, and obviously these were people who were out with friends and people they loved. Enjoying camaraderie. Arthur Strout, also one of the victims that we've learned about, his wife Christy confirming that he died last night in these shootings. Bob Violette was a bowling league organizer. We know obviously there was a league going on there at Spare Time Recreation last night. It was a bowling alley. It was a Wednesday night. It was very busy. Bob leaves behind 5 children, we've learned. His cousin saying Arthur was a strong-willed person. He loved his kids. He loved his family, and made sure he always put us, his family, first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, was the big message. Joshua Seal, upper right corner of your screen right there. His wife Elizabeth posting a message on Facebook today about him, using words like, it still feels surreal. Which, quite frankly, Elizabeth, you have a whole community behind you in that feeling, and we can't imagine what you're going through. For those who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups, is part of what she wrote. Not only was he an amazing father, he was a wonderful husband, my best friend, my soulmate. He was a wonderful boss, an incredible interpreter, a great friend, a loving son, brother, uncle, and grandson. These are our neighbors who lost their lives last night.
Yeah, Joseph Walker, we know, we spoke with his father, Leroy Walker. He's an Auburn City Councilor. Jack spoke with his father last night, and he was outside of the hospital waiting to hear what had happened to his son. He found out his son was not at the hospital, and so he just had that feeling that he was among those lost. And,
Joseph
and
was a manager at the second location at Semenges. And his father Leroy was saying he was telling Lester Holt today, he loved that bar, he loved the people who went there, and he would die for it. And he said, and that's what happened. So we have part of that conversation with Leroy.
Walker was shot to death at Semenges. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, as you know, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Just really, really difficult sound to listen to.
Well, you see the grief right on his face.
Right, right. And we've seen it a lot on a lot of people's faces at the reunification place last night, the reunification center at Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting great news, a lot of families getting horrific news. And also on that list of victims, we know Brian McFarland was among those killed. We have not been able to add him to the full screen just yet, but we know he was among those killed, and certainly his family mourning his loss as well.
If that feels overwhelming, which it does for us to talk about these neighbors who have lost their lives, there are 10 more to be identified. And we don't have a timeline for when that will happen, but we will be doing the same thing we are as we learn about who they are and the life they lived, and we will always do our best to honor what they leave behind. in a tragedy like this.
And we know Robert Card facing charges right now, 8 counts of murder, because there are just 8 victims who have been identified. They're still working to identify the other 10, and hopefully they have made some progress on that throughout the day. We just haven't heard an update from officials on that.
I would imagine they are waiting until they can do another grouping of identifications and confirmation there. And police were saying they expect more charges for Robert Card as the identifications are positively made. So right now that is at 8 counts of murder.
We certainly thank you for continuing to join us for this continuing coverage of this massive manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card. Might be worth bringing up his photo again for anyone who hasn't seen it in a while. Just, 350 plus law enforcement agencies looking for this man that they consider armed and dangerous. The search continues on land. It continues in water. We heard from the U.S. Coast Guard earlier today that Robert Card owns a 15-foot boat, and that is unaccounted for. So they're kind of exploring all avenues at this point. We saw them earlier at a home in Bowdoin, owned by, they believe, either Robert Card or someone in his family.
And as Don Kerrigan was telling us live, the manhunt is expected to continue tonight and into tomorrow. So that is what we will keep bringing you the latest on. That's why we're here, is to give you the information as we get it.
Our Chris Costa and Zach Blanchard are about to rejoin the desk here, but before we get back to them, Chris Costa has certainly been busy all day today as well, talking with people, and we want to bring you one of those interviews now.
Concerned about my...
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just... Yeah. Are you, so do you want to tell me, were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
That was Michael Roque there speaking to Chris Costa. That was actually last night, so some of that information is dated, but the message remains the same all this time later. That manhunt continues tonight for Robert Card. He's 40 years old of Bowdoin. Earlier this evening, there was a very active scene in Bowdoin with police from all over New England, more than 350 officers in the state right now. They surrounded a home in Bowdoin.
Yeah, and it was, I don't want to say false hope, but I know everybody was excited, right? It was, you were glued to the television hoping that the home that the police had such a strong presence at, and so many, journalists were at, hoping this was going to be the house that he was going to be in, and that they would be able to find him, and there'd be an end to this. This is still now, so many hours later, open-ended, still so many people on edge because he's still out there, because we don't know where he is, because we still have that such an important unanswered question, still doesn't have an answer to it. So obviously the hope was that he was going to be in that house. Alex Haskell has been there all night long, and we're hoping for something with a resolution to it, and we don't have it at least yet. So Alex, how did things go there?
Hi, Lee. So it was about 2 hours ago when law enforcement came over from the house over to where we are and basically told us that the scene was over. There was nothing left. But leading up to that, we know that it was anything but that. It was a very active scene here. And I just want to kind of explain, the situation that we saw and the moments that, led up to the eventual scene being cleared. So we are along Meadow Road right now in Bowdoin, and it's rural Maine. There are fields on either side of this road, and it's a narrow road, and there are dozens of other reporters and photographers here, and so they were parked on both sides of this road, making this road so much smaller, and we are all gathered here in a driveway of a neighbor. So we were all here kind of observing this road being blocked off because we were originally here as a search warrant was being executed at a home somewhat related to Robert Card. And then as the night went on, law enforcement came over to us, members of the media, and told us to actually turn our lights off, lights that we're using right now, because it is a dangerous situation. So we all turned our lights off, and we're watching this house, which is behind me across the street here. It's hard to see just because it's dark now, but it's down the road a little ways, but we would be able to see it right where we are if it was light out. So we saw armored vehicles, 2 of them. One was at least from the New Hampshire State Police, drive up to this home, and they approached this home by foot. There were dozens of armored law enforcement officers. They had a canine team. There was a helicopter circling this home. They were shining spotlights on this home in the windows. And then eventually we heard police speaking from a bullhorn. I'm going to read you some of the things that they said. They said, "Robert Card, we know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up with nothing in them. We won't hurt you." And they were instructing Robert Card, who they thought was in this home, to come out, stand in the driveway. But from what we could see, Robert Card never came out. There is a little bit of a hill blocking part of this home, so it was hard for us to really see everything that was happening. As I mentioned, canine team, armed officers, helicopter. There was a lot happening here in this one spot. And eventually, law enforcement came back up this road, cleared out, and it was, from what we know, unsuccessful. But it was a really intense moment here where we thought this manhunt might be over. There was a lot of hope here, but we realized that this is just something that is continuing here as the search continues. But the scene here is quiet. It's dark, as you can see behind me. And that is it right now. Lee and Zach, I'll toss things back to you.
Yeah, Alex, you've been on the scene. We should note that video we were showing is from earlier. As you can see behind Alex, it is cleared out, but you can hear in the background there just the sheer number of reporters. And Alex, I want you to stay with us. I know you were speaking to some residents in the area earlier, some neighbors. You walked us through the situation that happened at the home there, but this is an area where, of course, it's a small town in Maine that the Card family is known, and you spoke to some neighbors there that spoke about the family, right?
Exactly. So this road a little while ago was obviously blocked off because of what was happening at the home. So folks who live past this roadblock, they couldn't get to their homes. So they were kind of parked behind us here along the road waiting to get by. And I chatted with an older gentleman who was with his dog. They normally go out on drives in the evenings. And he was just hanging out waiting to be allowed through to go back home. And he was telling me that he knows the Card family and that he's just shocked by this because they are extremely nice people. He could never have imagined, as so many of us not even knowing this family, this could ever happen. So he was in shock, and nothing like this ever happens here. So he was just really trying to process that as he was sitting here. And he wasn't the only one. He was the only one that we chatted with, but we saw other folks just kind of sitting and waiting to be allowed through for law enforcement to clear out.
Understandably so, and we do want to note that we did hear from Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Shannon Moss that the search has gone back to focusing on that Lisbon area where Card's car was found at a boat ramp there, but really no other information at this point. They went to that house. They identified him on the loudspeaker. They said, "Come out. We know you're in there." Those kinds of lines. But Shannon Moss said that that's standard procedure, regardless of whether or not they know he's actually in there. And they admitted that they knew he might not be in there.
And that's, and that is protocol, and that is, there's such a thirst for information, right? We all want to know, where is he, when are they going to find him? And so I've covered standoffs before, assuming you have as well. I've seen that times where they'll announce you're there for 4 hours. They're like, we know you're in there. Then they go in and the person's not there. So, but while they're searching, and then they're certainly following their beliefs that someone is there, that's how it all works. And we got our hopes up, if you will, that there'd be an end to this, and there wasn't. So we will see where we go to
and that
next.
protocol is important because they train for something like this. Mental health is a big factor in this case. NBC News has been reporting, we've been reporting that Katie Card, the sister-in-law of Robert Card, said that he was experiencing some kind of acute mental illness episode just before the shooting, that they were trying to address it, trying to get help, and obviously that wasn't the case. So he's armed, he's dangerous. They're not just going to go into that home right away. They have to follow that protocol.
You heard all those voices behind Alex Haskell just now out in Bowdoin as we hit the top of the 11 o'clock hour. So the 11 o'clock news happening for stations all across the country, at least on the East Coast time zone, and that includes national media. There's media here from everywhere. This story. Our state has the eyes of the nation, which is still weird to say out loud, but it's true, and there's a lot of interest here.
That there is. News Center Maine's Jack Mohamed is standing by. He has been at the original scene there in Lewiston for throughout the day. And Jack, you've seen the national media, and you even spoke to NBC's Lester Holt, who anchored nightly news from Lewiston earlier this evening.
That's right, Leah and Zach. Well, unfortunately, as we've been talking about, Maine has taken the national spotlight for the wrong reasons. A gunman taking the lives of 18 people here in Lewiston in 2 locations, one in a bowling alley and one at Schmenge's bar right behind me here, where we've been standing with for the better part of the day. And as you said, national media has flooded through here, and as our News Center Maine crews have been here at different locations, we've seen various media outlets here from pretty much all over the world. But if you got a chance to catch the NBC Nightly News this evening, you saw that Lester Holt and I interviewed a very common source. It was that Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, about how he's coming to terms with losing his son. I talked with NBC's Lester Holt about that experience and also the responsibility that we have as journalists when it comes to reporting on mass shootings like this in our country.
You're keeping a sharp eye on
in the midst of heartbreak, anger, confusion. 18 dead, 13 injured. A gunman still on the loose. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt says coming to the scene where Maine's most devastating shooting was a decision that needed to be made.
There were a lot of compelling things about this story that made it an instant national story.
Joining us for a sit-down conversation, Lester Holt tells us the rise in mass shootings in America is a feeling that is always shocking.
They're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Some of the worst things of humanity that we encounter here, it makes you sick to your stomach. What do you tell yourself as a journalist when approaching these situations?
That it's all about people. Imperative that we bring compassion to our reporting, that we provide a listening ear.
And that compassion comes into play for us journalists when speaking with Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way.
Our news crews first spoke to Leroy at the midnight hour the day of the tragedy. And at that time, he had not heard from his son since the time of the shooting. His son, a manager at Shemengi's Bar in Lewiston, the location where 8 people were shot and killed.
When I wake up to the true facts, that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here.
Joey Walker, his son, killed in the shooting.
No, he's devastated. He's 14 hours he was trying to find out if his son was dead or alive. These are important stories to tell because you look at them and you think that could be us, that could be me.
Lester Holt says after decades of covering tragedies,
it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience.
You can only focus on silver linings in one devastating black hole in Maine's history. And oftentimes, since we've been reporting this for the better part of at least 30 or more hours now at this point, Lee and Zach, something that we've been telling ourselves in the newsroom, at least I've been trying to preach this a little bit, is that at the root of our job here in journalism at such horrible and tragic times in our community like this, we have to remember that our job is public service. And part of that public service is being able to constantly tell our audience something that makes them smarter, something that makes them feel safer. You watching at home should feel safer watching us, knowing that we're bringing you that information. Part of the reason why we've been going on air so much is because we do have a gunman still on the loose, that suspected gunman that police are looking for, Robert Card, still at large, still trying to track him down, and that's why we've been going through with these updates constantly as we stand here.
Yeah, Jack, it broke my heart when you spoke with that gentleman last night, and then to follow up today and hear how that story ended. I mean, that's as real as it gets, right? I mean, this is poor man is heartbroken.
Yeah, and we continue to hear those stories over and over again of all the families who, right when this happened, went to Central Maine Medical Center. You saw them outside the doors there, eventually going to Auburn to the reunification center. Some people walking away with good news that their loved ones survived. Others hearing the news they feared the most. And our thoughts are certainly with them. I believe we have Matthew Torres, who is helping us from our sister station. He's live outside of Spare Time now. Matthew, I believe you also have some new names to tell us, some new victims that we are learning about tonight.
Yeah, we are able to confirm through one family member that 2 victims here at the bowling alley who died here last night were Bill Young, 43 years old, and his son, Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old. Now this, we were able to confirm through Bill's brother, a Maryland man who flew in this morning to be with family. At first, they couldn't get a hold of the family whatsoever, and they were able to finally get that information confirmed when he tells me that state troopers went to their home and finally delivered that tragic news. He was telling me that his nephew Aaron was a member of that youth bowling league here. And eventually, gunshots, of course, erupted. And even though he doesn't know the full details of what happened inside that bowling alley, he is confident, knowing who his brother was, Bill, that he probably did everything he could to protect his son, who again just turned 14 years old. Again, we are confirming this information, and I know we have been careful throughout the evening as far as the names that we are able to put out there. But not only was Rob Young did confirm this information to us, but the widow of Bill, as well as Bill's father, aware that he did that interview with us. And he was able to share photos of both Bill and Aaron. Hopefully we can get that up to you guys fairly soon. But again, 2 more victims that we know of here at the bowling alley last night. We're currently the scene, as you can tell, is still blocked off. Police have been here throughout really more than 24 hours now. And if anything, though, it's really been a distressing scene for a lot of the residents here. Their number one question here is, when is the suspect going to get caught? They want to feel that relief, finally breathe a sigh of relief, whatever that looks like, because they know moving forward, their lives, the community, it's never going to be the same. They just want to feel safe being back at home. And the fact that it's been so quiet here made one neighbor I spoke to quite emotional. How would you describe what the neighborhood is like now?
I've never seen this place this way. It's quiet. I knew people who were there, but they are safe now. And the police try to support as much as they can. We hope everybody else is safe and they can find him.
Safe. I think that's what people are wanting to feel tonight. Interestingly, the neighbors who live on the street next to us, they say they didn't hear any gunshots whatsoever. They did see people scrambling, running away from the scene. In fact, one other neighbor took us to his backyard. We were able to see a different angle of this bowling alley, and it was somewhat of a quiet scene too. Again, the investigation continues and likely all taking place inside that bowling alley. But again, tonight we were able to confirm 2 more names, Bill Young and his son Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old, according to his family, among the victims who died here at the bowling alley. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Matthew Torres from our sister station, thank you so much, and we appreciate you helping us out here. And Zach, as you mentioned, we have kind of reached out to our family in the Tegna company to get some extra bodies on hand. This is obviously consuming our newsroom and our state, and we want to be able to provide this constant 24-hour, no commercial coverage for you guys, and we need more people to do that. And so we appreciate Matthew being here. You know, this is Zach. Quite literally, you know, the whole thing is a nightmare. But as soon as, you know, we heard that there was a youth bowling league there, been waiting to hear, you know, praying, please no kids. And so for Matthew to tell us that, you know, there's, I believe, our first child that we've learned about, Aaron Young, 14 years old, who went bowling with his dad, right? Bill Young, who's 43.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
this is Aaron right here. I know this is a little bit haphazard, but we want to make sure we share his photo with you as quickly as possible. A 14-year-old who was at that bowling alley with his dad, a night after work for his dad of hanging out with the kids, just enjoying time together, and this horrific tragedy. So.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do I take my own kids bowling, you know, on a random Wednesday just to spend some time together? And this is just, you know, that one hits. They all hit close to home. They're all awful, and yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of this impact on families, on kids, on parents that are continuing to watch this coverage unfold, a number of schools continue to announce that they are not having classes, of course, in the Lewiston, Auburn area. But we are also just getting word tonight from Portland Public Schools that they are working to continue to monitor the Lewiston events. I'm just reading this from Twitter right now. If police give all clear by Friday morning, we will reopen. But if needed, they are prepared rather to close school again on Friday. So they will update by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and South Portland sent a similar message out earlier tonight. All those schools did not have school today, and then tomorrow we'll see what happens. Full disclosure, my kids aren't going to school tomorrow, whether they're school or not. So, you know, until Robert Card is found, they're uneasy. This is stuff they wanted to talk about it when we got home today. And, you know, we talked to Greg Marley from NAMI intensively over the last 24 hours. I feel like he lived here for us and was such a huge resource, and spent a lot of time about how to talk to your kids. They're not going to be able to avoid this. We're not able to avoid this, so they know what's going on. And so we talked about it, and you know, they want to be home right now. You know, with us, and where they feel safe, and we can just talk about other things and not constantly talk about this. And that's not something that I was certainly going to argue with. So my kids are staying home whether there's school or not. So.
And in the meantime, please take care of yourselves. There is help out there. There are resources. We have a page up on our website. We're trying to compile those resources for you, even if it's like, how do I talk to my kids about this kind of thing? The state has put together resources. We've reached out to Sweetser. We had them here throughout the day, as well as NAMI Maine, really helping us make sense of this for you when it comes to just your mental well-being and your children. As you can see right here, text support. For that article, you can just text the word support to 207-828-6622.
And it's important to do, in general, it's important to do. It's extra important to do here because this isn't something that we can say, oh, well, the last time this happened, here's how we dealt with it, right? This has never happened in our state at this magnitude. We don't know how to deal with something like this. We do need to realize and self-realize that we need a little help to do this. And the schools are amazing across the board, offering support. If and when they open back up again, the people are there for them. They're equipped for this. They've trained for things like this, hoping to never have to put it into play. So use those resources. Text that number if you don't know where to go, because there is help out there and everybody needs it, regardless of what you think you can handle. Do it, and it'll be better for you, which makes you then better for the people that you care about.
Absolutely. And speaking of just everyone who's kind of weighing in on their own experiences here, people who are offering support to others, many lawmakers I talked to today say they are hearing from other people in other parts of the country who have unfortunately lived through this before, their colleagues kind of saying, hey, this is how I handled it where I'm from. Obviously something we don't want to have to acknowledge is real, but someone else who has a very close connection to this is Chancellor Daniel Malloy of the Humane System. He, of course, was governor of Connecticut during the Newtown shootings. Chloe Thibault spoke to him earlier today. Take a listen.
Real damage would be we become hardened to these kinds of occasions, that we get used to it, that we accept it, that we don't react or mourn when this happens in someone else's state. We need to maintain our humanity and our care for one another. And what would be frightful for me is if that hardening of our societal outlook was to take place, what additional damage we would do to our society.
Yeah, so obviously he has a firsthand experience with that in what at the time was a truly horrific event, and one of those that we thought would wake the country up, and it just has continued to happen since, and it happened here in Maine.
Yep, and leaders, everywhere with weighing in on this and showing up in person. Senator Angus King jumped on the first plane yesterday to get here. Senator Collins obviously was here. We heard from her earlier tonight. We heard from Jared Golden. We heard from the Governor Mills obviously this morning at the press conference, and Congresswoman Shelley Pingree also weighing in, and we want to hear what she had to say.
I mean, I think most of us just can't keep it in our minds that this could happen here, because we think of ourselves as a state where people are rarely killed, and certainly we've never had an incident like this before. I started hearing from all of my colleagues last night who were watching the national news, and so many of them were saying, hey, this is what happened when we had a shooter in my district. This is how we dealt with this or that. And it's one of those moments where you're saying, like, gosh, this really does happen everywhere, and no state is immune. And now we have to deal with the consequences of that.
So I actually talked to Congresswoman Pingree at her Portland office earlier today, and she was telling me, like has been the case, all of Maine's congressional delegation has been in touch with the Biden administration about what is unfolding here in Maine. And Congresswoman Pingree even shared that she was in touch with U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who told her that FBI resources have been brought into the state, including the same team that was used to capture the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing. So all resources being brought to bear in Maine as this manhunt continues for Robert Card.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday, and I feel like we've talked about so many things. Obviously, President Biden personally called Senator King to pledge his support and extend his condolences, and Senator Collins said she heard from the president a couple of times as well. There's no shortage of resources right now looking for Robert Card. What we have is a shortage of answers because we still don't know where he is. It is the question everybody wants answered. It is the number one thing that my phone keeps getting texted. Have you heard anything? Do you know anything? Have we heard it? Is there close to an end or an idea of where he's going to be? It's what everybody wants to know, because it's an uneasy feeling. You have somebody who's obviously very sick, who's very dangerous, who's out there, and we don't know where that is. And since we don't know, it literally could be anywhere, because we just don't know. We don't know that it's not anywhere. So that's just a really, I left here yesterday, whatever time it was, hoping that when I came back, at least that question would be answered, and it's still an uneasy feeling to not have that answered.
Yeah, and I don't know if we still have that video from the scene earlier tonight. You can just see the sheer number of officers still in the state. Earlier, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk was saying that more than 350 law enforcement officers are in the state handling this manhunt tonight. Truly incredible, for lack of a better word. And it's important because of the dynamics at play. You mentioned someone who is sick, experiencing severe mental health. I mentioned earlier that family of Robert Card, Katie Card, who was married to his brother, so his sister-in-law, telling NBC News, quote, he was picking up voices that he had never heard. Quote, his mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. It turned into a manic belief. Quote, he was just very set in his belief that everyone was against him all of a sudden. We reached out to make sure everyone was on the same page because he's someone who does gun training. We're concerned about his mental state, that's all. So a firearms instructor, a longtime member of the Army Reserve, mental illness on top makes it an incredibly complicated and complex situation for law enforcement this evening.
Oh, and you know what, Zach, the hard thing, right, is we want this over, right? This is on our timeline. We want this to be over, right? And it's hard to trust the process. And it's not that we don't trust the people. We certainly have full faith in the people that are searching. You remember when Corporal Cole from Norwich Walk was killed a few years back? It took a few days, you know, for a manhunt before they finally found the person ultimately responsible. So you have to trust the process. It's just a hard thing to admit to because you just want it to be over. William Ross from the Maine State Police spoke earlier at the news conference this morning to kind of go over the timeline of how all of this came together just before 7 o'clock last night when it started all of this in Lewiston. So let's hear what Corporal Ross had to say.
Last night, October 25th at approximately 6:56 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received a 911 call of a male shooting in Just-in-Time, or the Spare Time Recreation Center in the town of Lewiston, located at 24 Mollison Way in Lewiston. Shortly after that, at about 7:08 p.m., the Communications Center received multiple 911 calls about an active shooter inside of a Schmenge's Billiards at 553 Lincoln Street in the town of Lewiston. A large law enforcement response from multiple surrounding agencies assisted the Lewiston Police Department in trying to identify who this individual was and what was happening. As you can imagine, this was a very fast-paced, fast-moving, very fluid scene, very dangerous scene that these guys and girls were going into.
A fast scene, a dangerous scene. They understand the stakes here. They understand the situation that they're dealing with this armed and dangerous person. You have all these communities in that shelter-in-place kind of situation tonight. So if you don't have to go out, stay in until police find this person. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are continuing to learn more and more about the victims. We do have some photos to share with you that we are trying to keep you updated on, just so that we can remember their names, remember their faces, and their families telling us, their friends telling us that they don't want them remembered for this tragedy. They want them to be remembered for the lives that they lived. So I don't know if we have that graphic for you. But Vivian Lee did speak to someone who survived that shooting and can talk about one of the victims.
I'm going to miss them. Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand and I heard a gunshot and I dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls and I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door and we pushed each other and to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Trisha Aslin, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find the person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
Wow. Every story.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday we talked about what the potential ripple effect was going to be once we started to hear these names, and then we found out how we all are somehow connected to these people because we're such a small state.
The big small town situation.
Yes, and now we see the names and we hear the stories and we hear about them, and it just, you know, it's necessary for healing, and yet it enhances the pain, if that makes sense. Like it's painful but healing at the same time. So
yeah. So as the control room works to pull up those names, I just want to kind of throw out some of these names here. Peyton Brewer Ross worked at Bath Iron Works. We received a statement from General Dynamics BIW tonight saying that they're all heartbroken to share that they've lost a member of the BIW family. They're sending the deepest condolences to family and friends. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of a ship there. So you can see the images on your screen.
I feel like Ron Moore, and as I see his picture, and I saw it earlier tonight, I saw that and I said, geez, this guy looks familiar. I feel like somewhere in my sports career, and he was a softball umpire, such an important part of his life. He just, you know, so many people. I also had friends on social media who were connected directly to Ron as well, and spoke so highly of him and everything that he was about, and obviously a great loss for that community.
And we've said over and over again, Trisha Aslin, she went by Trish. We've heard from her friends that she was a mother or a golfer, loved to bowl, which is where she was at spare time. And we're also hearing from friends and family that she apparently was actually trying to call 911 when she was shot and killed, trying to save the ones around her, trying to get help. But she's remembered by her friend and coworker at the Apple Valley Golf Course as a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend.
Arthur Strout, lower left-hand side of your corner. If you guys have been with us through our coverage, you'll remember News Center Maine's Ryan Wooten actually spoke with his wife, Christy, and there was some confusion yesterday where Christy was told, apparently, according to Christy, at the hospital first that her husband was going to maybe be okay, but was in really bad condition, and then that turned into the fact that he didn't make it, and that she couldn't get clarification either way. Clearly, we have it now. Arthur Stroud and his wife Christy, very emotional, speaking with our Raya Wooten last night. So
yeah, and Bob Violet there in the bottom center, leaving behind 5 children. His cousin John remembering him as a strong-willed person. He loved his kids. He loved his family. He made sure he always put us first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, and I really don't know what I'm going to do without him.
Josh Seal in the top right. We heard from his wife Elizabeth, who posted on social media about his loss, and saying, at least in part, for those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting or extracurricular activities. Always loved spending time with them, traveling, day trips to the beach, camping for the weekend. Amazing father, wonderful husband, Josh Seal, in your top right there.
And as our reporter with our sister station who's here helping us out this week, Matthew Torres, said just a little bit ago, we are working to kind of get our graphics updated, get more pictures to you. But Bill Young, 43, and his son Aaron Young, 14. killed at Spare Time. So we're learning more about all of these people tonight. And let us not forget, too, the number of people who are still recovering from injuries, still at Central Maine Medical Center. I believe at last check, when we heard from John Alexander, the chief medical officer there, still 8 patients, no change in conditions. We have 5 in what they call stable condition, and 3 in critical.
And 3 hospitals taking part in the triage from last night, with Maine Medical Center seeing patients, obviously Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's as well. At Central Maine specifically, though, we had a chance to catch up with them, and here's what they had to say.
This is a pretty significant catastrophe for this team to go through. Certainly there have been other situations where we've had a large number of patients come in a short period of time, but it's just the nature of the heinous act that happened really makes this very different than any other time.
Okay.
Wow. We've talked a lot about the law enforcement response. We've talked a lot about the families of the victims. Important to remember the healthcare professionals who've been working around the clock for well over 24 hours now, just trying to treat all of these victims. They train for this, they prepare for this, but nothing can prepare you for this.
This is the real life equivalent of insurance. It's something that you have to have and you hope you never need, right? So you trained for something like this. You train for mass shootings, for active shootings, and so you're ready if it happens. And then you just don't want the if it happens part to become a reality. And last night, and obviously continuing to today, it has happened, and we're living through it currently as we speak. And people are responding. I think we touched a little bit on this yesterday, where I haven't heard or seen or had any stories sent our way where it hasn't worked the way it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like the law enforcement is, they had a plan and it's being executed the way it was supposed to, and the hospitals had a plan. Everybody had a plan. There didn't seem it wasn't confusion and chaos. It was a very well organized, okay, here's what happened and here's what we're going to do, and everybody had a clear mission and knew what their jobs were, and that part of this response to the tragedy has gone seamlessly, it seems. And there's some solace in that when something like this happens, our people that we count on to guide us and help us, literally, know what to do. And this has been, in that regard, positive that's been taken care of.
Yeah, and you touched on this a little bit before, and we spoke about it in the previous hours with Amanda Hill, Brian Nucono, and Chris Costa about this idea that we are going to feel uneasy until this man is taken into custody. But also, we're not going to be able to really start that process of grieving until this happens for all of the families of these victims. It's going to take him being in custody for them to start that difficult process. So we are still in that stage of uncertainty and stress, and I can't imagine what it's like for those families to be going through that. And really, the state as a whole is at a standstill.
Well, and it's not. It is those families, clearly 100%. It's also everybody else. We're all directly affected by this. There are people who maybe didn't know any of the 18 victims and the 13 people that were injured, but yet have tremendous anxiety about leaving their house right now because Robert Card is still out there. We all feel our brothers and our sisters' pain, and I don't know Bill Young. I don't know his son Aaron.
But you could have been him.
But I'm a dad,
yeah.
Right? So now I feel like, Bill Young. I mean, I can't believe that, you went bowling with your son and now you're both gone. So, this is a giant onion with so many layers to it. But the first part of it for all of us is find Robert Card, right? We've got to find Robert Card, and then we can move on to what's after that, which is part of the healing process.
Yeah, earlier I mentioned Trish Aslin, Trisha, who was bowling at Spare Time. Her friend and coworker who was there with her as part of a bowling league for the Apple Valley Golf Course. They were just there after work, taking part in this bowling league. He spoke to our digital producer, Griffin Stockard, and here's some of what he had to say.
we had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. But unfortunately for our league specifically, we were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, "Everybody, get out that exit door right now!" Live shooter, just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. And part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So, those people without shoes on or one shoe on and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times, because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody, because, there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already, ran off, and then they called someone to come pick them up. So, there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
Wow. Yeah, so there's a lot of that. For the people who are still with us, who can talk about what they went through and what they're experiencing now, we thank him for sharing that with us, so we learn more about not just what he went through, but about Trish and the loss there, which is tragic.
Right,
So.
and like I said, so many of us in the room today have talked with those families, with those friends who continue to share the same sentiment, that they don't want their loved ones, you hear it over and over again, don't want your loved ones to be remembered for this tragedy. You want them to be remembered for the life they lived. So the fathers, the mothers, the sisters, and everyone just kind of grieving tonight with what's going on.
So we don't know where Robert Card is yet. We have been learning more about him as well, and people who know him, or at least his family. So we want to hear some of that.
You see everything around here is their land. They're farmers. They're really good people. Saw his brother and talked to him while he was hunting, and other than that, he's been in the military the last 20 years as far as I knew. I've been here for 44 years. I know everybody. It's a small community, and the Cards are really good people. They're hard-working, farming people, and this whole thing is absolutely mind-blowing.
So you obviously heard from a neighbor there of the Cards in Bowdoin, right near the area of Meadow Road, where police swarmed that house earlier tonight. We've been talking about it throughout the night, that's an area that is quintessential Maine.
Sure.
If you talk about small town Maine, you see those sprawling fields, the rolling hills, and the farmhouse, and so many communities like that.
I think I heard Sam Rogers mention earlier tonight when he was on the scene, it looks like, for a visual if you want, if you were going to the fair, what the fairgrounds would look like, where you'd park on the grass and walk over to the rides. It's just wide open, sloping, grass space with houses kind of scattered throughout.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have the map to pull up from that scene. So this is Meadow Road, you can see there in the center, and you can see how close it is to Lewiston. We're talking about 15 miles here, I think about a 25-minute drive from that initial scene at Spare Time Bowling Alley to where police swarmed this house tonight. What you can't see on this map is just north of that is Lisbon Falls, where they say they are now focusing or refocusing their search.
Which is where his car was found.
Right, at that boat launch. And earlier we were hearing from the Coast Guard that they were working to track down some kind of 15-foot boat he had, but I don't know that that was ever kind of confirmed. It was a situation where they acknowledged that he had this boat, they couldn't account for it, but they couldn't provide any further information there. But obviously the scene that they're focusing in here, or the area they're focusing in rather, is not that far away from where those initial shots rang out just over 24 hours ago.
Just to get you updated on what we're going to be doing for you guys, we're going to take you to the top of the hour. And this is all assuming nothing changes between now and then, meaning that they haven't found Robert Card yet. If they do, obviously we're not going anywhere. But at midnight we will take a little bit of break, and then every 25 minutes or so from there, we'll come back on and update you on whatever the latest happens to be up until 4 a.m. So for 4 hours, we'll do that, and then at 4 a.m. we'll go right back to wall-to-wall coverage, and we'll bring you all the latest and that we know about everybody.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of you viewers tonight, and we really appreciate your thoughts being with us. We are here for you to get you the latest information, and a lot of people saying, keep staying on TV. We need this information now. So we are going to leave you at midnight, but we will be checking in throughout the evening, and then of course be back in our full capacity first thing in the morning, as you often are throughout the week on the Morning Report, Lee. I want to also share maybe some of the more positive things. I think earlier we were showing the social media posts from around the country that are popping up. You have the Bruins doing their jersey, donating some money to the families. You have all of these entities that come together at times like this. Some of these posts will have that picture of the map of Maine with the heart over Lewiston. So
with the
lot
Bruins specifically, I mean, Jim Montgomery is the head coach. He obviously played at UMaine for 4 years, won a national championship back in 1993. Very strong ties to our state, and so he spoke about the situation in Lewiston before tonight's game. Jeremy Swayman, a goalie for the Bruins, played tonight for Boston. He's a former UMaine goalie as well, and he hung a jersey on the back of the glass behind the Bruins bench that said, had the number 207 written on the back of the jersey, and it said Lewiston strong. And I think you just mentioned, Zach, the Bruins, the entire team signed sticks, and they auctioned off those sticks after the game with all the money going to the victims in Lewiston, and the team also itself pledging, just the team getting it started, if you will, with $100,000. It was Brad Marshine of the Bruins signing a stick. It's one of the things to be donated tonight. So.
Yeah, and there was also a jersey, I'm not sure if you have a picture of it, but the jersey with the 207 number, and then Lewiston where the name would be on the back. So great for them for stepping up at a time like this. But when you see this outpouring from across the country, it's a reminder that it happened. That we say it's not going to happen here, and it happened here. So while of course we appreciate that outpouring of support, it does make it all the more real.
And there have been lots of sports teams that have reached out. We talked last night about the Celtics. Cooper Flagg, who is from Newport, and his mom went to UMaine. Obviously his family's from here. He's the #1 high school basketball prospect in the country. He weighed in thinking about his home state. Really everybody, the Red Sox, the Patriots, all across the board. And this is the stuff that we've always seen happen in other places. This is the support we would always lend to other places. We would be, Uvalde strong, or whatever community needed our support, we were there for them. It is very surreal to be on the other end of that and to be seeing all this and go, wait a second, they're talking about us. Like, it's just, I can't get used to the fact that this is something that we are now actually currently going through, and that all of these people, as heartwarming as it is, it's still very surreal to think that this is about us now.
That it is. Meantime, that manhunt continues. We haven't heard from police for quite some time since they surrounded that home, and no further information about what happened there or what didn't happen there. It appears that he wasn't inside the home because they all left the scene. This is Robert Card right there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. There is still a shelter-in-place order in effect for much of Androscoggin County, so that's the towns of Lisbon, where that search has now refocused, as well as Bowdoin and the Lewiston Auburn communities as well. A number of schools canceling classes and all of that.
If we can get A48 ready, Luke, I think that's important because, you know, we talk about how many people are out there right now looking for this man, Robert Card, that they've been looking for since last night. And, you know, and trusting the process and understanding that these people that we put our faith in to keep us safe will in fact do so. And you know, the Commissioner of the Maine State Police Public Safety, Michael Soschek, spoke earlier tonight, not just about what his team is doing, so the Lewiston and the Androscoggin County team, but there's just a giant, massive team right now formed in this search efforts, and we'll hear from Commissioner Soschek.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
So that sound was actually from last night, I believe. But again, he was speaking today about that just sheer presence of police. The sheer number, over 350, I think, was the last update. And you really saw it earlier when Alex Haskell and Sam Rogers were at that home on Meadow Road in Bowdoin. You saw the canines, you saw the tactical gear, you saw not just one, but several of the large tactical trucks. We saw license plates that Sam Rogers, as that kind of procession was making its way out of the area, Sam Rogers was saying that there were state police from Massachusetts, license plates from really all across New England. So that is still true. What he said last night is still true tonight. And I think for them that is probably incredibly frustrating that they haven't gotten there just yet. But we know that they are working hard as we speak to try and track him down. I actually think we have some new sound from Commissioner Soschek now.
Our reality for today is that this suspect is still at large. And we want to provide community support for the victims, for the families, and the communities across the state. But we also have an incredibly strong laser-like focus on bringing this suspect into custody and ultimately to justice.
You see Governor Mills there behind Commissioner Soschek, and you know, this is it has to be frustrating for them because all they want is to find Robert Card. They want all of us to have that a moment of exhale where we can feel safe again, and it's such a moving target. There have been so many locations. First of all, there were two different locations for the actual shootings, albeit 4 miles apart, but still two different crime scenes. They've been, you know, looking in Lewiston, looking in Lisbon, looking in Monmouth for a little bit today, looking in Bowdoin. It kind of keeps moving itself around, and you're moving masses of people to all these places.
Right, and they of course are still continuing to keep those areas, those original crime scenes, secured. So there are still police on those scenes, probably processing evidence, probably still dealing with witnesses. So it's not just the manhunt going on. They're still focusing on these two areas where that tragedy initially happened. I'm sure there's a lot of evidence to go through there, a lot that they can't share with us about probably intelligence that they have about Mr. Card, about the surveillance videos that they were sharing with us earlier, the still images from it anyway. I can't imagine having to watch that kind of footage, but that is the work that they need to do to bring this man in and to have justice served.
And you're taking those people and you're splitting them into different, really, you know, departments, if you will, because there's the search, you know, part of it. Then there's the talk to the victims, and then there's the crime scene analysis, and then there's so many different layers to this to put together this entire puzzle to try to lead you to a direction where you ultimately end up with Robert Card in custody. So there's a lot to it. And again, this is what they train for, and these are the people we have our faith in, and we will trust the process that this will come to resolution, and we just hope that it's sooner than later, just like they do.
But again, we haven't had a press conference or anything for hours now. We've received little bits of information from police. I understand they're working, and we'll likely hear more from them tomorrow morning. I imagine it seems like they kind of reset each morning to keep us informed about what's going on and what we need to know as they work to track this man down. Robert Card there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you happen to see him, police are still asking you give them a call. You can just call 911 if you have to, especially if you feel unsafe.
Also, Zach, real quick, the one constant that the state police and all police have maintained is if you see Robert Card, they definitely want to hear from you. What they don't want is for you to approach him.
Yes.
They've been very clear from the get-go that this is not somebody that you go try to detain yourself or engage with it in any way. If you see him, you are just to call your closest authority, let them know what you saw, where you saw it, and let them take care of it, because it's that much, obviously, of a dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's not the time to be the hero. I know Sam Rogers, I think it was in Lisbon last night, overheard someone kind of get in his truck and say, I'm going to go get him. And while I understand that is a mainer thing to want to handle the situation, this is a situation we have to leave up to the police. So taking a breath here, I want to go back to where this all started with a timeline of events that got us to where we are today.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later, at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
The governor was, certainly speaking from the heart. I mean, you could feel the emotion from her, and the end there with the "we will heal," right? I don't know that there's a doubt out there that we will get through this. We've never wanted to have to get through something like this, but I don't think there's any question about what will happen once Robert Card is caught and once we are on the other side of at least that part of this.
Yeah, but this is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, and we want you to know that this
will be difficult, and that there is help out there if you need it. You can just text the word support to the number right there on your screen, 207-828-6622. We'll send you a link to our website where we have a number of resources we've compiled, a number of phone numbers to call. Of course, if you're in an immediate crisis, a mental health crisis, or you know someone who is, please dial 988 or the main crisis line at 1-888-568-1112.
One of the things I took from Greg Marley this morning, who was from NAMI, Maine, who joined us, was as everybody has rallied to support their field, as law enforcement has arrived in mass to try to find Robert Card, as extra media members have showed up to help us cover and tell the stories of the people involved here, so has the mental health world. He was telling us this morning that we asked, hey, what are your colleagues saying? And all of them were saying unanimously, what do you need from us? Like, I'm off today, but I'm coming in. I'm opening up my office hours. Whatever it is, they're making themselves available to us so we can get the help that we need, so we can take care of the people that we love. You cannot overstate the importance of our mental health as we process something that our state has never gone through before. None of us who live in Maine and are from Maine, have lived here forever, have ever gone through something like this of this magnitude. And there is no blueprint to go back to the last time this happened, we did this. There isn't one of those. So please make sure you're okay, because there are people counting on all of us, and if we're not, then we won't be able to help them. So use the resources that are available, and thank you to the people providing the resources for us to do that.
Yeah, and that's going to be a night for me, but I know you will be here throughout the morning. We have been having wall-to-wall coverage since this first broke yesterday evening. We will continue to keep you updated, and then we will bring our full coverage back, and I'm sure we will learn more overnight and into the morning.
Yeah, so I'll be here every half hour on the hour. So I'll see you at 12:31 all the way through. When we get to 4 o'clock, okay, Sharon Rose will be here, and the whole morning crew will be here, and we'll start again at 4, and we'll go straight through again. So for now, for the next 4 hours, it'll be every 30 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock, we'll see you straight through. So please stay safe, everybody, and take care of each other.
Take care.
Actually are opening a restaurant in Brooklyn. This is real, called Swoonies.
Swoonies.
It's a real thing.
Yeah. Check it out.
Where is this?
Swoonies Steakhouse. Is it Speakeasy?
Yeah, in Brooklyn?
In Brooklyn. Yeah, me and my boy Mike, we opened up a restaurant. Matter of fact, when I leave here, I got to go do a taste test for the chef.
Dude, that's fantastic. Have you always wanted to do a restaurant?
I ain't never thought I was going to be opening up restaurants and driving Ferraris. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
I never seen this coming.
No.
I thought I was going to be either be in NFL or run at the Olympics against Carl Lewis. I thought I was going to run against Carl Lewis.
You didn't run, you never, did you ever meet Carl Lewis?
I ain't never met no Carl.
But dude, you did play football. I know that this is a picture that we have of you. This is you playing football.
That was an 85-yard touchdown against Kennedy High School.
Really?
85.
No way.
Yeah, it was nice, man. Now, I get that from my biological father, Tony Dorsett.
Sounds like a good
I heard
guy.
Taylor Swift like ball players. I'm about to throw the cleats back on, man. Taylor, holla at your boy.
No.
I love you, Taylor.
Tracy Morgan, everybody, for tickets to his stand-up show, go to tracymorgan.com. Tracy's going to answer some viewer questions when we come back. Stick around, everybody. You want Taylor to call you?
Yeah, well, I guess that I'm fresh, and when I manifest, I do a request. So what's going on? This the joint.
Hi, Phil Swift here. This is Flex Super Glue. Our super glue is so strong that just one single drop virtually welds itself to the surface. Check it out. That one single drop of Flex Super Glue can easily lift over 3 tons. Get the new Flex Super Glue because it works.
Got your coffee. Oh my God, what? You literally read my mind. Got you, girl.
The Chewy app has everything for pets. Hungry pets, itchy pets,
scratchy pets, and most importantly, your pet. Everyday great prices and 35% off your first auto ship order. Right to your door. Download the Chewy app.
Fudge? Here you go. Well, that's us. Keebler Fudge Stripes. Magic is here.
Get iPhone 15 Pro with titanium from Boost Infinite and transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's smart network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Infinitely better.
At Marshall's, our buyers hustle every day to get you great deals on all the good stuff. Like this stuff, and that stuff, and ooh, that's some really good stuff. We get the deals, you get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Everything I do that's for my health is an accomplishment.
Concerns of getting screened faded away to my astonishment.
My doc gave me a script. I got it done without a delay.
I screened with Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
No one does Halloween like today. Join us for the ultimate two-day event with special surprises, all leading up to the big costume reveal.
Happy Halloween!
It's Halloween, Monday and Tuesday, only on Today.
I love the battle range. We can battle it out.
Niall's a little intimidated.
Pull up your big boy pants, Niall.
The Voice, new Monday and Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
How do you persuade a jury whose minds are already made up?
We did nothing wrong.
There's preconceived bias. Jurors walk in predisposed to a particular verdict. I got an idea for an experiment.
The Irrational, Monday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
All right, let's try this.
COVID has been a really long fight, and it's been especially tough on kids.
It's been a rough transition for all of us.
Right now, as a father, I want to give the best tools to protect my kids.
So what can we do to get back to that sense of normalcy?
Many parents are asking if it is worth it to get their kids vaccinated against COVID.
The answer is absolutely yes.
My own sons, who are 6 and 8 years old, had their COVID vaccine.
It's an added layer of protection to keep kids from getting any type of severe illness or complications from a COVID infection.
A lot of parents are also wondering if the vaccines are safe.
Yes, it's safe and effective for children.
Definitely safer than a COVID infection.
Children get a smaller dosage than adults do.
So if you have questions or concerns about the vaccine, that's okay.
We're here to help.
We have the tools we need to protect kids and help them stay healthy and all get through this together.
Rest in peace, young
Welcome back, everybody. We're hanging out with Tracy Morgan. Now, look at these dates right here. Go see Tracy live, doing some stand-up. Tracy, you are not afraid to speak your mind, and you always have a strong point of view on things. So I thought right now you could help some people out there with big life decisions. It's time for Life Coach with Tracy Morgan. Here we go.
Life Coach with Tracy Morgan.
All right, you're gonna get some tough advice.
Okay.
Right? Here we go. How about this one? My girlfriend wants to do a couple's costume this year, but I don't feel like dressing up. How can I tell her no without disappointing her?
I'll say, well, me and you going as Jada and Tupac. You Jada, I'm Tupac. Don't worry about Will, don't mind.
Oh man, you didn't read that? Did you read that book?
Yeah, I read the book, man.
Yeah.
It's called, what's it called? What's the name of the book?
Worthy, I think.
Worthy?
Yes.
It should be called Let's Kick Will Smith in the Nuts.
Okay, all right. All right, this one. I'm throwing a bachelor party, and I kind of have to invite my fiance's brother, but I don't want him to be there. Is there any way I can get out of this without hurting his feelings?
First off, I don't even care about his feelings. You ain't coming to my house. Until I get my money back.
That's right. This is how about this one? I'm traveling cross country for Thanksgiving. My mother asked me if I could bring a side dish. I said no. She got mad at me. Now I'm thinking about not going home at all. Am I overreacting?
Well, me and my mother haven't spoken for 3 years over potato salad. You don't put no raisins in a black person's potato salad. So that goes to tell you.
I totally agree, by the way. No raisins, no. How about this? I just found out I was adopted, and I'm thinking about trying to track down my real dad. I don't want to hurt my adoptive dad's feelings. What should I do?
Well, give me a call. Let's talk it over. I'm your real daddy, then give me a call.
It's gonna confuse them. All right.
Give it confused. I'll give some of that SSI check, though. SSI.
What's that? I didn't know that one. Do I know SSI?
SSI, Social Security.
Oh yeah, Social Security, SSI. Who's your biological father?
Who's my biological father? David. Everybody knows David Ruffin. From the Temptations, David Ruffin.
Yeah, of course.
David Ruffin is my biological daddy.
I don't want anyone knowing. I know it's
David Ruffin.
David Lee Roth.
Who? David Lee Ruffin. I don't know David Lee Roth. I know David Lee Ruffin. David Ruffin is my daddy. All them jealous. We thought it was Sam Cooke, but it's David Ruffin.
Yeah.
You know, my grandmother be getting my grandfather upset. Says she had something going on with Sam Cooke. I said, Grandpa, she didn't even know who Sam Cooke was.
And who was you talking? What was your grandpa's name?
My grandfather?
Yeah.
My grandfather?
Yes.
Red Fox.
This question says, my coworker keeps trying to chit-chat with me when we're both in the bathroom, and I feel uncomfortable. How do I let him know that I prefer to talk later?
Pee on his shoe.
Tracy Morgan knows. Hopefully that helped. Tracy Morgan, everybody. Stick around. We'll be right back with more Tonight Show. That is the name. You get the name of the
You know we better, y'all cut master cool beat. Cut scratch hand form with finesse.
6 months after starting my degree, I lost my grandpa. I wanted to stop, but my advisors and my peers said, no, we're gonna keep going. And I became the first out of 21 grandkids with the masters. It felt good to see my mom's face. She was very proud. That was literally all I needed.
Give a little love. Start the holidays at Macy's Friends and Family now. Take an extra 30% off top brands and 15% off beauty and more. Give love, give style at Macy's.
From Martin Scorsese, experience Killers of the Flower Moon in IMAX.
This is it.
It's utterly gripping, masterful, and phenomenally entertaining. It's the best movie of the year. Killers of the Flower Moon, rated R.
How'd you get that mixed with your combo?
These fries and rings?
At BK, you can build your combo.
Frozen Coke, too?
Yep, sides and drinks, too. BK, have it your way.
Andrew just saved big on a laser hair remover at Amazon. 'Cause less hair, more air.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Yeah.
I got some batteries and 2 flashlights.
What's up, champ?
Flashlights, cool.
I feel like you get taller every time I see you. Congratulations, Brandon.
Power, great or marked ability to do or act. Potential, the ability to develop, achieve, or succeed. Awareness, knowledge or perception of a situation, fact, or opportunity. Kids Chance of Maine is a nonprofit organization that provides scholarships for children whose parent or guardian was catastrophically or fatally injured on the job. It costs you nothing but the time it takes for you to make others aware of this scholarship opportunity.
I'm Todd Gutner, News Center, Maine.
Tracy, do you have a message for Taylor Swift?
Taylor, I love you. Come to me. Trey, and waiting. You are the apple of my life. Yeah.
Thank you.
He used to try to talk to this girl named Fran.
Our next guest is a best-selling author who's trained some of the greatest athletes in the world, like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. His book, Winning: The Unforgiving Race to Greatness, is available everywhere. Please welcome Tim Grover. Welcome to the show. You look fantastic.
Thank you, bud. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't disappoint you.
No, you never disappoint me. Tell me about this, though. You explained it a little bit in Relentless, but congrats on the new book here, Winning, first of all. But you didn't start as a trainer, or you did?
Well, here's the thing. I did start as a trainer, so when I went to college, I didn't know what I wanted to do like everybody else. Mm-hmm. So in there, kinesiology was just getting started. I said,
but your parents were fine with this?
No, they weren't. Not at all.
No.
Both my parents come from India.
Okay.
All right. So back in the 80s, as a son of Indian parents, you got two options for a profession. Doctor being one, the doctor being the other. That's it. I told him I wanted to train professional athletes. He goes, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you get in there and you have the opportunity, or you just said, I'm going to train someone from the Bulls?
I was working at a local health club. I was making $3.35 an hour back in the 80s. That was my minimum wage. I know yours was $7.50. I did some homework on you now.
Wow, yeah. I did. I got $7.50.
$7.50, yeah. I pay attention.
I started as soon as I could start working, but
that's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
You know, you can't be sitting at home. You finish school, you're like, all right, got to do something. So I took a job at a local health club. Stayed there for about 3 years. I saw a small article in the newspaper. It said, Michael Jordan's tired of taking the physical abuse from the Detroit Pistons. Light bulb moment. So back then, remember, no cell phones, no texting, no nothing.
No.
Hand wrote 14 letters. 15 players on the team did not write to Michael Jordan. He's the best. I've never worked with a professional athlete. There's just no way. No way. One person, he found the letter in somebody else's locker, gave it to the athletic trainer and said, hey, find out what this kid's about. Lesson learned, the best of the best always are looking to get better. They're always looking to get better.
This is you training Michael Jordan.
Yeah, with the mustache and everything. That's the only picture you can find, huh?
That's it. You look good. You look great. You look fantastic.
That's the only picture you can find.
But I mean, this is at his peak here with the Bulls. What were these training sessions like?
This crowd may be a little bit too young to understand this, but you had to record a game on a machine called a Betamax. Anybody know what a Betamax is? All right.
We'll explain what a Betamax is.
Explain what it is.
Wow, you were on Beta.
Betamax.
You made that investment.
Yes, I had to. Yeah, it was a bad one, but
that was the only investment bad one you made.
It was bad.
I did VHS.
Bad. But I would go back home, and we'd be the last ones to leave the stadium and so forth, because I never worked for the Bulls. I actually worked directly for him. So I'd go back home, and I would literally watch the game over again, not for the highlights, to count his steps.
You actually counted how many steps he took on the court?
How many steps he took left, how many steps he took right, how many times he landed on one foot, how many landed on the other foot, all these different things, because I was like, okay, well, if one side is being used more than the other, well, we can't train him the same way. We can't train them the same way. So I would hand them weights, and one hand would be completely different than the weights on the other. The reps on one side would be completely different than the other. Just different things. We did stuff for his eyes. We created all kinds of distractions, just stuff that I knew that would work, that would just work. And he was open to it. He was like open because he was just like, man, I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. If I do what everybody else is doing, I'm going to be like everybody else.
Yeah, and he just wanted to win. He's like, I'm going to.
His obsession with winning.
Yeah.
He knew there was a price that needed to pay for winning, and everybody knows you got to pay a price for winning, but most people aren't willing to pay it. They may pay it once, but literally you got to pay it every single day. And the crazy part about that is the price changes daily. Just like the stock market goes up and down, the price of winning changes on a daily basis. And you got to be willing to pay that price, whatever it is on that day.
I was so inspired by Relentless. I loved it so much. Do you have people coming up to you and saying like, wow, this book changed my life?
I have people come to me all the time and say the book changed my life. And you know what I do is the book didn't change your life. You changed your life. The book just gave you permission.
I read the book, and then I also got the audio book, by the way. Who helped you with the book as well?
My agent, my business partner, and my co-author, Sherry Wank.
Sherry Wank, who I met backstage. She's fantastic.
She is fantastic. She's one of the reasons I'm here, folks. Give it up for her.
Absolutely. She really is great. And if you like the book, you get the audio book and it's extra stuff, and you guys having conversations, and then so it's a little bonus stuff, but I did that as well. And whoever you got to read the audio book, by the way, was fantastic, and his voice is very intimidating, and I was like, wow, it was really great. I loved it. Can we talk a little bit about Kobe Bryant?
Yes, we can.
Here's you, no mustache, with Kobe.
Yes. A suit that didn't fit, but back then, that was... Well, maybe not. It wasn't a style, but back then, that's what I wore.
Yeah.
All right, I would say.
What can we say about Kobe, his style of training?
I mean, he's just the definition of winning, man. It was unbelievable. You know, when you ask individuals, it was funny. I asked all my clients, including him, I said, listen, describe winning in one word. And, you know, you get a lot of individuals that tell you, you know, it's joyful, it's happiness, it's fun, it's all these other things. But the true winners, that's the end of winning. That's at the end of winning. But when you have to really describe winning, what it really means and what it takes, it's, you know, it's unapologetic, it's dirty, it's nasty. If you go through all those things, then you get to the joy part. Yeah. Then you get to the end. But it's all the obstacles in between. It's about the grind and knowing you're grinding for a purpose. You know, individuals always say, listen, yeah, I'm grinding. Everybody say, man, I'm grinding for success. I'm grinding for this. Well, if you take two pieces of object and you just grind them together, what happens? It turns into dust.
Yeah.
But when you see people do ice sculptures, or you see clay or art, or, you know, if you have any artistic individuals out here, they grind away the unessentials to form what they need, what that piece is going to look like. And that's what Kobe did. That's what Kobe did. That's what Michael did. That's what Dwayne did. That's what all these individuals do, is they grind away the unessentials so they can have this sculpture of what winning looks like for them. And it looks different for each individual. As slight as it may be, it's different.
Yeah.
Just a little bit different.
I can't even tell you. This is exactly what you read. This book has helped a lot of people, and you were nice enough to bring a copy of Winning for everyone in our audience tonight. Come on. Not tonight. I knew you'd be great. Come on. Thank you so much for coming to see me. Come back, please.
I promise.
Thank you.
Anytime.
You will, thank you. Tim Grover, check out his book, Winning, which is available everywhere. We'll be right back with a performance from Georgia Smith. Stick around, everybody. Yeah!
Had a dog by the name of Old Yalla, we go old. Yalla had a fiend, this spot, high ski, doing clean. Want me to make a knot, well, ever since then, they got me like Big Ben. I boxed them up.
Detect this. Living with HIV, I learned that I can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why I switched to Dovato.
Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults.
No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato.
Detect this. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2.
If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking Dofetilide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Detect this. I stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to Dovato.
When it comes to the wrong mattress, you snooze, you lose. At Ashley, we've got you covered with top mattress brands at winning prices. And you can snooze now and pay later with 0% interest for 60 months. Make every snooze count. Shop in-store or online today.
Is someone trying to steal your Butterfinger this Halloween? Call the BFI. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
It's hard to run a business on your own. With Shopify, you have everything you need to bring your dream business to life. Because when we work together, the future is bright. Start your journey with a free trial today.
Coffee?
When you can save on Target's Good and Gather groceries and all the fall flavors. When quality ingredients bring more to the table. And when you're serving up taste they love at low prices, that's totally Target.
Focus. Determination. Drive. Some say we're born with it. Some say it lies within Jennifer's purse at Carousel 3. Liquid IV has 8 vitamins and nutrients for faster hydration. To give you a boost for your marathon. And to power through set after set. Because real life is extreme enough. Liquid IV. Real hydrating.
I'm not the monster you think I am.
We have a missing 19-year-old. You want more food? You want your book? Focus on the case.
Gabrielle, forgetting something.
Found Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Who knew being bad was going to pay off?
10 reality legends will do their worst.
Game on!
To crown the best.
You're a brainless little pawn.
The first to cry is the first to fry. You're a slithery, slimy snake.
E's House of Villains, tonight at 10, only on E!
Tonight, Seth welcomes Morgan Freeman.
What's the worst thing you've been asked to narrate?
Don't get me into trouble.
Plus, author of Romney: A Reckoning, McKay Coppins, and a closer look at the GOP's choice for House Speaker, Mike Johnson. New Seth Meyers.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Performing the title track to her new album, Falling or Flying and Little Things, please welcome Georgia Smith.
This ain't what your mother told you. It's night and day. If you're waiting for a sun to come and hold me, well, you might as well spend all your night guessing. If this ain't what your mother told you, forget what she said. If you want this to be real, then show me you want me. Don't play it safe with me. Oh no, won't work if I'm numb. Won't stop if I love. Who hurts if you don't? Don't fall from these highs. Won't stop if you won't learn if you don't. Who else could get me to fall from these highs? I don't know where you are, but I don't wanna go to sleep, babe. I know you care, but please don't take it easy on me, babe. I could be falling, flying, I wouldn't know the difference. I don't know where you are, but I don't wanna go to sleep, babe. I know you care, but please don't take it easy on me, babe. I could be falling, flying, I wouldn't know the difference. I didn't know that you'd be here tonight. Saw you again, think this must be a sign. Nothing was said, it was all in your eyes. Oh no, can I get close even for just one time? It's the little things that get me high. Won't you come with me and spend the night? Just a little thing for you and I. And if it's meant to be, then that's alright. It's the little things that get me high. Won't you come with me and spend the night? Just a little thing for you and I. And if it's meant to be, then that's alright. It's the little things that get me high and keep me going. Just a little bit of you and I, nobody knows it. Just a little thing for you and I. Just a little bit of you and I, nobody knows it. It's the little things that get me high and keep me going. Just a little bit of you and I, nobody knows it. Just a little thing for you and I. Just a little bit of you and I, nobody knows it. What time is it when the party
Georgia Smith, Falling or Flying is out now. We'll be right back, everybody. Come on, man.
Hot, soul, hot, great, hot. Legendary roots is live and uncut. Styles unbreakable, shatterproof to the young troops. Wanna get gun? Shoot, loud. Say that, hey yo, you can't tell.
Rated PG.
My name is John David Carpton.
Dr. Kimberly Stegmeyer.
Dr. Edith Perez.
I'm a medical oncologist.
And I focus on cancer prevention.
People are always asking me, why?
Why do I do this work?
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
There was a child that, I took care of and adored, and she said to me, Dr. Kim, will you remember me forever? Sorry. It's been a hard year.
Every day I think of the faces of patients when I see their smiles. when I tell them that new treatments are helping their lives.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
There are Maine-made products representing our country in front of all of the countries in the world. It's the Olympics. It is something that everybody in the entire world looks at. And so to have, Maine get put on the map in that way, a global map, that's why it's a big deal. Local business is what builds our cities, our towns. And when you have something like that in your own backyard, there's some pride there.
I work for the NAMI Maine text line, and our goal is to connect with individuals that are aged 13 to 23. A lot of people are motivated by stressors in their life, whether that be related to a mental illness, mental health diagnosis, or everyday stressors. But overall, we work kind of based on what they're looking for. If they just want to vent and talk about how they're feeling, we'll listen, we'll offer validation, because everyone goes through something.
I'm Don Kerrigan, News Center, Maine.
My thanks to Tracy Morgan, Tim Grover, Georgia Smith, and of course, the Roots right there from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for Late Night with Seth Meyers. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
And good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. We are going to be with you every 30 minutes for the next 4 hours and bring you the latest information on the search for Robert Card, who is a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people and injured 13 more in Lewiston. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin earlier tonight. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. After quite some time, the scene was cleared. We have not gotten any word that Card was in that home or what law enforcement officials may have taken from the home. It was the same house where officials had been earlier on Thursday and found a note, presumably from Robert Card. We don't know the content of that note either. So Robert Card is still unaccounted for and out there as we speak, about 29.5 hours after this entire nightmare started. And that start was in Lewiston at Spare Time Bowling just before 7 o'clock last night. And that's where we find News Center Maine's Henny Ashivi, who joins us now live with the latest. Hey, Hannah.
Lee, I just got to Lewiston about 30 minutes ago, and a quarter mile up the road right behind me is where the Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley is located. And just like yesterday, this road remains closed. There are police officers in the area. I have seen just about 4 of them, and they're still doing their work. There are 2 big things that I want to make sure viewers understand. The first one is that Robert Card is considered armed and dangerous. He's 40 years old. He's white. He's from Maine. He has a house in Bowdoin, from what we know from what unfolded yesterday. And he is considered armed and dangerous and is on the loose. And the second thing is that there is a shelter-in-place order in Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin. And neighbors in those towns and other towns surrounding those communities are encouraged to lock their doors and their cars as well. Yesterday, in a press conference, Governor Mills encouraged everyone, if you see something, to say something.
But Mr. Card is considered armed and dangerous, and police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances. I continue to strongly urge Maine people to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement amid this ever-changing situation. Please, if you see anything suspicious, please call 911.
Lee and I will stay here all morning long trying to bring you guys the very latest information. For now, back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you. We're going to rejoin Late Night with Seth Meyers in just a bit here, and we'll be back every 30 minutes until we get to the 4 o'clock hour, and then at 4 o'clock we'll take back over. Sharon will be here, the morning crew will be here, and we'll bring you all the way straight through without any commercial breaks. So we'll take a break now, back in about 30 minutes. Any updates that warrant, certainly we'll bring you as soon as they happen. Stay safe.
Before we move on tonight, I just want to say something. As you no doubt know by now, there was yet another mass shooting last night, this time in the town of Lewiston, Maine. On this show, we make jokes about everything: human stupidity, governmental chaos. We even make jokes about evil, but it is exceedingly difficult to find a way to talk about tragedy. In the face of events like these, you really come right up against the impotence of words. All I can say is we are deeply saddened by the loss of life in Lewiston and the loss of life in Israel and Gaza and Ukraine and countless other places. We continue to wish for peace for every community living under the constant threat of violence, which tragically seems to be every community. We're going to try to move on and have a good time tonight, but thank you so much for hearing me out. We do have a fantastic show for you tonight. He's an Academy Award-winning actor. He narrates Life on Our Planet. Streaming now on Netflix, the great Morgan Freeman is here, everybody. So happy he's back. And he is a staff writer at The Atlantic and the wonderful author of Romney, A Reckoning, which is out now. McKay Coppins is back on the show. And I want to remind you real quick that my brother and I, here's a photo of us from 5 years ago. My brother and I started a podcast during the writer's strike called Family Trips with the Myers Brothers. We talked to people about the family trips they took when they were kids, the trips they're taking with their families today. It's been a lot of fun to do, and we really appreciate everybody for listening. Also, my family, I grew up with my brother and my parents in New Hampshire. I'm coming home to Manchester, New Hampshire next weekend, Saturday, November 4th, and I'm really looking forward to doing a show. It's going to be a wonderful stand-up show. We're going to raise some money for a good cause. So if you're in the New Hampshire area, which is everywhere in New Hampshire. That's it. If you live in New Hampshire, you can make it to my show in New Hampshire. Wherever you are, it's driving distance. So I'm looking forward to that. Moving on, Donald Trump stormed out of Manhattan courtroom after he was called to the witness stand and reprimanded by a judge for violating a gag order, and yet Trump's legal woes have not tempered the Republican Party's ongoing devotion to him, as evidenced by their latest choice for Speaker Mike Johnson, a right-wing hardliner who helped engineer Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 election. For more on this, it's time for a closer look. We are all used to the screaming, blustery Trump we see at rallies, constantly ranting about everything from windmills killing birds and whales to toilets that don't flush to various celebrities who either are or are not nasty to him. That Trump is everywhere, and it gets dumber every day. Like on Monday at a rally in New Hampshire when he claimed to have had an epiphany.
I'm for us. I'm for us. You know how you spell us, right? You spell us, U.S. I just picked that up. Has anyone ever thought of that? I just picked that up. A couple of days I'm reading, and it said us. And I said, you know, if you think about it, us equals U.S.
Okay. So the bad news is the Republican frontrunner for the 2024 presidential nomination is out here designing pillows for TJ Maxx. The dude is dumb as dumb rocks, but the good news is he would crush a two-letter word spelling bee. Your word is me. Can you use it in a sentence, please? You have got to be kidding me. If I had come home from school as a 7-year-old and told my parents, did you know us is spelled U and S? My parents would have immediately called the school and said, I think we need to make the curriculum a little more challenging. Well, my dad would have. My mom would have called me a genius and baked me a cake. But here's what's least believable about that clip.
A couple of days I'm reading, and it said us.
No, you weren't reading. You don't read. You know how I know you don't read? If you did, you wouldn't have discovered at age 77 that us is spelled with a U and an S. I mean, what would you have been reading anyway that would have spurred such an epiphany? Chicka chicka boom boom? A told B and B told C, I'll meet you at the top of the coconut tree, but it's too late. I already chopped down the tree. And I replaced it with a Trump resort. There won't be any trees. There will be plenty of coconuts, if you know what I mean. That kid's shaking his head no, he doesn't know what I mean. So that's the blustery, unhinged public Trump. But then there's the Trump you don't get to see, and that's the Trump who only exists when he's under oath. And when he's under oath, he's under penalty of perjury. He's suddenly much calmer, he's more restrained, you could even say sheepish. Here he is, for example, in a deposition from 2016 related to a restaurant that pulled out of his D.C. hotel.
Good morning, Mr. Trump, and again, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Donald John Trump.
And I imagine you've had your deposition taken a number
I
of
have,
times.
yes.
So you know the drill. And
I do.
won't waste anyone's time going through it.
Good, thank you.
Do know that if you need to take a break, I'm happy to let you whenever.
Very good, thank you.
My understanding is that you signed this lease. And if you look at page...
That's true.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I believe I signed the lease.
Okay.
But he came in and said, we're signing the lease. So
He said,
I'll change it.
we're
Yes.
signing it.
Because I think I signed it. Yeah, that's my signature, yes.
Yes, that's my name. And in fact, I'm just picking this up now. D and O together spells do. So really, my name should be Donald. If you think about that. That footage is amazing. It's like watching the neighborhood Rottweiler who's always terrorizing the mailman suddenly mope around in a cone. Like in public, he's a raving lunatic screaming like radical woke Democrats are using windmills and secret satellites to kill Christmas. And then under oath, he's practically Emily Post. Thank you. No, thank you very much. I would love to read some incriminating documents. Thank you. Because that's the only place Trump faces consequences. That's the one way you can still punish Trump. Make him sit down in a courtroom and answer questions under oath with his tail between his legs. And that's what happened yesterday when the judge in his civil fraud trial hauled him up to the witness stand to reprimand him for violating a gag order that bars Trump from attacking court staff.
Donald Trump taking the stand today in his civil fraud trial in New York after being ordered by the judge to testify about comments he made regarding a court clerk. Trump claimed that he wasn't talking about the person sitting next to the judge. He was actually talking about Michael Cohen, who at the time was in the middle of his second day of testimony, not the clerk. Judge Engoron was not buying it, not for a nanosecond, and he swiftly fined Donald Trump $10,000 and rebuked Trump.
So Trump was ordered to take the stand and explain himself, and then the judge said, I don't believe you, and reprimanded him. I can only imagine what that looked like. He was probably like a middle schooler who refuses to look his parent in the eye after cursing them out. What did you just say? Nothing. Tell me what you said. I said F you. Look at me when you say it. I said F you, okay? It's not a curse word. I was talking about my favorite band, the Foo Fighters. I was reading and I just picked that up. In fact, we don't have video or photos of this historic moment, but we do have a courtroom sketch, and it's amazing. Even in a courtroom sketch, Trump is making a face like he just realized he's in trouble. Mouth slightly open, looking at the judge like, Also, whoever drew this did Trump some huge favors, because this looks like a New Yorker cartoon, where in reality, he's much more of a Kathy. And then, like a pissy teenager, Trump made things even more dramatic by storming out of the courtroom less than an hour later.
This was a dramatic turn of events, Lester. Former President Trump stormed out of a Manhattan courtroom after a tense day after the judge refused his attorney's request to dismiss the case.
Michael Cohen did resume testifying, but Trump didn't stick around to hear him finish. The disgraced ex-president storming out of the courtroom with Secret Service agents left to chase after him.
Okay, chase seems like a strong word. They chased him the way you chase your pet turtle in the yard. He's going that way. I'm sure Secret Service didn't have to run too hard. They probably saw him take off and said, he's on the move. Should we finish this game of Monopoly and then go catch up? But we haven't even started. We'll be fine. We're talking about a guy who moves slower than a zombie after a giant bong rip. You know what's a funny word? Brains. And then just to give you an idea of how defeated Trump was after all that, when he left the courtroom, he gave the press a one-sentence answer and walked away.
The witness just admitted that we won the trial, and the judge should end this trial immediately. Thank you.
Oof, that wasn't even one of his good lies. The witness, Michael Cohen, admitted Trump won the trial. You know there are transcripts, right? That lady isn't writing in her diary. Trump having to take the stand and actually talk to the judge clearly spun him out. The witness said we won, and the judge agreed and apologized for the whole deal, and I'm so you guys. I'm so They made me sit next to the judge. That can't be good, right? Yet the Republican Party, nonetheless, remains in thrall to a man who just got scolded by a judge in a courtroom during a fraud trial, as evidenced by the fact that they just elected a guy named Mike Johnson from Louisiana as their new speaker. Johnson isn't just an election denier. He was, according to the New York Times, the most important architect of the Electoral College objections on January 6th. And he's not just a guy who thinks there was election fraud, which would be wrong on its own. He parroted the most crazy conspiracy theories you can imagine. Remember Trump's ex-lawyer, Sidney Powell, who just flipped on him in Georgia? Remember how she didn't just say the usual GOP stuff like mail voting isn't secure, but went way off the deep end and claimed the Dominion voting software was rigged by the dead Venezuelan president, Hugo Chavez?
The Dominion voting systems, the Smartmatic technology software, and the software that goes in other computerized voting systems here as well, not just Dominion, were created in Venezuela at the direction of Hugo Chavez to make sure he never lost an election.
Now, we have played this clip a few times lately because Powell just pleaded guilty in Georgia, and every time it's impossible not to be distracted by Rudy Giuliani behind her, sweating profusely and trying to unscrew the cap from a tiny water bottle like it has the antidote inside. I think he's sweating because he can't open the water bottle. Like it's slowly dawning on him that if he can't get the cap off a Fiji bottle, he might not be a good lawyer. Oh boy, this is a bad sign. But when it's my turn at the mic, I'm gonna blow them away. Oh, my name's not Ruby Gugliotta. Anyway, that was the insane conspiracy theory that, among other things, Fox News had to pay nearly $800 million for in a defamation suit. And yet, Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the House, actually thought those claims had merit. And he said in a radio interview at the time,
the allegations about these voting machines, some of them being rigged with this software by Dominion, look, there's a lot of merit to that. And when the president says the election is rigged, that's what he's talking about, that the fix was in. In every election in American history, there's some small element of fraud, irregularity, error. We just know that. You just accept that that's the case. But when you have it on a broad scale, when you have, a software system that is used all around the country that is suspect because it came from Hugo Chavez's Venezuela.
And I'll tell you another thing, I agree with Rudy. Those water bottles are hard to open. That's how nut this guy is. He's just as crazy as Trump. It's just a style difference. Trump is Jigsaw and Johnson is Dexter. He agreed with the lunatic who just pleaded guilty to crimes in Georgia and repeated talking points that caused Fox News to pay out $800 million to settle a defamation case. He just says stuff in a normal, mild-mannered, moderate voice the Republicans think will make him easier to stomach. He's the kind of guy who would curse you out, but instead of saying the words you, he'd say U.S. Didn't see it coming. Didn't see it coming. This has been a closer look. We'll be right back with Morgan Freeman, everybody.
For more of Seth's Closer Looks, be sure to subscribe to Late Night on YouTube.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
After cooking a delicious chicken cheddar broccoli recipe, you will want to delete all your delivery apps because nothing beats a perfect combo of sweet tomatoes and smooth, silky zucchini. Nor taste combos. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
On your period, sudden gushes happen. Say goodbye gush fears thanks to Always Ultra Thins with rapid dry technology that absorbs 2 times faster. Hello, clean and comfortable. Always fear no gush.
When Target's Threshold Decor welcomes more seasonal style for less. When rewards come with quality and coziness. And when you get low prices on the trends you love, that's totally Target.
Got your coffee. Oh my God, what? You literally read my mind. Got you, girl.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Hi, I'm Nate Bargatze, and I'm hosting SNL this week with the Foo Fighters.
Or should we say Boo Fighters?
What?
Because it's Halloween, you know, like Boo Fighters.
You know what, man? That's the best idea I've ever heard. Happy Halloween, everyone!
No one does Halloween like today. Join us for the ultimate 2-day event with special surprises, all leading up to the big costume reveal. Happy Halloween! It's Halloween, Monday and Tuesday, only on Today.
Give it up for the fantastic AG band right over there, everybody. All this week, we've had one of rock music's most in-demand touring drummers. Starting next week, you can see him with Liz Phair on her 30th anniversary tour of Exile in Guyville. And next year, catch him with Matchbox 20 in Australia and New Zealand. For more information, check his Instagram. From Los Angeles, Neil Daniels is here. Thanks for a great week. Really appreciate it. Our first guest tonight is an Academy Award-winning actor. He narrates Life on Our Planet, which is streaming now on Netflix. Please welcome back to the show, Morgan Freeman, everybody.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you. It's nice to have you here back in New York City.
Thank you.
When did you first come to the city?
I first came in 1961, I think.
Right.
1960.
1960.
But I only stayed 5 months.
Okay.
And then I fled. And went to San Francisco, and stayed in San Francisco for about 3 years, and then came back more ready.
Oh, okay. So did you, as an actor, more ready, or okay?
As a performer.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I had taken dance.
Oh, that's right. You did it all. Yeah. You did it all. I remember we talked. You danced at the World's Fair here in New York City.
You know that.
I mean, you're the only person I've ever met who's danced at a World's Fair.
Right. 1884,
Wow.
World's Fair, New York World's Fair.
That's amazing. So you come back in 1963. You're a performer.
Yeah.
And how did you find New York City?
In 1963?
Yeah.
It is probably the most exciting place, you know, particularly that I was ready to make the move into the big time. By that, I mean get a job.
Just a paying job?
Right.
And now, was your first New York City apartment probably not a penthouse with a beautiful view of the park or anything?
No. I had a one room in a place on 12th Street and Avenue A called Paradise Alley.
All right. And was it more paradise or more alley?
It was enough of both to get the name.
There you go.
A lot of young dancers, singers, musicians, actors lived there, and it wasn't subsidized. It was just affordable.
You were doing how long in New York and before you did Hello Dolly on Broadway?
I did Hello Dolly on Broadway. I got the job in November '67, and I worked there for 11 months.
And was that one of the first I think I've made it moments for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And was doing a show for 11 months, was it exciting the whole time?
I was working with Pearl Bailey.
There you go.
Every night was a joy.
Oh, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
You also had shows that had shorter runs on Broadway. What was your show that only had 9 performances?
The Mighty Gents.
The Mighty Gents.
Yeah.
Did you have any sense on the first night that it would only be there for 9 nights?
I had that sense while we were rehearsing. It's the truth.
Yeah, so you kind of sometimes you know?
Yeah, sometimes, this is not going to work.
Yeah, now, an interesting thing happened, though, because the show only had 9 performances, but you received a Tony nomination.
Yes.
Is that sort of cold comfort when you receive praise for a show that had such a short run?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Operative word, however, is comfort.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
it's like, okay.
Who decided, was it something you decided, I'm going to be a performer, or was it decided for you?
It was decided for me.
Yeah? How about? How long? How old were you?
I was born.
You were born, yeah. Yeah?
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did you know, at what age did you think, oh, I'm going to be better at this than other things?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just was always able. I always went whole hog. When we played, like, I had a friend when I was like 5, 6, and we played like horse and buggy. Just put a clothesline, a rope around your waist, and he holds on to it and goes.
It's still sometimes kids who have the talent don't have the confidence to then, go do a school play or join the theater club. Was that something as soon as you got to school? Where you...
I had a mother who was very into.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah, and I have 3 brothers and we were all on some.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. We'll get back to Seth Meyers in just a bit. We're at the 1 o'clock hour here on Friday morning now. And we're going to be with you every half an hour for the next 3.5 hours to just get you the latest information on the continuing search for Robert Card, obviously a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people, injuring 13 more. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence. It was on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin on Thursday night. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. After quite some time, that scene was cleared, and we have not gotten word that Card was in the home or what law enforcement officials may have taken from the home. It was the same house, though, where officials were earlier on Thursday, where they found a note, presumably from Card. We do not know the content of that note, so Robert Card is still unaccounted for and out there as we speak, 29 hours after this nightmare started. And that start was in Lewiston at Spare Time Bowling just before 7 o'clock last night, and that's where our Henny Ashivi is this morning. Good morning, Hannah.
Hey, Lee, I am right here in Lewiston, as you just mentioned, just a few feet away from the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley, where Wednesday night around 7 p.m. we know that the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, entered the facility, and we're getting to know a little bit more about what was the situation inside. We know that about 70 to 100 people were inside the bowling alley at the time that he walked in. And there was actually a youth night happening that night where kids were playing and competing against each other. These are kids ages 7 to 18. And of course, there were also adults playing that night. And then from that location, about an 8-minute drive from where I'm standing here in Lewiston, is the Schmengi's Bar and Grill, the second location where the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, killed more people. He is considered armed and dangerous. He is still on the loose, and police officers here in Maine and across the nearby states are looking for him. So they are encouraging you to lock your doors, to lock your car, and to just call 911. If you see something and you think it's a lead or you have a tip for officials, just give them a call. Lee, I will remain here all morning long and will bring you the latest information as soon as I learn more. Back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Seth Meyers now. We'll be back about 1:30 with another update for you. Stay safe, please.
Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee with the L'Or Barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors that satisfy your senses like never before. Inspired by French artistry and elevated by high pressure, it's a dramatically different coffee experience, complete with a kiss of velvet smooth crema. The L'Or Barista Coffee and Espresso System, now brewing Pete's Coffee.
I love the battle range. We can battle it out.
Niall's a little intimidated.
Pull up your big boy pants, Niall.
The Voice, new Monday and Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
How do you persuade a jury whose minds are already made up?
We did nothing wrong!
There's preconceived bias. Jurors walk in predisposed to a particular verdict. I got an idea for an experiment.
The Irrational, Monday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
People are always asking me, why?
Why do I do this work?
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
There are more than 10 million species of plant and animals alive today. And yet, they are just 1% of all species that have ever existed. By traveling back in time, we'll meet many of the 99% that have gone extinct.
Welcome back to Late Night. We're here with Morgan Freeman, everybody. That was a clip from Life on Our Planet. This shows us, it's a wonderful show. It makes you appreciate being alive when you see how this world of ours has developed over billions of years.
Yep. And if we're not careful,
it does. You know, sort of is a nice thing to watch where you realize that, you know, climate change could take this all away from us.
Yeah.
And, is that something when you get involved with a project like this, do you enjoy that it's not just the wonder of the world? But also,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's that. We're in such a flux here in terms of our existence on this planet. Let's not think that we're here to stay just because. We can see if 99% of all life that has ever lived is gone, only 1% is left. We have to think about that. It's like, well, this planet does things.
Yeah.
It's like, and there's no place to go.
That's true.
Absolutely no place to go. So we better be careful.
That's a good warning.
Yeah.
You know, in the clip, it showed, you know, dinosaurs' prehistoric life, and you have to do a narration about that. And I'm wondering, I thought I knew how to say all the dinosaurs' names, but then I have kids and they have their dinosaur books, and I realize I only know sort of the top 3.
Yeah, me too.
And then they get pretty tricky.
Is that something?
Tricky. I mean, I'm assuming you get a bunch of takes, but are you good with those words you've never seen before?
Let me not brag about what I shouldn't be trying to brag about.
You are a humble man. And you were talking back, we were talking backstage, you live in the country now, you live on the Gulf Coast.
Yes, well, it's not the country. You know.
I didn't mean it to be rude.
So, well.
You have stores and stuff?
Restaurants.
Restaurants?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of a different thing.
Yeah. Right. But I have a home in Mississippi also.
Gotcha.
Pretty much where I grew up in Mississippi, raised there, and so I lived there. But it's just a farm, and that's the country.
That's the country.
We don't.
When did it dawn on you? Did you think through your whole life that at one point you would find your way back there? Or was that as you got older, you thought, oh, you know what, I like that?
No, it was not until about 1983. My parents had moved back, and I started visiting them on maybe once a year or so. And every time I went there, I was like, oh, this is so relaxing. This is so nice. This is so. By 1989 or 90, we decided, yeah, we'll build here.
Are people happy to see you back home in Mississippi?
Always.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Right.
At like the stores and the restaurants? What is that? SIP? What's
That's
that?
the SIP.
What's the SIP?
That's
that's Mississippi.
Yeah, no.
Now, I just want you to know, I would never have the confidence to say to you, how's the SIP? Is it good? Are things in the SIP good? But now next time you come here, I'm gonna say it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're moving right along.
All right, I'm glad.
Yeah.
You
moving
also
all the way into the 20th century.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It's certainly easier to spell. I want to ask about another documentary you produced about. What was it called? The 761st?
It was the 761st Tank Battalion, the Black Panthers. This was the first armored battalion, black, to be engaged in the war, World War II. Patton.
And did you know much about them? I know you served in the Air Force. Was this something you'd ever heard about?
No. They had a guy came to us. I have a company. You know, we make movies.
You produce stuff.
Produce stuff. You know, it's Revelations Entertainment. And the guy came to us with this project. There was a script about the 761st Tank Battalion. I did not know anything about that. So, of course, you can Google it and find out everything you need to know. So then, I don't know, but this goes back to 25 years maybe.
Okay.
That we've had this project. So it's like, nothing good comes easy. And then, I don't know, as things develop, we were able to make a very, very nice documentary about them. But I want to make a series to get them out into...
Yeah. Sort of a Band of Brothers situation, right?
Exactly.
Let's film. All right.
Exactly what I want to do.
I think that's a very safe pair of hands. I hope you can get that for us all to see. There's a wonderful book about it as well called Come Out Fighting. I'm assuming this is one of the inspirations.
Well, we use that. That's part of our our research.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's just a joy to have you back. Thank you so much.
Joy to
What a
sit here and
pleasure.
talk to you.
Morgan Freeman, everybody. Life on Our Planet is streaming now on Netflix. We'll be right back with McKay Coppins.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Trick or treat! Kit Kat Reese's!
Oh, great costume. Looks like you deserve both.
See ya, boys.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, Brad. Nice. Thanks.
Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest.
Give a little love. Start the holidays at Macy's Friends and Family now. Take an extra 30% off top brands and 15% off beauty and more Give love, give style at Macy's.
After cooking a delicious chicken cheddar broccoli recipe, you will want to delete all your delivery apps because nothing beats a perfect combo of sweet tomatoes and smooth, silky zucchini. Nor taste combos. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
To help protect from HIV,
I prep without pills.
With Apretude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV without daily PrEP pills. With one shot every other month, just 6 times a year. In studies, Apretude was proven superior to a daily PrEP pill in reducing the risk of HIV. You must be HIV negative to receive Apretude and get tested before each injection. If you think you were exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. Apretude does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Don't take Apretude if you are allergic to it or taking certain medicines as they may interact. Tell your doctor if you've had liver problems or mental health concerns. If you have a rash or other allergic reactions, stop Apretude and get medical help right away. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, liver problems, and depression. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions and headache. You must receive Apretude as scheduled. Ask your doctor about long-acting Apretude
and PrEP without pills.
Save at apretude.com.
Rated PG-13. When night falls and they arrive, there's nowhere to run and no place to hide. Bears, Chargers, made for Sunday night on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. He asked all his therapists to help him undertake some of the house chores. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Is an author and staff writer at The Atlantic. His new book, Romney, A Reckoning, is on sale now. Please welcome back to the show, McKay Coppins, everybody. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So this is a very impressive book because of the amount of access you were granted by Mitt Romney. He gave you journals, he gave you texts, he gave you access to emails he wrote. Are you surprised at how much he gave you?
I was surprised when he agreed to do it at all.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Mitt Romney, it was known for most of his political career as like this very cautious, you know, restrained, calculated politician who was stuck to his talking points. And when I approached him about doing this book, I told him, I only want to do this if you're ready to be fully candid. And I knew he was on board when, like, a couple weeks into it, he sent me a text. I was actually at church. I got a text from him. He says, "Hey, check your email. I sent you something that might be interesting." And it was just hundreds of pages of his journals. And I was like, oh, wow. All right, we're going to do this for real.
he already was, he sort of started as an outsider in the Senate. He had been vocally opposed to Donald Trump and especially on character. And then he joins the Senate where the GOP caucus is obviously very full-throated in their defense of Donald Trump. Yet I imagine he has to be even more on the outside now that this book has come out. Have you spoken to him since it's been released?
Yeah, well, a few weeks ago, like the first excerpts from the book came out, and he says some like very damning things about a lot of his colleagues in the Senate. And I checked in with his staff. I was like, how's everything going? They were like, he's skipping the caucus lunches for a little while.
Yeah.
He's doing okay. I mean, he knew that this was going to make for like a weird few weeks or months at work. But, it's to his credit that he went along with it.
Well, it's called A Reckoning, and that's a very apt title for this book. And even you talk about how he was very careful with his words. It does feel like this moment has broken him to some degree, and it's broken his spirit, and he is using this as a warning to all of us.
I think that's why he ultimately decided to do this. I approached him just a few weeks after January 6th, and I still remember our first meeting was in his like little Senate office. The barbed wire fence was still around the Capitol, and he something snapped in him almost after January 6th, because it demonstrated just how far his party had kind of descended into what he considers authoritarianism. He told me in one of our first meetings, a very large portion of my party really doesn't believe in the Constitution. And I think that was eye-opening for him. And he decided that it was time to sort of tell the stories that of what he had seen inside these caucus rooms, inside Republican politics over the last 30 years, so that Americans would know, just what we're up against, what's happening and what's happening to his party.
There's a very real, obviously, threat he's addressing. There's also, very funny ways he describes his colleagues. Well, not that funny. Ted Cruz, scary, demagogue, frightening. Mitch McConnell told Romney, "You're lucky you can say the things we all think." That is one of Romney's messages, is he isn't actually the only one who thinks this. He's the only one who says it out loud. J.D. Vance, I don't know that I can disrespect someone more than J.D. Vance. How do you sit next to him at lunch?
And now he's stuck sitting next to him at lunch.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, like, people, when these quotes started to come out, people were like, oh, Mitt Romney is being petty, or he's, consumed with these old resentments or whatever. But like, I think it's really, he's kind of heartbroken. Like, he believed in this party. He believed in what he thought were the core tenets of the Republican Party. And instead, what it turns out is like all these guys that he once respected just lined up behind this like manifestly crazy person and Donald Trump. And now and they're all telling him in private, we agree with you, Mitt, but we can't say the same things because we have to win re-election. And so I think that, he's well within his rights to say a few of these quotes that we have in the book.
And it's also interesting because this is, you sort of have documentary evidence. This is not something that he's doing now. These are things that he has written in journals. These are things, these are thoughts he's had in
going
real
back
time.
a decade or longer. Yeah.
Donald Trump, it won't surprise anybody, was not a fan of the book. But I should know, I want to just read the first a couple lines, because this is a biography.
Correct.
You wrote this book.
Yeah, that's right.
Mitt Romney, a total loser that only a mother could love, just wrote a book. Which is much like him, boring, horrible, and totally predictable. So Donald Trump thinks that Mitt Romney wrote a book.
He did. He seems slightly confused between biography and memoir.
Yeah.
In his defense, he probably has never read one of either.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's accurate.
I will say, I texted it when I saw that. I texted that to Mitt, and his response was, "Ha ha ha." He's such a whack job. That's right.
It's so funny because, like, Trump might think he wrote it because his face is on the cover, but if that's true, Trump wrote 100 books this year. Like, Donald Trump's on the cover of every other book. You also, it does seem like, a lot of, certainly as excerpts coming out, a lot of the press is talking about the moment we're living in now, but In 2012, Romney obviously was the GOP nominee running against Obama. And you discovered, not a thing you knew, not a thing people are paying that much attention to now, that in 2012, 6 weeks before the election, he almost dropped out.
Yeah, this is one of the most fascinating things I found in his journals. Like, you know, it was after that hot mic moment came out. Remember when he talked about the 47% of Americans who would never vote for him, and he kind of disparaged them? It was in a closed-door fundraiser. So that tape came out, and you know, at the time, publicly, he tried to defend himself and say the comments are being taken out of context or whatever. In his journals, he was anguished over this coming out, to the point where people in his circle thought he was like clinically depressed. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat. He would every night go into his journals and write, like, I'm so stupid, I can't believe I did this. He really beating himself up. And he writes about, in his journals, one night, 6 weeks before the election, he called the chief strategist of his campaign and said, I think I need to drop out. And you should let Chris Christie or somebody take the job. That's how depressed he was. I think it also speaks to, like, there's something about Mitt Romney where he like desperately hates letting people down. And he felt like with that, you know, that gaffe that was kind of derailing his campaign, he had let down his, you know, the people who supported him, the people who donated to him. You know, he eventually pulled himself back up, and he lost the election. But, you know, that moment I thought was really revealing.
It must be a weird time for him because he is still a conservative. He has conservative principles. He stands for a lot of conservative ideals, and yet his party has, you know, ostracized him. There are times where the left, you know, eats it up when he says negative things about his colleagues, but ultimately he's no hero of the left either. One thing that I did find, you know, endearing on a human level is he has connected with President Biden on just the idea of what it's like to age.
Yes, he has struck up this friendship with Joe Biden in the last couple of years because he found that, like, they actually get along on, you know, on some things, even though they disagree on politics. And they spend a lot of their time commiserating about the indignities of getting old, as two old guys are wont to do. But there's this one story about apparently during one of these calls, he told Joe Biden, you know, I've been watching some of your public events, and you shuffle when you walk, and it makes you look old. And one of the tricks that I've learned is take longer strides. It'll make you look youthful and energetic. And so apparently a few weeks later, Joe Biden called him back and said, Mitt, I took your advice and it worked. He said, I gave a speech and I finished and I was leaving the stage and I made a point to take big, long steps. And I got off and the First Lady was there and she said, what's gotten into you?
Well, he should write a book, like How to Walk Impressively.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations on this. Thanks so much for being here tonight. I really enjoyed talking to you. McKay Commons, everybody. Romney at Reckoning is on now. We'll be right back with more Late Night.
I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I've got a choice, more than one answer.
I sat down with my doc.
We had a talk.
Knew just what to say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Andrew just saved big on a laser hair remover at Amazon. 'Cause less hair, more air.
Coffee?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
This delectable ramen noodle recipe will put an end to your drive-through dinner rituals. Throw that powder and that tasty combo of delightful carrots and the rich touch of bok choy. Norte's Combos. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
Imagine a world with no drama.
I haven't signed Jody's card yet.
Ordering promotional products guaranteed to create memorable moments is an easy mission at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Is it menopause or something else?
The menopause journey has stages. Learn about yours with Clear Blue Menopause Stage Indicator that tracks your FSH hormone levels, combining them with your cycle data. What's your menopause stage?
Fudge? Here you go. Well, that's us. Keebler Fudge Stripes. Magic is here.
When you can save on Target's Good and Gather groceries and all the fall flavors. When quality ingredients bring more to the table. And when you're serving up taste they love at low prices, that's totally Target.
This is a story at its heart about a Maine mechanical genius. His invention revolutionized the transportation industry.
Mainers have been changing the world with their ingenuity for generations.
Too often we think, Maine's stuck off here, we don't do anything significant. But that's not true. We had people like Alvin Lombard, and I think it's important for people who live here and were born here or who moved here to know that Maine matters.
Stay connected to your community with News Center Maine Plus. Stream full newscasts and stories all on your time.
Stay up to date with Maine's weather and check out the latest forecast from the News Center Maine weather team.
The front comes through with showers.
And binge full episodes of 207 and so much more, all in one app.
There's always more of Maine to see.
News Center Maine Plus. Download on your Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV device today and watch on your schedule.
If you're buzzed and doing this, to make yourself feel okay to drive,
ZWX.
you're not okay to drive.
YGKLVW. Regular you.
The audience is back at Late Night. Come join us live in Studio AG. For tickets, head over to LateNightSethTickets.com. And for more Late Night, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok at Late Night Seth. Be sure to check us out on YouTube, Facebook, and over at LateNightSeth.com. Subscribe to the Late Night Podcast featuring a closer look and more, available on Apple, Spotify, Google, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Your clients would never be found if it weren't for me.
Bring it.
Time out, guys. I'm late to dinner. My mom's gonna kill me. Catch you guys later.
Mom wants us home. Okay. Bye, guys.
You guys need a ride?
Sure. Yeah. All right. How about some one-on-one?
I gotta go eat, man. Sorry, I'll see you later.
Imagine a day where we just get to exist and be ourselves.
And I'm going to keep fighting, and I'll keep sharing her story.
A common theme through all of these stories is giving voice to the voiceless. These stories deserve to be heard. Their stories matter.
I'm just talking about love.
They continue to fight for justice. They continue to fight for truth. It's humbling to be recognized for the work we do. It shows that the work we're doing makes a difference.
Ayla's story and my story will save someone someday. I know it will.
Thanks for watching. We love you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. We are going to be with you every 30 minutes for the next 2.5 hours to bring you the latest information that we have on the search for Robert Card, who is a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people, injured 13 more. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin last night. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. After quite some time, this scene that you're seeing here was cleared. We have not gotten word that Card was in that home or what law enforcement officials may have taken from it. It was the same house, though, where officials were earlier on Thursday, where they found a note, presumably from Card. We don't know the content of that note, so Robert Card is still unaccounted for and out there as we speak. Now, of the 18 victims in Wednesday night's shooting, we have been able to confirm 11 of them so far, including 2 that we just found out about a short time ago. News Center Main's Hannah Yeshivi joining us live from outside Spare Time Bowling in Lewiston and has the latest on that. Good morning, Hannah.
Haley, yeah, we just learned that 43-year-old Bill Young was there with his son, 14-year-old Aaron Young. It was about 7 p.m. They were playing against each other, and we just got confirmed that both of them, once again, 43-year-old Bill Young and his son, 14-year-old Aaron Young, were 2 of the people who died that night. Both of them were trying to have a fun night, and it was cut short by gunfire. We know that there were about 60 to 100 people inside the bowling alley that night, and it was a youth night. So kids ages 7 all the way to 18 were competing against each other. There were adults. It was a packed night. Just to give you a little more context on where I'm standing right now, this is Androscoggin County. Main Street is right behind me here in Lewiston. And across from me, Mullison Way, and this is the roadway that leads to the bowling alley. And just about a 9-minute drive from where I'm standing is the Schmengi's Bar and Restaurant, the second location where 40-year-old Robert Card made a stop and killed even more people there. And I don't want to sound repetitive, but we do want to make sure you understand that Robert Card is still at loose, missing. Police and officials are looking for him, and they are encouraging you once again to lock your doors, to lock your car, especially if you are in the vicinity of Lewiston, Auburn, Bowdoin, and I'm missing one more town, Lisbon. Lee, we're working to confirm those other names of the people who have died, but for now, I'll send things back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning. We'll be back top of the hour with more. Then at 4 o'clock, Sharon will be here, and we'll bring you full morning report coverage all morning long. So we'll take a break for now. We'll see you in just a little bit. Now back to your regular programming, and please stay safe.
Tonight, our special coverage from Lewiston, Maine. The urgent manhunt at this hour. Community is on lockdown as police search for the armed and dangerous man wanted for killing 18 people in the deadliest mass shooting this year. The chilling images of the gunman, police saying he entered a bowling alley and opened fire, killing 7. Then minutes later at a bar, killing 8 more. 3 others dying at the hospital. His vehicle found at a boat launch, and just in, the gun discovered inside. The moments of terror. The father of one victim telling me he died a hero.
He picked up a butcher knife and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Also, the note found at the suspect's home and what we're learning about him, a longtime Army reservist, his struggles with mental health, and what his family told us about him hearing voices. Our full team coverage. Also tonight, Israeli forces carrying out a targeted ground raid in Gaza. Armored bulldozers breaking through, a column of tanks rolling in. Our team inside Gaza witnessing an Israeli airstrike. Children rescued from the rubble. The deadly toll from Hurricane Otis, at least 27 killed after the monster storm slammed Acapulco. Our report from the storm zone. And the strike breakthrough. The UAW reaching a tentative deal with one of the big three automakers. Where does that leave the other two?
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, reporting tonight from Lewiston, Maine.
Good evening, everyone. The state of Maine is in a state of shock and fear tonight. Streets are virtually empty as residents shelter in place 24 hours after authorities say a U.S. Army reservist walked into a bowling alley and then in a bar just over my shoulder and shot and killed 18 people, wounding 13 more. Tonight, a massive search is underway for 40-year-old Robert Card. Police say he is armed and dangerous and should not be approached. And authorities say Card spent 2 weeks in a mental health facility this past summer after acting erratically. Tonight, miles of businesses and homes in and around Lewiston, Maine's second largest city, are on lockdown, including a nearby college and grade schools, as hundreds of law enforcement officers search for the suspect. It is this year's deadliest mass shooting, and it has jolted the country once again. Tonight, a mass killer is on the loose, and a large swath of Maine is on lockdown. Hundreds of law enforcement officers urgently searching for the armed and dangerous man they say carried out a shooting rampage at a bowling alley and a bar in Lewiston, killing at least 18 and injuring at least 13.
There is a full court press by all of our partners to bring him into custody.
Businesses and schools up to 50 miles away are closed.
Police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances.
Officials say the suspect is 40-year-old Robert Card from Bowdoin, a longtime member of the Army Reserve. A family member says he struggled recently with mental health issues. Law enforcement sources tell NBC News a note was found at Card's home. They are working to determine its meaning. Police say they also located a white Subaru registered to Card at a nearby boat landing.
I want to know who, where, when, why. Why would he do this? Why in Lewiston, Maine?
Today, body bags were removed from just-in-time recreation, where the rampage began.
Active shooter incidents, all available units to Lewiston.
Officials say the first 911 call came in at 6:56 p.m. Wednesday night, reporting a shooter at the bowling alley, which was hosting a youth night.
There's probably 15 feet behind me. I mean, he was close. Very close.
People inside hid under tables and behind bowling pins.
I just booked it down the lane, and I slid basically into where the pins are and climbed up in the machine and was on top of the machines for about 10 minutes until the cops got there.
Police say 7 were killed there.
2 active shooter locations. The second will be at Schemengees.
Just 12 minutes later, more calls flooded into 911. The shooter had opened fire again, this time 4 miles away at Schemengees Bar and Grill, where police say he killed 8. Officials say multiple law enforcement agencies were dispatched to the scenes. It's unclear what time they arrived. Among the dead at the bowling alley, Bill Young and his 14-year-old son Aaron, and Tricia Aslin, who worked there and was bowling with her sister when shots rang out. Her mom says she was killed while calling 911. Her sister survived.
The world lost a great girl, and I lost a precious daughter.
Right away. Leroy Walker's son, Joey, was a manager at Schemengees. He says the suspect had been there before.
And all of the people over there, they know him.
So he would come to Schemengees?
He would actually come to Schemengees. He'd been there off and on.
Leroy says he waited 14 hours to hear whether Joey was among the dead. You're all going through a lot of pain right now.
It's awful. That moment when I got the call that said, Joey's dead. it brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
He says Joey was a married father of two who loved running cornhole tournaments at the bar.
As manager of that club, he loved that club enough and the people enough that he would give his life, and that's what he did.
A state trooper told the family Joey died a hero.
Because he picked up a butcher knife and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Does that change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Tonight, President Biden ordering flags across the country to be flown at half-staff to honor Joey and the 17 others who lost their lives.
My boy, Joey, will be missed by thousands.
You were close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we're learning new details about the suspect's background with guns and about potential warning signs before last night's shooting. Sam Brock is in the suspect's hometown. Sam, what have you learned today?
Lester, law enforcement says a gun was found in that white Subaru. They are looking right now to see if it's the same weapon that was used in the mass shooting, as we are hearing from the Card family, who says that they alerted authorities that this is someone who needed help.
In Robert Card's hometown of Bowdoin, Maine, area-wide shock.
It's mind-blowing. Everything about it it's unbelievable. I mean, why this is going on and why this happened.
Even as the suspect's own family reveals chilling details about the decades-long Army reservist. His sister-in-law telling NBC News they alerted police and military officials that Card was experiencing an acute mental health episode in the months before Wednesday's massacre, saying he'd been fitted for high-powered hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart, and he's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to two senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Bowdoin, Maine.
And with a killer on the run, many families spent hour after hour here on lockdown. Emily Aketa has more on a community on edge.
Tonight, amid an urgent manhunt, tens of thousands of people across 2 counties are sheltering in place. Police telling people to secure their homes and vehicles.
I've never locked my door once at night. I leave them wide open. Now, I'm going to get a ring cam. Scary.
Today, the streets of Maine's second biggest city, Lewiston, eerily quiet. Gas stations, restaurants, and pharmacies shuttering their doors, and dozens of schools, even 3 hours away, canceling classes. Jasmine Gray hasn't left her dorm room at Bates College since last night.
I didn't think this was going to happen my first year of college. It's just something that just doesn't happen in Maine, because it's so safe.
A shock echoed by Trevor Brooks, who learned one of his customers is in critical condition.
It is a close-knit community, you know. I would say we're more like 3 degrees of separation rather than 6 around here.
Governor Janet Mills, who worked in Lewiston for years, called Wednesday's violence an assault on Maine's peace of mind.
Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation.
The mass shooting's death toll approaches the number of homicides the entire state typically sees throughout the year. A total of 29 homicides last year, 20 the year before. On the Facebook page for Schmeggies, where 8 people died, this post: I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. How can we make any sense of this? A heart-wrenching question many here are wrestling with tonight.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Lewiston, Maine.
And we are keeping a sharp eye on the situation in the Middle East tonight. Israel targeting Hamas in Gaza and is now carrying out what it called a targeted raid on the ground as fears grow for hostages held by Hamas, including some Americans. Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel has late details.
Israel tonight says it killed a senior Hamas commander hours after the military's biggest ground incursion yet into Gaza, with armored bulldozers and columns of tanks firing on the move. Israel called it a targeted raid to prepare for the next phase of the war against Hamas. It's also a test of Hamas's defenses to probe for tunnels the militants use to move and launch surprise attacks. They are not new. Nearly 15 years ago, I went down into one.
So I've just reached the bottom. It's 18 meters from top to bottom. It's extraordinarily claustrophobic down here. A lot of this tunnel remains. It's reinforced with wood.
The tunnels have gotten more elaborate since then. A maze under Gaza, where released hostages say they were held. Hamas has only freed 4 hostages so far. Today, Israeli families pleading for the rest to be set free. Simona Steinbrecher recalling being on the phone just before her daughter was taken.
She was screaming and afraid and crying, "Mommy, Mommy, they came to take us. Help me, Mommy." But I can't go to help her because all the place was with Hamas.
For now, Israel is striking what's above ground. Our crew in southern Gaza witnessed an Israeli airstrike and rushed toward it. A boy is rescued from the rubble, but a girl remains trapped. She's eventually freed, and our cameraman caught up with her in an ambulance. She's dazed and seems unaware of what's happening around her. At the hospital, she's treated on the floor, given air, and comes around as she's cleaned. She says her name is Miral and asks if her father is alive. The medic tells her he's fine, but doesn't know. A woman next to her asks, "Why are they doing this to us? What did we do?"
Israel and President Biden accuse Hamas of using civilians as human shields. But Palestinians who can't leave Gaza ask, where else are they supposed to go? Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. Rising tensions are fueling an alarming increase in anti-Semitism, while Palestinians have been targeted as well. We get more from Andrea Mitchell.
Video showing Jewish students scared inside a Cooper Union College library as pro-Palestinian protesters pounded on the door, shouting, "Free Palestine." Anti-Israel slogans projected at night on campus buildings at George Washington University in downtown Washington. A Jewish man describes a home invasion in Los Angeles. He says the attacker was shouting this.
Free Palestine, we need to kill the Israeli people.
An alarming surge in anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. since the Hamas terror attack in Israel and Israel's airstrikes in Gaza, according to the Anti-Defamation League, up 388% over the same period last year.
To what do you attribute it?
When you dehumanize and demonize Israelis and Jews, it leads to anti-Jewish sentiment around the world. And we've seen how anti-Semitism has been normalized here in the United States.
Palestinian groups also reporting incidents against them, the most devastating the murder of 6-year-old Wadja al-Fayoum and stabbing of his mother, Chicago police say, by their landlord in an alleged hate crime.
It is very concerning, and it's an example of what can happen to a community when they're dehumanized.
The White House calling the incidents of anti-Semitism over the past week a disturbing pattern that shocked the conscience and turned the stomach. Lester?
Andrea Mitchell, thank you. In 60 seconds, the devastating and deadly toll of Hurricane Otis. We'll go to hard-hit Mexico, where a popular tourist town is in tatters. Right after this.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
I love the battle range. We can battle it out.
Niall's a little intimidated.
Pull up your big boy pants, Niall.
The Voice, new Monday and Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with a deadly toll from Hurricane Otis. At least 27 killed after Otis roared ashore in Mexico near Acapulco, leaving a path of devastation through that tourist hotspot. Telemundo's Julio Vaquera is in the storm zone.
Tonight, utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage. Lester?
All right, Julio, thank you. And next, on the road to a major deal in Detroit between striking auto workers and car makers, what it means for you.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you persuade a jury whose minds are already made up?
We did nothing wrong!
That's preconceived bias. Jurors walk in predisposed to a particular verdict. I got an idea for an experiment.
The Irrational, Monday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
I made you great.
You made me you.
I'm not the monster you think I am.
We have a missing 19-year-old.
The clock is ticking.
I don't think she ever left the hotel.
This is a lot of blood.
This room just became a crime scene.
Focus on the case. You want more food? You want your books? You have to earn it.
Gabrielle, forgetting something.
Found. Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Disaster relief, blood donations, saving lives.
This is the American Red Cross. Could your family escape a home fire in just 2 minutes? Make sure your home has working smoke alarms. They can cut the risk of dying in a home fire by half. The American Red Cross will install free smoke alarms and provide free home safety checks. Sign up today. Help is here. The American Red Cross of Northern New England.
I'll see y'all.
I got some batteries and 2 flashlights.
What's up, champ? I feel like you get taller every time I see you. Congratulations, Brandon.
Good news on the U.S. economy. It grew by an annual rate of nearly 5% in the third quarter, beating expectations. And as Maggie Vespa reports, there is major progress in something that's been a drag on the economy, the weeks-long auto worker strike.
Tonight, for Ford workers, cleanup along the picket lines.
It was a bit of a shock. You know, I didn't expect Ford to come to the table with a deal so soon.
6 weeks into their sweeping strike against America's big 3 car companies, United Auto Workers last night announcing their first tentative agreement.
Our stand-up strike has delivered.
UAW leaders say the Ford deal, which still needs to be approved by members, would guarantee a 25% increase in base pay, reinstate cost of living allowances, and get rid of, quote, divisive wage tiers. Ford saying they're pleased with the deal.
The wage increases, the cost of living allowance is huge.
But other members aren't so sure.
What we were shooting for was at least 30 to 35%. 25%, that's, I don't know.
Meanwhile, strikes at Stellantis and GM plants grew this week. GM saying the stoppage has already cost them $800 million in pre-tax earnings. In the wake of Ford's breakthrough, both companies confirm talks continue.
I wouldn't be surprised that eventually GM and Stellantis ultimately agree to contracts with a similar type of pay raise for their workers.
Tonight, President Biden, who made history joining the picket line last month, calling the Ford deal a testament to the power of employers and employees coming together.
Ford saying they want to get their close to 20,000 workers back on the job soon. UAW leadership saying no date for the ratification vote has been set. Lester.
Maggie Vespa, thank you. Why what happened here in Maine is hitting home for so many. Coming up, one of my colleagues with that story.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When night falls and they arrive, there's nowhere to run and no place to hide. Bears, Chargers, made for Sunday night on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
I have something for you. It's a security gig.
I will work and you will sleep, you understand?
This place has been shut down for years. It was huge in the 80s with the kids.
Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, where fantasy and fun come to life. Come to life. Come to life. Can we go home now?
Giant robots murdering innocent people. You didn't think you should maybe tell me about that?
Rated PG-13. NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
There's something about mornings in Maine. New sunrise.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm Sharon Rose.
And I'm Lee Goldberg.
New possibilities. We know how you start your day can shape the rest of your day.
Drizzle falling. Kids are gonna need their raincoats this morning.
That's why we start ours before you wake up.
The Taste Top story is just ahead.
So rise and shine and take on your day.
Finally, one more American community is suffering through the horrors of a mass shooting. This one here in Maine. It's a place our Cynthia McFadden knows well.
Though it's home to Bates College, Lewiston is not exactly a quaint college town.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. We're going to be with you every 30 minutes for the next couple of hours up until 4 o'clock to bring you the latest information on the search for Robert Card. He is a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people, injured 13 more. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence on Meadow Road, right in the town of Bowdoin last night. You're looking at the video from it. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. And after quite some time, the scene was cleared. We have not gotten word that Card was actually in that home or what law enforcement officials may have taken from it. It was the same house where officials were earlier on Thursday, where they found a note, presumably from Robert Card. Now, we don't know the content of that note either. So we do know this: Robert Card is still unaccounted for, still out there as we speak here at 2:04 on Friday morning, and this all started on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Of the 18 victims in Wednesday night's shooting, we have been able to confirm 11 of them so far, including 2 that we just found out about a short time ago. News Center Maine's Henny Ashivi joining us live from outside Spare Time Bowling in Lewiston, where all of this started. Again, 7 o'clock back on Wednesday night. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee. And those 18 people were murdered just about a 3-minute walk from where I'm standing here on Main Road in Lewiston. And this is Mullison Way leading to the bowling alley. I do have those 10 names that we independently have confirmed with family members. Ron Morin, Joseph Walker, Bob Violet, Trisha Aslin, Arthur Strout, Peyton Brewer Ross, Joshua Seal, Brian McFarlane, Bill Young, and Aaron Young. And once again, those are just 10 of the 18 names of the people who were killed on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. when 40-year-old Robert Card walked in and caused this mass shooting. We are working to find out the other 8 names that we have not independently confirmed with family members, and we will bring you those when we learn about them. And just to set the scene a little bit, it has quieted down a little bit. There's only one cruiser behind me, a few that are still in the area. But it is important to know that 40-year-old, as you mentioned, Lee, Robert Card is still out. Police officers are working hard to find him. And right now, that is the latest information that we have for you.
All right, Hannah Yeshivi live in Lewiston. Thank you. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. We'll get you back to your regular scheduled programming. For now, we'll be back about 2:30 with another update for you. Hopefully, we've got some news to share that we don't already know. Wouldn't that be nice? So stay safe, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Wounded in action. Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. He asked all his therapists to help him undertake some of the house chores. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
The news doesn't happen in a newsroom. It happens out here in our community.
And our community is big.
It's filled with different voices, experiences,
And stories that affect us all. You need a news source that listens, that keeps you connected. It's a news source that doesn't waste your time.
That's News Center Maine at 6. Connecting you to your community.
And the stories that matter to you.
Tonight, the major manhunt for a mass shooter. Entire towns in the state of Maine paralyzed in a lockdown as another community is left reeling from gun violence. The surveillance images showing the gunman on his rampage, the highly trained shooter opening fire in a bowling alley, then minutes later killing more at a nearby bar. The haunting images of body bags being removed. Survivor stories emerging of terrified people running for their lives and hiding behind bowling pins. Schools and businesses shut, residents across Maine terrified and told to shelter in place. The father telling us about the agonizing 14 hours of not knowing about his son, only to learn he was among the dead. Armed and dangerous, the chilling details about the accused gunman and firearm instructor. His family telling NBC News he was having an acute mental health episode. They say he was hearing voices in his head that his mind was twisting around. The call they say they gave police before the massacre. And the interview with a former reservist who was trained by the suspect. His ominous warning about his skills in military tactics and how dangerous it might be to capture him. Tanks inside Gaza. Israeli tanks and armored bulldozers rolling into Gaza. The military conducting targeted raids. Its biggest ground operation since the war began. Searching for tunnels Hamas uses for surprise attacks. This as hundreds of airstrikes rain down on Gaza, burying people in rubble. Hurricane disaster zone. The first signs of the true devastation after a monster Category 5 hurricane barreled into Mexico, killing dozens. High rises shredded by winds, neighborhoods and resorts torn apart. Power out for hundreds of thousands. Our team reporting from the ground. Plus, back behind bars, a former Philadelphia policeman arrested again on murder charges for fatally shooting a man who was sitting in his car. Why a judge overruled an earlier decision to drop all charges, insisting a jury needs to hear this case. And House Inferno, a home engulfed in flames, black smoke pouring from the windows. Could it have been started by a Tesla? How the family got to safety before fire crews arrived. Top Story starts right now. Good evening. I'm Stephanie Gosk in for Tom Yamas. We begin Top Story tonight with the all-out manhunt for a killer who has vanished after carrying out a deadly rampage last night, shocking what was a once quiet Maine town. Authorities at this hour are looking for this man, captured in harrowing surveillance images with his gun drawn moments before he opened fire at 2 locations in the city of Lewiston. First at a bowling alley and then at a bar just miles away. At least 18 people killed, 13 more injured, panicked survivors running to safety as others are packed into ambulances. The suspect, 40-year-old Army reservist Robert Card, a firearms instructor with a history of mental health issues. His family saying he heard voices tormenting him recently, saying they warned police before the shooting about his condition. Law enforcement calling him armed and dangerous, ordering residents to shelter in place, putting whole cities under lockdown as they scour the streets. In a moment, we'll talk to the mayor of Auburn, Maine, a neighboring community on edge tonight with the gunman still at large. The death toll from this horrific attack now close to the total murders in Maine in all of last year. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt is on the ground in Lewiston and leads us off.
Tonight, a mass killer is on the loose and a large swath of Maine is on lockdown. Hundreds of law enforcement officers urgently searching for the armed and dangerous man they say carried out a shooting rampage at a bowling alley and a bar in Lewiston, killing at least 18 and injuring at least 13.
There is a full court press by all of our partners to bring him into custody.
Businesses and schools up to 50 miles away are closed.
Police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances.
Officials say the suspect is 40-year-old Robert Card from Bowdoin, a longtime member of the Army Reserve. A family member says he struggled recently with mental health issues. Law enforcement sources tell NBC News a note was found at Card's home. They are working to determine its meaning. Police say they also located a white Subaru registered to Card at a nearby boat landing.
I want to know who, where, when, why. Why would he do this? Why in Lewiston, Maine?
Today, body bags were removed from just-in-time recreation, where the rampage began.
Active shooter incidents, all available units to Lewiston.
Officials say the first 911 call came in at 6:56 p.m. Wednesday night, reporting a shooter at the bowling alley, which was hosting a youth night.
It was probably 15 feet behind me. I mean, he was close. Very close.
People inside hid under tables and behind bowling pins.
I just booked it down the lane, and I slid basically into where the pins are and climbed up in the machine and was on top of the machines for about 10 minutes until the cops got there.
Police say 7 were killed there.
2 active shooter locations. The second will be at Schmenges.
Just 12 minutes later, more calls flooded into 911. The shooter had opened fire again, this time 4 miles away at Schmenges Bar and Grill, where police say he killed 8. Officials say multiple law enforcement agencies were dispatched to the scenes. It's unclear what time they arrived. Among the dead at the bowling alley, Bill Young and his 14-year-old son Aaron, and Tricia Aslin, who worked there and was bowling with her sister when shots rang out. Her mom says she was killed while calling 911. Her sister survived.
The world lost a great girl, and I lost a precious daughter.
Right away. Leroy Walker's son, Joey, was a manager at Schmenges. He says the suspect had been there before.
And all of the people over there, they know him.
So he would come to Schmenges?
He would actually come to Schmenges. He'd been there off and on.
Leroy says he waited 14 hours to hear whether Joey was among the dead. You're all going through a lot of pain right now.
It's awful. That moment when I got the call that said, Joey's dead. It brought me back. It brought me right back to my knees.
He says Joey was a married father of 2 who loved running cornhole tournaments at the bar.
As manager of that club, he loved that club enough and the people enough that he would give his life, and that's what he did.
A state trooper told the family Joey died a hero.
Because he picked up a a butcher knife, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else.
Does that change your pain at all?
Oh.
Knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Tonight, President Biden ordering flags across the country to be flown at half staff to honor Joey and the 17 others who lost their lives.
My boy, Joey, will be missed by thousands.
You were close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Lester joins us now from Lewiston. What a heartbreaking interview with that father, Lester. You know, you've been on the ground talking to people all day, but with this suspected gunman still on the loose, it must be a mix of grief and fear right now.
Yeah, the fact the gunman is on the loose really changes the conversation. Stephanie, I've covered far too many of these, more than I want to even think about. Generally, what happens is people begin to come out of their homes. They see where the media is. They want to engage us. They want to tell their stories. They want to make sure that their town is in the best light possible. You didn't see a lot of that today because people are heeding this sense of staying inside, sheltering in place, as authorities call it. The people when I was coming up here driving up from Portland, Maine, the airport there, went to pay the toll there, and instead of have a nice day, it was be careful out there, and people meant it. They're very obviously on edge because this shooter, this killer, is still out there.
Tragic and eerie there tonight. Going back to that interview with the father, he had to wait so long to get the terrible news about his son. Did he have anything else to add to his experience?
Yeah, Leroy Walker is a strong man, but he broke down several times in that conversation. He was very close to his son. One of the things that I don't want to say it surprised me necessarily, but that I took away was his sense of forgiveness. You know, he clearly had some compassion for the shooter and for people who may be struggling with the things we believe the shooter was struggling with, and so that was interesting to hear from him. He just wanted, like so many people, when they tell these stories, they want their loved one honored, to be recognized as someone more than a number. We are inundated with these things and the statistics of shootings and that, but at the end of the day, they always come down to people, and glad to be able to tell his story and that of his son, Joey.
Yeah, people like this father. Lester, thank you so much. Next, to the new details we're learning about the suspect, Robert Card, including a disturbing warning about his expertise with guns from a man who Card trained himself. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is on the ground with the latest.
In Robert Card's hometown of Bowdoin, Maine, area-wide shock.
It's mind-blowing. Everything about it it's unbelievable. I mean, why this is going on and why this happened.
Even as the suspect's own family reveals chilling details about the decades-long Army reservist. His sister-in-law telling NBC News they alerted police and military officials that Card was experiencing an acute mental health episode in the months before Wednesday's massacre, saying he'd been fitted for high-powered hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart, and he's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to two senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from outside what's believed to be the suspect's house in Bowdoin, Maine. Sam, the Coast Guard is now part of the search effort to look for him. Why were they brought in?
So it was really kind of stunning today, Stephanie, to hear the Maine State Police say we have no idea what state he is in and we do not know if he is alive. Obviously, you have multiple towns and communities that are still right now under shelter-in-place orders. And speaking with criminal justice experts, they lay out the fact that there's 4 distinct possibilities here. Either he has taken his own life, he got onto a boat, the Coast Guard has been activated in this search, he took a car or a motorcycle, or he's out there on foot, Stephanie. And the reality is there's all of these wooded areas around here. His family owns hundreds of acres. He likely knows this entire area like the back of his hand. And it does pose a significant obstacle for law enforcement right now, as hundreds of people are out there trying to find Robert Card.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Lewiston and the surrounding area tonight remain under a shelter-in-place order as an intense manhunt, as we mentioned, for the suspect continues. This all happening as they mourn the loss of at least 18 members of the community. Joining us now is Mayor Jason Levesque. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for joining me. He's from Auburn, Maine, which is right across from the river from Lewiston. Mr. Mayor, first, Auburn is the twin city to Lewiston. It's been nearly 24 hours since this tragedy took place, and the suspected shooter is still on the loose. What are you telling your community tonight?
I'm telling them simply honor the shelter-in-place order, stay vigilant, really have a good sense of situational awareness. And if you see anything abnormal, call the state police tip line. It's the best thing you can do at this time. We will get through this, of course, and I have to give a hats off to our really heroic first responders that came off duty, on duty, and rushed in without any hesitation for their own personal safety in order to save as many people as possible.
And they're still on duty tonight, for sure. Mayor, your city hosted a reunification center in the first hours after the shooting. Can you tell us a bit about the scene there last night?
Yeah, it was definitely surreal. Very, we had to bring in the witnesses from post statements to the police. We brought them in. We brought their families in. We had grief counselors there. We had clergy there. Our first responders were there, and we're just bringing them together. So it was a night that was, mixed with joy and elation when people were finally reunified and they could go home. And it was also interspersed with sadness. People were there and they realized their loved ones were not coming to this relocation center. That's that hard truth that we all had to face together as a community.
It's heartbreaking to hear. Mr. Mayor, it is being reported that the suspected shooter suffered with mental health issues that had caused concern before last night's shooting. Yet he still had access to an assault-style rifle. Should more be done in this country to restrict access to those kinds of weapons?
At this point, I'm not going to comment on motive, mental health, access. My job is to focus on the mental health of my community. We need to make sure that the people of Auburn, Lewiston, the entire Androscoggin County area come together, honor those who have passed away, the victims, their families, and help their ease them out of their grief. That's our focus right now. And I'm not going to speculate at all about whether or not someone should or should not have had this weapon.
Your community tonight, there has to be overwhelming shock. You've had conversations with people all day long. How are people doing?
This is at everyone. To be honest with you, the first time I've watched coverage of this, I was just waiting for this interview with Mr. Holt. Leroy Walker is a city councilor of mine. He's a close advisor. I've known him for years. I knew his son Joey very well, so this is personal. For everyone in this community. And we have a combined population of around 65,000 people. There's not going to be a single person that hasn't been touched by this tragedy.
Mayor Jason Levesque, our hearts go out to you and your community. Thank you so much for your time tonight. And with a killer on the run, many families spent hour after hour in lockdown. Emily Aketa has the latest on the community living in fear.
Tonight, amid an urgent manhunt, tens of thousands of people across 2 counties are sheltering in place. Police telling people to secure their homes and vehicles.
I've never locked my door once at night. I leave them wide open. Now, I'm going to get a ring cam. Scary.
Today, the streets of Maine's second biggest city, Lewiston, eerily quiet. Gas stations, restaurants, and pharmacies shuttering their doors, and dozens of schools, even 3 hours away, canceling classes. Jasmine Gray hasn't left her dorm room at Bates College since last night.
I didn't think this was going to happen my first year of college. It's just something that just doesn't happen in Maine because it's so safe.
A shock echoed by Trevor Brooks, who learned one of his customers is in critical condition.
It is a close-knit community, you know. I would say we're more like 3 degrees of separation rather than 6 around here.
Governor Janet Mills, who worked in Lewiston for years, called Wednesday's violence an assault on Maine's peace of mind.
Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation.
The mass shooting's death toll approaches the number of homicides the entire state typically sees throughout the year. A total of 29 homicides last year, 20 the year before. On the Facebook page for Schmeggies, where 8 people died, this post: I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. How can we make any sense of this? A heart-wrenching question many here are wrestling with tonight.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Emily Aketa joins us now from Lewiston, Maine. Emily, any sense when we could see the shelter-in-place orders ease there?
Well, Steph, officials tell me that the directive for people to stay inside and keep their doors locked will likely remain in place until one of 2 things happen. First, the obvious one, the suspect is apprehended or captured, or if they get some kind of information that makes them confident that the community is safe, that he has left the area. But those remain to be 2 big question marks at this hour as this community continues to reel, both heartbroken, in utter shock, and absolutely uneasy. As we learn, Steph, that more schools and government buildings will remain closed tomorrow.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much. Turning overseas and to the other major story we're following tonight, Israel says its troops and tanks briefly entered into Gaza last night, a move they say is to, quote, prepare the battlefield for an expected ground invasion. This latest escalation amid an unrelenting campaign of airstrikes. The Hamas-controlled Gaza Health Ministry reporting the death toll there is now over 7,000. And at top of mind for Israel, the fate of the hostages, likely held underground in Hamas's dense network of tunnels like this one. NBC's Richard Engel once toured those tunnels and now has this report on the latest.
Israel tonight says it killed a senior Hamas commander hours after the military's biggest ground incursion yet into Gaza, with armored bulldozers and columns of tanks firing on the move. Israel called it a targeted raid to prepare for the next phase of the war against Hamas. It's also a test of Hamas's defenses to probe for tunnels the militants use to move and launch surprise attacks. They are not new. Nearly 15 years ago, I went down into one.
So I've just reached the bottom. It's 18 meters from top to bottom. It's extraordinarily claustrophobic down here. A lot of this tunnel remains. It's reinforced with wood.
The tunnels have gotten more elaborate since then. A maze under Gaza, where released hostages say they were held. Hamas has only freed 4 hostages so far. Today, Israeli families pleading for the rest to be set free. Simona Steinbrecher recalling being on the phone just before her daughter was taken.
She was screaming and afraid and crying, "Mommy, Mommy, they came to take us. Help me, Mommy." But I can't go to help her because all the place was with Hamas.
For now, Israel is striking what's above ground. Our crew in southern Gaza witnessed an Israeli airstrike and rushed toward it. A boy is rescued from the rubble, but a girl remains trapped. She's eventually freed, and our cameraman caught up with her in an ambulance. She's dazed and seems unaware of what's happening around her. At the hospital, she's treated on the floor, given air, and comes around as she's cleaned.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. We are going to be with you every 30 minutes for the next couple of hours and bring you the latest information on the search for Robert Card. He is a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people in Lewiston, injured 13 more. There was a prolonged and very extensive police presence right on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin last night. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. Now, after quite some time, the scene was cleared. We've not gotten word that Card was in that home or what law enforcement officials might have taken from the home. It was the same house where officials were earlier on Thursday, and they apparently found a note, presumably from Robert Card. We don't know the content of that note. So Robert Card is still unaccounted for at this hour, 2:30 on this Friday morning. News Center Maine's Raya Wooten is joining us now live from Lewiston near Schmange's Bar and Grill, which was the second location where Card allegedly shot and killed people there. Hey, Raya.
Hey, good morning. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. We are here in Lewiston at Schmange's, which was one of the locations that endured the mass shooting yesterday. I'm going to move out of the shot just a bit so that you can see. This is the location, and the scene is pretty quiet right now, but that calm and that quiet is what many families are feeling this morning as they're missing their loved ones. So we're going to be taking some time this morning to remember loved ones, people who lost people in this terrible tragedy. And one of those people is Christy Strout. She lost her husband, Arthur Strout, who's 42 years old. They shared 5 children together, and just a few kind words that she shared. She said that Arthur was strong-willed, he loved his family, that he would do anything for them, and she honestly cannot imagine what she's going to do now without him. So it's very heavy for very many families. We're going to be taking some time to share some of those stories this morning so we can remember those who are lost. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ryan Wooten live in Lewiston for us. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you later on. All right, we'll get back to your regular program. We'll be back top of the hour with another update for you. Stay safe, everybody.
Of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
How do you persuade a jury whose minds are already made up?
We did nothing wrong!
That's preconceived bias. Jurors walk in predisposed to a particular verdict. I got an idea for an experiment.
The Irrational, Monday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, We're back now with the latest on that devastating hurricane that slammed into Mexico as a Category 5 storm early Wednesday morning, killing at least 27 people and injuring hundreds more. The full scope of the devastation only now coming into view. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero is on the ground in Mexico with the latest.
Tonight, utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage.
That was Julio Vaquero in Mexico. When we come back, a major reversal in a case we've been following out of Philadelphia. A former police officer charged with murder after shooting a man during a traffic stop this summer. His arrest coming just weeks after all charges against him were dropped. How a judge is explaining that reversal.
Sleep. Feel. The Chic's difference is real. From the light to the dark. Pull back, fall in, exhale. Woo! Hot damn. No ma'am. So chill all night. On a cloud like a feather. Smooth, soft, nothing better. Just right. Own the night. Visit trycheeks.com to get 25% off. Free shipping and 2 free pillowcases, plus a 60-night guarantee.
We've got a steal!
Weekends are for fun, especially in Maine.
Here's what's coming up on the Weekend Morning Report.
Don't miss a beat. Get the most out of your weekend by tuning in to the Weekend Morning Report.
It's going to be a pretty nice start to your weekend with some clear skies in the forecast.
Join us for fun, news, and weather wherever the weekend takes you.
Which is going to be nice outside.
Wake up with a smile and join us Saturday starting at 5 a.m. and Sunday starting at 6 a.m.
Perfect timing for the weekend, Aaron.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Great day to get outside and just enjoy it. Enjoy the weekend.
Maine's most watched weekend morning news show.
Power, great or marked ability to do or act. Potential, the ability to develop, achieve, or succeed. Awareness, knowledge or perception of a situation, fact, or opportunity. Kids Chance of Maine is a nonprofit organization that provides scholarships for children whose parent or guardian was catastrophically or fatally injured on the job. It costs you nothing but the time it takes for you to make others aware of this scholarship opportunity.
There are Maine-made products representing our country in front of all of the countries in the world. It's the Olympics. It is something that everybody in the entire world looks at. And so to have, Maine get put on the map in that way, a global map, that's why it's a big deal. Local business is what builds our cities, our towns. And when you have something like that in your own backyard, there's some pride there.
Back now with Top Stories news feed, and we begin with a massive house fire outside Miami that authorities say may have been started by a Tesla. Video shows flames engulfing the home, plumes of thick smoke billowing from the windows. The fire department saying the fire appears to have started in the garage where a Tesla was parked. A family of 5 was inside at the time, but they managed to escape without any serious injuries. A dramatic burglary at a Philadelphia marijuana dispensary caught on camera. New surveillance video released by police showing a driver smashing an SUV into the dispensary twice, shattering the front doors before several masked suspects rush into the store. No word yet on what was stolen. Authorities are still searching for those involved. A rogue deer sending diners scrambling at a restaurant in southern Wisconsin. Surveillance video capturing the moment a buck broke through a window before charging into the dining area. Try that with your scrambled eggs. The animal making its way through the kitchen and then running out the back door. Nobody was hurt. The restaurant says it's reopened, quote, after a deep clean. Turning now to a story we've been following out of Philadelphia. A former police officer is being held without bail tonight, charged with the murder of Eddie Irizarry, who was killed during a traffic stop in August. The arrest comes just weeks after all charges have been dropped. Valerie Castro has more on this major reversal, and a warning, some of the video you're about to see is disturbing.
Tonight, the family of Eddie Irizarry, the man who was shot and killed by a Philadelphia police officer, says they're finally on the path to getting justice.
God is good. God is good. We finally
got the answer we needed.
Ex-cop Mark Dial arrested again for murder, back behind bars 1 month after all charges against him were dropped. A new judge now reinstating them.
We are very thankful that the judge actually heard all the wonderful evidence that was presented by both sides and decided that yes, Mark Dial is back in jail for now.
Irizarry was killed as he sat in this car after a traffic stop in August. Police say he was driving erratically when Dial and another officer pulled him over. Police body camera footage capturing the moment Dial walks up to the closed driver's side window and fires through the glass. Prosecutors say Irizarry was shot 5 times.
413 shots fired, shots fired.
Irizarry's devastated family calling the incident cold-blooded murder.
Everyone in Philadelphia seen a murder. They see my nephew get murdered.
But the first judge in the case called it a justified shooting, dismissing the charges over what she saw as a lack of sufficient evidence last month.
My client did everything he could to get him to the hospital to save his life. It's a tragedy, but not a crime.
They threw away all the charges. This is some that's what it is.
Protesters took to the streets outraged over the initial ruling, but now a second judge agreeing with prosecutors, ruling that there are sufficient questions of fact that will need a jury to review. Among that potential evidence, this doorbell security video obtained by Irizarry's family and attorneys shows the encounter from another angle. Dial's police partner testifying he mistakenly yelled out "gun" before the fatal shots were fired. Irizarry was actually holding a knife. Now Dial is being held without bail and could be facing prison time.
We can't wait to go to trial. The facts here are undeniable. Mark Dial did not commit a crime.
Irizarry's family anxious for what's ahead.
This is only the beginning still. We still have a long, long road ahead of us, and we are aware of that. But with prayers and just sticking together as a family.
Valerie Castro joins us now. Valerie, you mentioned Mark Dial is behind bars tonight. What's next for him?
Well, Stephanie, his defense team is calling for a change of venue. They say they plan to file a motion to have this case moved out of Philadelphia County. They don't feel as though Dial will get a fair trial there, given all of the publicity. There were 6 other charges that were also initially dismissed, including voluntary manslaughter, but all of those have also been reinstated. Stephanie?
All right, thank you very much. Turning now to the trials of Donald Trump. Tonight, special counsel Jack Smith's office is asking a D.C. judge to reinstate a gag order against the former president. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins me now in studio. Angela, thank you so much for being here. So Jack Smith says that former President Trump's comments about Chief of Staff Mark Meadows are trying to intimidate him in his testimony. Is there any validity to that?
Well, I think this would be a good reason to reinstate the gag order, because if he was indeed attempting to say that Mark Meadows would be a coward if he did testify or did have immunity, then that is possibly intimidation. And look, that's really the point of a gag order. That's the point of a judge in a trial, to ensure impartiality, to ensure integrity, to make sure there's no outside bias or no outside interest, that whatever the jury decides is based on the information of the evidence alone in the course of the trial. So, yeah, there could possibly be lots of validity to that.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, this isn't the only gag order. Just one day after former President Trump's $10,000 fine in the New York civil case, President Trump took to Truth Social this morning to call the judge in that case, quote, tyrannical, risking a further fine. How has the New York judge responded to that?
Well, the judge today doubled, tripled down on his remarks yesterday. So Trump's team attempted to get those sanctions repealed, reversed. They said, look, take a look at the video again and try to say that Trump was telling the truth. The judge revisited the video and just doubled down, said, no, I again am saying that Trump did not tell the truth. He was not talking about Michael Cohen. He was talking about my staff. And he made the statement, anybody can run for president. I am going to protect my staff. So the judge in the New York trial really just is not having this gag order go anywhere. It is here for good.
Yeah, he's not listening to him. You know, earlier today you had the American Civil Liberties Union filing an amicus brief arguing against the gag order. This is an organization not usually in agreement with Trump. What's their argument about in this case?
So the ACLU is perhaps the biggest, greatest defender of free speech in this country. And they are arguing that the gag order in the DC case is overly broad, overly vague. It's not specific enough. And not only does Donald Trump have the right to free speech, free expression, to speak as a presidential candidate, but that we as the American public also have the right to hear what our presidential candidate would be saying.
All right, Angela, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Now to Top Stories Global Watch, and we begin with a wild moment caught on camera in Sydney, Australia. A GoPro capturing the moment a massive humpback whale soars out of the water, knocking a man off his surfboard and dragging him under the surface. He was able to break free when the leash attached to his arm snapped. The man was wing foiling at the time, a sport that involves using a small detached sail while surfing. Remarkably, he was not injured. In a massive show of force, Russia conducting a large-scale nuclear retaliation test. Footage released by the military shows missiles being fired into the air in what the Kremlin called a rehearsal of the country's ability to launch a retaliatory strike if necessary. Hours earlier, lawmakers rescinded Russia's ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, a global agreement that bans all nuclear explosions. The U.S. has signed but never ratified that treaty. And in Afghanistan, a woman's education advocate has been released after 7 months in prison. Mariula Wessa was taken from his home and arrested by Taliban forces in March after publicly advocating for girls' rights to attend school. The Taliban, which has ruled the country since the U.S. withdrawal in September of 2021, has banned girls from going to school after the 6th grade. Coming up next, our continuing coverage of that deadly mass shooting in Maine. Stay with us.
Scared of a little blood? Dr. Garcia?
Whoa! Crest Reality Checkup.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
I must be brushing too hard.
No, it's actually a sign of bacterial infection, one that could spread to other parts of the body. Check this out.
Unlike other toothpastes, Crest Gum Detoxify's antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day, huh? No reason to fear.
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
There once was a tree, lovingly made to look real. So real, something magical happened. It helped create very real memories. Balsam Hill.
Your clients would never be found if it weren't for me.
Bring it.
Time out, guys. I'm late to dinner. My mom's gonna kill me. Catch you guys later.
Mom wants us home. Okay. Bye, guys. You guys need a ride?
Sure. Yeah. All right. How about some one-on-one?
I gotta go eat, man. Sorry, I'll see you later.
I work for the NAMI Maine text line, and our goal is to connect with individuals that are aged 13 to 23. A lot of people are motivated by stressors in their life, whether that be related to a mental illness, mental health diagnosis, or everyday stressors. But overall, we work kind of based on what they're looking for. If they just want to vent and talk about how they're feeling, we'll listen, we'll offer validation, because everyone goes through something.
We're back with our continued coverage of the manhunt ongoing in Maine for suspected mass shooter Robert Card. As we've reported, his family told NBC News that Card was hearing voices in his head and experienced a mental health episode prior to Wednesday's massacre. For more on this, I want to bring in psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig, who joins me now in studio. Doctor, thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this idea that his family and colleagues have said he suffered a psychotic break. How might that impact his behavior?
Well, I think it says a lot. Someone who is having a psychotic break, it means that they can't tell the difference between reality and what they're thinking in their own mind. So they may have delusions where they think they're getting special messages from TV or God telling them to do certain things, or there may be auditory hallucinations, which I believe his family also mentioned, where you're hearing things that aren't actually there. So this man could have been hearing messages in his mind telling him to harm people, or thought he was in danger, or thought he was on a special mission. We don't have a lot of information, but that would be my guess.
You know, there were warning signs here. There were people who reported his behavior as concerning. He spent 2 weeks getting psychiatric treatment. Is this a failure of our mental health system in this country?
I would like to say yes, because maybe he was hospitalized, he was put on medication, maybe he appeared stable. But what about his history when he goes back to his home? Does he take medication? Is he resistant to taking medication? Who's there to observe him? What will happen to him once he's out of the hospital? That seemed to be a question that maybe wasn't answered, or wasn't answered correctly, because there is something called treatment over objection for people who are potentially dangerous or dangerous to themselves and don't take medication. They can be encouraged through the law to take medication so that they're stable and not a danger to themselves or others.
Right, and you make a good point. There are so many things that we don't know about the kind of treatment he had and the kind of support that was around him. I want to turn to the people of that community. You have 18 people killed, 13 people injured. What kind of support can be given to those people to deal with this trauma that they now have to deal with, like so many, unfortunately, people in this country?
Well, I'm sure they're almost having an out-of-body experience, and it may not feel real to them. And the best thing to do with anybody who's gone through trauma is to listen and say, how can I help you? And to just, you know, be available and validate their feelings. And the goal with any type of trauma treatment is to make sure that they get a feeling of safety at some point, which can happen by being in a healthy environment that empowers them, where they can learn more about trauma and be just shown to advocacy groups. So really the group can be a very supportive factor in terms of people getting through to the other side.
And it does sound like this is quite a tight-knit community, so that support may be there. Dr. Ludwig, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time. When we come back, united in grief, the country reeling from yet another mass shooting, just one of more than 500 this year alone. The parent of a 6-year-old Sandy Hook victim watching yet another tragedy unfold. Her message to the families of Lewiston and her urgent call for change.
If your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms are stopping you in your tracks, choose Stelara from the start and move toward relief after the first dose, with injections every 2 months.
Stelara may increase your risk of infections, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've had an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. PRES, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Feel unstoppable. Ask your doctor how lasting remission can start with Stelara. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
After cooking a delicious chicken cheddar broccoli recipe, you will want to delete all your delivery apps, because nothing beats a perfect combo of sweet tomatoes and smooth, silky zucchini. Nor taste combos. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
On your period, sudden gushes happen. Say goodbye gush fears thanks to Always Ultra Thins with rapid dry technology that absorbs 2 times faster. Hello, clean and comfortable. Always fear no gush.
How can a photo become a vibrant part of your home? When you go to tryfracture.com and print your images directly on glass. Get beautiful depth and clarity on a sleek frameless print that's easy to hang and looks incredible in any space. Go to tryfracture.com now to save 20% on glass prints.
When night falls and they arrive, there's nowhere to run and no place to hide. Bears, Chargers, made for Sunday night on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Hello?
Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Hello?
Freddy's can get to you.
What are you so afraid of?
Rated PG-13.
The new era of The Voice is hitting the headlines, and it's pure magic.
Is that legal?
Shelton, she's at it again. I am on fire. I won this competition last season.
He thinks he's the king.
I'm the country queen here. We would have so much fun. Stop it.
Yes, Mama Reba.
Mama Reba. Love that.
The Voice, new Monday and Tuesday on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Jesse L. Martin is back.
You're the science guy.
That's Bill Nye. I'm actually the behavioral science guy.
And he has people talking.
You really helped the Rams win the Super Bowl?
It was a risky experiment, but it worked out for them.
The Irrational, tomorrow on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
20 years ago, I escaped from you.
And then you kidnapped me.
It's an all too familiar scene, vigils and memorials for the lives lost at the hands of gun violence. With hundreds of shootings and tens of thousands killed this year alone, many are wondering, will it ever end? Another community ripped apart by America's gun crisis.
Frustrated, worried. We know a close friend has passed.
At least 18 lives lost in the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting, the 565th mass shooting in 2023, and the deadliest so far this year, according to the National Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as at least 4 victims shot, excluding the shooter.
Pray for the families. Pray for these victims. God, things have got to change.
That grief felt across the country, time and time and time again, with more than 35,000 people killed by gun violence so far this year. Families in Monterey Park, California, still recovering from the horrific killing of 11 people at a dance hall studio that took place just 3 weeks into the new year. Flowers and pictures lining the entrance of an elementary school in Nashville after 6 people, including 3 children, were shot and killed there in March. And a community in Allen, Texas, grieving the 9 murdered at an outlet mall in May, and now calling for change. The heartbreak and anger in Lewiston, Maine also felt less than 300 miles away in Newtown, Connecticut.
We know that gun violence is preventable. We need to do more to stand up to this issue, to enact safe laws, and to create the safe communities that we all deserve.
Nicole Hockley watching another mass shooting unfold, nearly 11 years after her 6-year-old son Dylan was killed along with his 19 classmates and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
I just wish my little boy was back by my side. He would be turning 18 in a couple of months. And I often think about how tall he might be now, or he'd be a senior in high school, what life experiences might be ahead from him. And I'll never know because he's frozen at 6.
Hockley turning her anguish into action, helping launch Sandy Hook Promise, a nonprofit that works to protect children from gun violence through programs and bipartisan policy.
No one should feel unsafe wherever they go, whether it's their school or their bowling alley. Everyone should be and feel safe, and we have the power to make that happen.
But tonight, more families impacted by senseless gun violence, and the nation once again united in grief. We have to do better. Thanks so much for watching Top Story. For Tom Yamas, I'm Stephanie Gosk in New York. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Maine on lockdown.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. I wish we had updated news to give you, but we did want to catch up with you at the top of the hour here to bring you what we do know and the latest on the search for Robert Card, a suspect in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people, injuring 13 more. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin last night. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin tax assessor's office, does belong to Robert Card's father. After quite some time, that scene was cleared. We did not get a word on whether or not Card was ever in that home or what law enforcement officials might have taken from the home. It was the same house where officials had been earlier in the day, and they did find a note, presumably from Robert Card, and we don't know the content of that note. So Robert Card, as we speak, is still unaccounted for and still at large and still armed and dangerous as well. So all of this started in Lewiston back on Wednesday night at spare time, blowing just before 7 o'clock, and that's where we find News Remains Hannah Yeshivi this morning joining us live. Hey, Hannah.
Hey Lee, it all started here, just a few blocks away from where I'm standing at the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley on Wednesday night around 7 p.m. when the alleged suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, walked in and started shooting at people. And we know that it was a 9-minute drive after that one location. He made a second stop at the Schmengi's Restaurant and Grill and also shot even more people. Yesterday, Governor Janet Mills confirming to us that so far there have been 18 people who have died. We have confirmed 10 of those 18 names, and we are working with family members to try to confirm all 18 names for you today. Just to give you a little sense of what was going on inside the bowling alley on Wednesday night, it was a youth night. There were 60 to 100 people there that night. It was a packed night. People were trying to have a fun and enjoyable October night here in Maine, and it was cut short by gun violence. There were people from 7 years old all the way to senior citizens. Once again, Robert Card, the alleged suspect, he is 40 years old, out on the loose, and police are working around the clock to arrest him. Lee.
Hannah, thank you so much. We'll come back at the bottom of the hour here with another update for you. Then at 4 o'clock, just so you know, we'll be joined by the whole team. Sharon will be here, and we will carry you straight through from 4 for the rest of the morning. So we'll see you in about 30 minutes. Please stay safe, everybody.
Hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart, and he's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to 2 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Bowdoin, Maine.
The White House is claiming that Russia has started executing soldiers who don't follow orders. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says that entire units have been threatened with death if they retreat from Ukrainian fire. American officials believe it reflects low morale in the Russian armed forces since the invasion of Ukraine in late February 2022. The claims are from declassified U.S. intelligence, but not corroborated beyond that. In his briefing, Kirby did not say how many Russian soldiers had been executed, nor did he cite specific examples.
The war between Israel and Hamas has now created a rift in the science world. Earlier this week, Michael Eisen posted to X that he was being replaced as editor-in-chief from a popular online science journal called eLife. He said it was because he shared a post that called out the indifference to the lives of Palestinian civilians. The journal's board of directors said Eisen's approach to social media was hurting the cohesion of the company. Since the firing, at least 5 of the journal's editors have said they resigned, and hundreds of academics signed an open letter saying this would have a chilling effect on freedoms of expression in their field.
Georgia has been ordered to redraw its congressional maps. A federal judge ruled that the current maps violate the Voting Rights Act. And critics argued that the districts that were drawn in 2021 reduced the voting power of minorities in the state. Lawmakers have until December 8th to submit new plans. Alabama was just recently given a similar order.
The devastating toll from Hurricane Otis is becoming more clear in Mexico. Authorities say at least 27 people were killed when Otis hit near Acapulco as a Category 5 hurricane. Telemundo's Julio Vaquero is there.
Utter devastation in Acapulco. At least 27 dead after a Category 5 hurricane slammed into the popular Mexican tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people. I'm not sure how we are alive, he says, but we are. Explosive Hurricane Otis, now the strongest storm ever to hit Mexico's Pacific coast. Otis more than doubled its strength just hours before landfall, leaving residents and tourists with little time to prepare. Some of the worst damage along the city's waterfront, where 165-mile-per-hour winds shredded high-rise buildings and left the streets choked with mud and debris. The exterior of this hotel room, 21 stories up, ripped clean off as the terrified guests sheltered inside. With its streets underwater and power out for hundreds of thousands, Mexican authorities are now scrambling to assess the damage and provide relief. Our house was a total loss, this woman said, as desperate residents fend for themselves. The devastation in Acapulco has no precedent. This is one of the most famous and most important resorts in Mexico. Its recovery will be a huge challenge for the Mexican government and for President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. For now, we still don't really understand the scope of the damage.
And our thanks to Julio for that report.
Now to storms here in the U.S. The system that brought flooding and snow to the middle of the country is now heading east. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here tracking where the rain is heading. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We're still going to have the potential for plenty more rain on the way for folks in the middle of the country. But yes, this is the system that we're watching here over the next couple of days. It's going to advance that cold front a little farther towards the Midwest. That's where we'll see basically the potential for some rain stretching down through basically Michigan all the way through Texas. That's where we'll watch for the thunderstorms through the day today. You can see as we get into tomorrow, we'll have this big surge of that moisture. This is what I'm talking about with another chance for more rain for folks in the middle of the country. Notice we'll also pick up some snow in those higher elevations across parts of the plains. Omaha getting in on that action. You can see the rain sticks with us here as we get into Sunday. Also moving into portions of the Northeast and New England to wrap up our weekend. When it's all said and done, we'll pick up maybe 1 to 3 inches, stretching from places like Cincinnati to Dallas will be the highest amounts of rainfall. And we'll see a couple of inches of snow as well. Places like Denver, anywhere between 2 to 4 inches. We'll see some of those higher amounts closer to 8 inches, the higher elevations that we go ahead of the system. It is quite warm. Temperatures remain in the 80s out ahead of it. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Cool day ahead for Billings. Temperatures into the 20s for folks there. Meanwhile, upper 70s for St. Louis, dealing with some showers and thunderstorms. And we hit the 80s from Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. Charleston deals with partly cloudy skies and highs into the upper 70s. And that is a look at your forecast, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Coming up, a different perspective on the Israel-Hamas war, how the conflict is impacting Arab communities living inside Israel. Early Today is back in 1 minute.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes.
The towel washed with Downy is softer and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks VapoCool Drops with 2 times more menthol per drop and powerful Vicks Vapors to vaporize sore throat pain. Vicks VapoCool Drops. Vaporize sore throat pain.
Even the most chill of parents know when it's time to go into protect mode. Nothing kills more viruses on more surfaces than Lysol disinfectant spray.
Some Arab citizens in Israel say they are staying silent on social media about the conflict in their country out of fear of retaliation. Humanitarian groups say hundreds of Arabs have been fired, suspended from universities, and even arrested after being accused of sympathizing with terrorists. NBC's Josh Letterman reports.
In the Israeli city of Ramleh, Arabs and Jews have been living, working, and raising families on the same land for centuries. Yusuf El-Shamli, a grandfather and one of Israel's Arab citizens, says his family has been here for 80 years. But these days, Yusuf fears if he says one word about the suffering of Arabs in Gaza, the Shin Bet, Israel's internal security service, will arrest him. I ask him how it feels to be an Arab in Israel during a war. He says, we Arabs in Israel are like a divorced couple. The kids don't know where to go, to mom or to dad. We're in the middle. Since the Israel-Gaza war started, human rights groups say hundreds of Arabs have been fired, suspended from universities, or even arrested, accused of supporting terror or sympathizing with Hamas, mostly on social media. Israel's police chief has declared zero tolerance for inciting violence and pro-Hamas protests, saying on TikTok, anyone who wants to identify with Gaza, go ahead. I'll put them on buses and send them there. And the president of Tel Aviv University has vowed to be very strict with students who support Hamas, writing, when we feel the offense is criminal in nature, we shall report them to the police. Hassan Jabareen runs Adala, an Arab human rights group representing 80 students who have been suspended or expelled.
We are trying to explain that these people have the right of freedom of expression to express their anger against the war and to criticize Israel, but has nothing to do with supporting violence against Israelis.
Amir, not his real name, was threatened with disciplinary proceedings after a social media post suggesting the historical oppression of Palestinians had led to the Israel-Gaza war.
What was the response to that post?
Well, the response was people accusing me of justifying terrorism. The university has sent me an email basically saying that they have reason to believe that I am supporting the actions of a certain side over the other.
The side of Hamas, whose terror attacks killed more than 1,400 people and triggered an Israeli response that many Arab citizens say includes an unprecedented crackdown on free speech. Amir, who says he opposes violence against civilians, requested anonymity because he says he's concerned about even more retaliation for speaking out about what happened.
How risky is it for you to be speaking out right now?
I mean, everyone is terrified.
Other Arab students have reported being doxxed, their home addresses posted on social media. And popular Palestinian singer Dalal Abu Amna was detained for 2 days, then placed under house arrest, her lawyer says, after posting a Palestinian flag emoji and the Muslim phrase, "There is no victor but God." She later took it down, but says in a new post, "They tried to strip me of my humanity, silence my voice, and humiliate me in every way." Since the war started, Israel's police says they've investigated 110 cases of incitement on social media and arrested 90 people. At least 17 have already been indicted. Most, if not all, are believed to be Arabs, although the police haven't said. Israel police telling NBC News these acts of incitement present a significant threat to the stability of public order and the overall tranquility within our communities. In a nation of nearly 10 million people, roughly 2 million are Arab, about a fifth of the population.
In many mixed cities in Israel, there are mosques right next to synagogues. Some Arabs who are also Israeli citizens say they feel caught between conflicting identities.
Back in Ramleh, Yusuf El-Shamli is at the bustling shuk, or market, buying vegetables from Moshe, who he's known for 30 years. He tells me what you see in the media, Jews and Arabs always at odds, isn't what you see in the market. Here's a Jew, here's a Jew. I'm an Arab, they're Arabs. Yusuf says, here in a mixed city, we're family. The problem, you see, is government.
Our thanks to Josh Letterman for that report.
Still to come, Josh Allen balls out on Thursday Night Football.
And an NBA superstar begins a new chapter in the Midwest. We'll have more right after this.
Now in year 11.
Can't wait to get out of here. And right into my shower. Dial with Hydro Clean Complex and Vitamin E. Cleanses deep but is gentle on skin. Dial up your day. Let's do this.
Honey.
Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honeylicious, best sleep with a cold medicine.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie. Dr. Garcia? Whoa! They're a sign of bacterial infection.
Crest Gum Detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day.
Crest.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno.
Did you know there's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%? Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps that remove food and grease 5 times faster. And because it cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products for counters, stoves, and even laundry stains. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Brand power helping you buy better.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delsum. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delsum together feels better together.
Hello?
Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Hello?
Freddy's can get to you.
What are you so afraid of?
Rated PG-13. When night falls and they arrive, you can either run, hide, or try to stop them. But Sunday night in LA, there's nowhere to run and no place to hide. So we all know what happens next. Bears, Chargers, a Halloween weekend thriller made for Sunday night on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Allen's going to run it. Kraft loves it. Touchdown.
We're back to break down the latest in sports. The Buffalo Bills faced a short week coming off a very tough loss to New England, but that proved to be no problem for Josh Allen on Thursday night. At home in Orchard Park against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the quarterback ran for a touchdown. He threw for 2 more, one to rookie tight end Dalton Kincaid, the other one to wide receiver Gabe Davis, right there in the corner. The Bills get the win over the Bucs 24-18. I mean, believe it or not, we're almost halfway through the regular season in the NFL. Week 8.
It was just, I feel like yesterday we were saying early in the season, these teams can turn it around, but here we are halfway through. It's amazing. My son's going to be very, very excited when he wakes up to see the outcome of this game.
That's right, Bills fan.
All right, jumping now to another set of Bucks. Dame time finally kicked off in Milwaukee Thursday after an offseason filled with trade drama. You got Damian Lillard, who made his Bucks debut alongside the face of the franchise, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Lillard immediately made an impact, dropping 39 points in what became a close battle with the Philadelphia 76ers. While Philly took the lead late in the fourth, a pair of 3-pointers from Lillard sealed the win for Milwaukee in the closing minutes.
That was an exciting game. I was looking forward to seeing that. He was one of the most coveted guys to get in a trade over the season. You mentioned drama. There was a lot of drama going on, especially with one player who was not on the court for that game, James Harden. He did not play for Philly last night, and his absence is coming under major scrutiny from league brass. The NBA is now investigating whether Harden and the Sixers violated the league's new player participation policy and determine if Harden missing Thursday's game whether he missed the game for league-approved reasons. Harden has been publicly at odds with Sixers leadership throughout the offseason after he requested a trade to the Los Angeles Clippers. The star guard did not travel with the team for their 2-game road trip. Now, he tried to travel with the team. The team held him back, and so now there's a conversation about why did they hold him back, and he didn't show up for training camp. He didn't show up for any of the practices, anything.
I think just one preseason game.
That's right. Well, he did not even that. He just showed up after like maybe just a few practices right before, and now he wants to be part of the team because he wants to get paid, but he also wants to get out. And he's done this before with 2 different teams. He did it with Houston, and then he did it with Brooklyn. Yeah.
And it speaks volumes when you're saying your relationship with the team's president is irreparable. I mean, where are you going to go from that?
And the
right?
teammates, too. I mean, he didn't show up for them.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Okay, well, when we come back, a TikTok about the struggles of a 9-to-5 shift. I can't really sympathize with this. Look at our shifts. But that is making waves online.
Also, Robin Williams' former home, it's on the market for a pretty penny.
Got this.
Look alive, professional breakfast eaters.
I woke up really early for this. A little bit of that drizzle action.
Sweet and spicy jam and mambo sauce are on the McDonald's menu for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This guy again. Pops!
Hey, son, you got a little something on your face.
Needed a quick shave.
Quick shave? Respect the process.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. It's from Gillette Labs.
Gillette Labs?
Gillette's ultimate shaving experience. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it.
Looking smooth.
Feeling even smoother.
How about hooking me up with some Gillette Labs?
Check your texts.
You're the best.
Nah, you're the best.
The best a man can get keeps getting better.
The next generation of shaving is Gillette Labs.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Ugh, I can't wait to get out of here. And right into my shower. Dial with Hydro Clean Complex and Vitamin E. Cleanses deep but is gentle on skin. Dial up your day. Let's do this.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. And now, get max strength topical pain relief precisely where you need it with new Tylenol Precise.
Viruses and bacteria float all around us. Unlike air fresheners, only new Lysol Air Sanitizer kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Because scent can't sanitize, Lysol can.
We're done.
What about these?
Looks right.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Dude, you coming?
Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max Gels Cold and Flu Relief with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus.
The long-lasting scent of Gain Flings made it smell like Dave was in his happy place, the massage chair at the mall. But he wasn't. Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Shutterfly makes it easy to create a holiday card that pops. With options like double thick cardstock, foil accents, they'll even address your cards for you. Get 40% off everything with code CARDS40 at Shutterfly.
Yes, so the all boys.
We're back now with the stories you may have missed this week. Here's your report rewind. Democratic Congressman Jared Golden of Maine has reversed course. He now says he supports a ban on assault-style rifles. This comes after the mass shooting that left at least 18 people dead there.
And in the aftermath of the Maine massacre, comedians Pete Davidson and John Mulaney have postponed their shows that were scheduled there this weekend. In an Instagram post, Mulaney said in part that they are devastated by the events.
Robin Williams' former San Francisco mansion went up for sale for $25 million. The house includes special touches added by the late actor, including secret passageways built for his children.
A woman's TikTok about her struggles of working a 9-to-5 has gone viral. The recent college grad lamented that due to her lengthy commute, she doesn't have time nor energy for much else in her life. We'll be right back.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
Oof, gotta get rid of this.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh?
It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick, and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
All right, let's try this.
COVID has been a really long fight, and it's been especially tough on kids.
It's been a rough transition for all of us.
Right now, as a father, I want to give the best tools to protect my kids.
So what can we do to get back to that sense of normalcy?
Many parents are asking if it is worth it to get their kids vaccinated against COVID.
The answer is absolutely yes.
My own sons, who are 6 and 8 years old, had their COVID vaccine.
It's an added layer of protection to keep kids from getting any type of severe illness or complications from a COVID infection.
A lot of parents are also wondering if the vaccines are safe.
Yes, it's safe and effective for children.
Definitely safer than a COVID infection.
Children get a smaller dosage than adults do.
So if you have questions or concerns about the vaccine, that's okay.
We're here to help.
We have the tools we need to protect kids and help them stay healthy and all get through this together.
This is a story at its heart about a Maine mechanical genius. His invention revolutionized the transportation industry.
Mainers have been changing the world with their ingenuity for generations.
Too often we think, Maine's stuck off here, we don't do anything significant. But that's not true. We had people like Alvin Lombard, and I think it's important for people who live here and were born here or who moved here to know that Maine matters.
Stay connected to your community with News Center Maine Plus. Stream full newscasts and stories all on your time.
Stay up to date with Maine's weather and check out the latest forecast from the News Center Maine weather team.
The front comes through with showers.
And binge full episodes of 207 and so much more, all in one app.
There's always more of Maine to see.
News Center Maine Plus. Download on your Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV device today and watch on your schedule.
Disaster relief, blood donations, saving lives. This is the American Red Cross. Could your family escape a home fire in just 2 minutes? Make sure your home has working smoke alarms. They can cut the risk of dying in a home fire by half. The American Red Cross will install free smoke alarms and provide free home safety checks. Sign up today. Help is here. The American Red Cross of Northern New England.
There's something about mornings in Maine. New sunrise.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm Sharon Rose.
And I'm Nate Goldberg.
New possibilities. We know how you start your day can shape the rest of your day.
Drizzle falling. Kids are gonna need their raincoats this morning.
That's why we start ours before you wake up.
The Taste Top story is just ahead.
So rise and shine and take on your day.
This is a perfect time of year to take a beautiful drive through the countryside, and boy do I have a drive for you. It includes a stop at this tiny roadside bakery, and in it you'll find all of the treats you could hope for.
I better have at least 3 or 4 of those.
Every morning, Devin and Ryan Wheeler get up before the sun and bake. It's truly on the honor system. You pick out what you want, pay the till, and you're on your way.
Well, welcome to Maine.
This is the way life should be.
Tuesday, only on Today.
President Joe Biden will face competition from within his own party on the ballot. A new Democratic contender steps into the ring for the 2024 race for the White House. We've got a live report from Washington.
Maine on lockdown. The manhunt continues for a suspected gunman who took 18 lives and
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg. Want to take a minute here to get you the latest information on the search for Robert Card, the suspect in that mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people, injuring 13 more in Lewiston. There was a prolonged and extensive police presence on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin last night. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin's tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. Now, after quite some time, that scene got cleared. We have not gotten any word that Card was in the home at all or what law enforcement officials might have taken from the home. It was also the same house where officials had been earlier on Thursday, and they found a note, presumably from Robert Card, and we certainly don't know what the content of that note was. So as we sit here at 3:31 on Friday morning, Robert Card is still unaccounted for and allegedly armed and dangerous. News Remains Ryan Wooten is standing by live in Lewiston near Schmenge's Bar and Grill. It's the second location in Lewiston where several people ended up getting shot and killed on Wednesday night. Good morning, Raya.
Good morning, Lee. Yes, we are here live in Lewiston at Schmenge's, and the Lewiston Public Schools will actually continue to be closed tomorrow because Robert Card is still at large, and they're taking precautions to make sure that students' families are safe. The superintendent, Jake Langlis, says that schools will not open, buses will not run, and everyone will be continuing to follow those stay-at-home orders. Today, we're taking some time to remember those who were lost in this tragedy. Just to name a few of people who were killed, there was Ron Warren, Joseph Walker, Bob Violet, Tricia Assailan, and Arthur Strout, and others. So Peyton Brewer is also a person who was killed in this heinous attack on Mainers, and he's being remembered today. He was a new father, and he was loved by his community. We're told that he worked at Bath Iron Works for 5 years, and Bath Iron Works issued a statement saying that they're all heartbroken to share that they've lost a member of their family. A lot of families are taking this very hard right now and trying to find a new way to cope and ease into this new reality that they unfortunately don't have a choice but to accept. So we're going to continue our coverage as we continue to remember those who are lost in this tragedy. And Lee, it's back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Ryan Wooten for us live in Lewiston. So we'll check in with you a little bit later. All right, we'll take a break right now. We'll be back top of the hour, and at that point, we will start our morning's worth of coverage there without any of these interruptions. So we'll be back 30 minutes and get you started and caught up on everything we know for now. So we'll join our regularly scheduled programming, and stay safe, everybody.
Amid an urgent manhunt, tens of thousands of people across 2 counties are sheltering in place. Police telling people to secure their homes and vehicles.
I've never locked my door once at night. I leave them wide open. Now, I'm going to get a ring cam. Scary.
The streets of Maine's second biggest city, Lewiston, eerily quiet. Gas stations, restaurants, and pharmacies shuttering their doors, and dozens of schools, even 3 hours away, canceling classes. Jasmine Gray hasn't left her dorm room at Bates College.
I didn't think this was going to happen my first year of college. It's just something that just doesn't happen in Maine, because it's so safe.
A shock echoed by Trevor Brooks, who learned one of his customers is in critical condition.
It is a close-knit community, you know.
I would say we're more like 3 degrees of separation rather than 6 around here.
Governor Janet Mills, who worked in Lewiston for years, called Wednesday's violence an assault on Maine's peace of mind.
Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation.
The mass shooting's death toll approaches the number of homicides the entire state typically sees throughout the year. A total of 29 homicides last year, 20 the year before. On the Facebook page for Schmeggies, where 8 people died, this post: "I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. How can we make any sense of this?" A heart-wrenching question many here are wrestling with.
I'm going to go home tonight and be with my kids, and I'm not going to watch the news thinking, wow, that was in Florida or Texas. That was in my backyard.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Lewiston, Maine.
Breaking late last night on President Biden's orders, the U.S. has conducted airstrikes in eastern Syria, targeting what the Pentagon describes as facilities used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. For the latest, let's go to our Chapman Bell, who's monitoring developments for us. Chapman, good morning. What are we learning this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Well, yeah, U.S. military striking 2 facilities used by Iran's Revolutionary Guards and affiliated groups in eastern Syria. And this is in response to a series of attacks beginning 10 days ago. A U.S. military official saying 19 attacks in total on U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin saying as a result of these attacks, 1 U.S. contractor died from a cardiac incident while sheltering in place, and 21 U.S. personnel suffered minor injuries, adding that the president has no higher priority than the safety of U.S. personnel, and that the U.S. will not tolerate these attacks and will defend itself. Another senior U.S. military official saying the attacks were carried out by F-16 jets using precision weapons, and the 2 facilities hit are described as a weapons storage area and an ammunition storage area, and the goal is to try to hamper any further attacks with missiles and drones on U.S. assets in the region. Now, they do make it clear, though, that this action is separate and distinct from the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, and it does not constitute a shift in the U.S. approach on this conflict. And they did reiterate as well, though, that they tell Iran and any others not to get involved in this conflict, but they are careful to say that this is distinct and separate, and the goal was to protect U.S. personnel in the area at various bases in Iraq and those stationed within Syria. So, this is in clearly to just protect American assets in the area. Francis?
You can't deny the tensions across the board in the region there. Chapman, thank you.
The rollout of the latest COVID vaccine booster is going very slowly. The shots were recommended a month ago, and the CDC says only 7% of adults have gotten it and 2% of children. The CDC's report also found that nearly 40% of adults say they probably won't get the shot. One expert described these rates as abysmal.
New data shows inflation isn't stopping Americans from shopping. From July through September, the nation's economy grew by an annual rate of nearly 5%. The Commerce Department said it's the fastest pace in nearly 2 years. Shoppers are spending more on everything from cars to eating at restaurants, but economists do expect the rate to slow down in the last quarter.
The storm system that brought snow to the Rockies and flooding to Texas is now heading east. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is with us, tracking exactly when and where the next rain will drop. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. And unfortunately for our friends across the middle of the country, you're not getting a break anytime soon. We're going to continue to see rain chances in the forecast as we roll into the weekend for folks there. But here's what it looks like right now on your satellite and radar. You're going to need the umbrella across portions of the Midwest. You can see some snow falling across places like Bismarck. And here's the system that we're closely watching here over the next couple of days. You notice as we get through the day today, it's basically Michigan to Texas that we'll watch for the chance for some of those thunderstorms developing along and ahead of that cold front. As we get into tomorrow, big surge of moisture starts to push into, once again, that middle of the country where we will see heavy amounts of rain possible. The potential for flooding will be there, and not to mention some snow possible as well across the northern tier of that region. We'll see the downpours, of course, places like St. Louis, Oklahoma City. We'll also pick up on some of the ice as well. But notice the temperatures out ahead of that system. 80s across portions of Washington, D.C., Norfolk, Charlotte heads to 81 degrees. Even warmer tomorrow in some of these spots. We'll see numerous records likely. New York City will hit 80 degrees, more than 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the 30s for Rapid City. Kansas City hits 48 degrees with some partly cloudy skies. Some showers and thunderstorms expected from St. Louis to Chicago. Partly cloudy skies expected in Pittsburgh with 80 degrees for the high in Philadelphia today. And that is a look at the forecast, guys. Over to you.
Thank you, Angie. After heavy rainfall left parts of North Texas underwater, several people were rescued from the flood. The McKinney Fire Department responded to calls for help after 3 people and a dog were trapped under a bridge. A firefighter strapped himself to the man and his dog, and they were lifted out of the floodwater to safety. North Texas was hit with over 5 inches of rain, and more is expected in the upcoming days.
All right, stay with us. We are back in just 1 minute with a show of pride from the NHL. The stunning reversal of a ban that will now allow players once again to show their support.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks VapoCool Drops with 2 times more menthol per drop and powerful Vicks Vapors to vaporize sore throat pain. Vicks VapoCool Drops, vaporize sore throat pain.
Even the most chill of parents know when it's time to go into protect mode. Nothing kills more viruses on more surfaces than Lysol disinfectant spray.
Hockey players can decorate their sticks once again. The NHL has walked back its ban on Pride tape this week after backlash and controversy. NBC's Valerie Castro breaks down the reversal.
Pride back on the ice after the NHL reversed its ban on colorful stick tape, which included rainbow-colored Pride tape. Writing in a statement in part, players will now have the option to voluntarily represent social causes with their stick tape throughout the season. The reversal coming just days after Arizona Coyotes defenseman Travis Dermott defied the rule, wrapping his hockey stick with the rainbow tape before this Saturday game against the Anaheim Ducks. The move receiving praise across social media.
This is what a true ally is. It's doing stuff that matters, regardless of the consequences.
Travis Dermott stood to lose a lot, and he stood for what was right.
But also drawing some negative feedback.
Oh, I'm virtuous. Look at me.
Dermott telling The Athletic, quote, "The fight's not over. We're going to continue to talk about this." And adding, "Hopefully I'll have a positive impact on some people that needed that positive impact." Reigning league MVP Edmonton Oilers' Connor McDavid also expressing disappointment with the rule when it was first announced.
Whether that's Pride tape or pink tape or anything, you know, it's something, like I said, it's always something that I've enjoyed in terms of a league standpoint. You know, is it something that that I'd like to see put back into place one day? Certainly.
The controversy following a year of policy changes from the NHL, first announcing no theme jerseys of any kind would be allowed after some players refused to wear Pride jerseys. In January, Philadelphia Flyers player Ivan Provorov made headlines after he sat out of a warm-up because of the jersey, citing his religious beliefs.
I respect everybody's choices. My choice is to stay true to myself and my religion. That's all I'm going to say.
Several teams, including the New York Rangers and the Chicago Blackhawks, then opting out of wearing Pride-themed jerseys in warm-ups. Earlier this month, the league going a step further, banning the stick tape, putting out the memo first reported by ESPN, adding that players could still, however, take part in themed celebrations off the ice.
The latest step is they banned Pride tape, which to me is really crossing a line. It said this one particular community, these are all the rules for that one community, but this one particular community, LGBTQ plus community, You can't be celebrated by wearing pride tape. I don't get it.
The specialty jerseys are still banned for the season, but players will once again be allowed to stick to the issues and causes that matter to them.
All right, thanks to Valerie Castro for that report.
Still to come, the Beatles are getting back to where they once belonged, how the band's newest and final single came together. Right after this.
Ugh, I can't wait to get out of here. And right into my shower. Dial with Hydro Clean Complex and Vitamin E. Cleanses deep but is gentle on skin. Dial up your day. Let's do this.
Honey.
Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, honeylicious, best sleep with a cold, medicine.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
Dr. Garcia?
Whoa! You're a sign of bacterial infection.
Crest Gum Detoxify's antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day.
Crest.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno.
Did you know there's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%? Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps that remove food and grease 5 times faster. And because it cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products for counters, stoves, and even laundry stains. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Brand power helping you buy better.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delsum. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delsum together feels better together.
Hello?
Have you met them yet?
Met who?
Hello? Freddy's can get to you.
What are you so afraid of?
Rated PG-13. When night falls and they arrive, you can either run, hide, or try to stop them. But Sunday night in LA, there's nowhere to run and no place to hide. So we all know what happens next. Bears, Chargers, a Halloween weekend thriller made for Sunday night on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
Paul called me up and said he'd like to work on Now and Then. He put the bass on, I put the drums on.
It's the last song that my dad and Paul and George and Ringo will get to make together.
How lucky was I to have those men in my life?
We are back to break down the latest in culture and trends. The Fab Four are back for one final single. Now and Then is being described as the last song recorded by all 4 original Beatles. It's set to be released on Thursday, November 2nd, as part of a reissue of the band's 2 compilation albums. A documentary chronicling the making of this song will debut on the 1st. And there was a little bit of controversy here when it comes to John Lennon's voice. There was the AI that was used to lift it, but the band is saying that it wasn't a replicated voice, it was just lifted, and then Paul McCartney is saying there was nothing synthetic about that too. That's why it's that fine line, right? You can see why people are like, oh, is it a real thing? Paul McCartney is saying nothing synthetic.
Not created, just kind of enhanced from what they had. But hey, to be able to get something from arguably the greatest band of all time, once again, that's fantastic. That's technology.
And a documentary too, along with it.
Unbelievable. All right, the president of the Striking Actors Guild has been bringing a partner to the negotiating table. Multiple sources tell Variety that SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher has been coming to the ongoing contract talks with a stuffed animal, specifically a smiling heart-shaped plushie that Drescher says she was given by a young fan. Drescher even took to X on Wednesday defending her heart-shaped companion, saying that she can still lead negotiations even while putting that toy between her and the studio heads. I'm guessing it's for good luck, maybe?
Yeah, and she's getting the full backing of SAG-AFTRA too, because they're going to actually have a plushie day just in solidarity with her to support her. Okay, next year some lucky competitors will get to live out their gator wrestling dreams, described by organizers as the most insane athletic showdown on earth. The inaugural Florida Man Games will feature events based off the headline-grabbing antics of certain residents of the Sunshine State known as the Florida Man. These include the evading arrest obstacle course, in which real police officers chase contestants, a pool noodle mud duel, and a beer belly Florida sumo. The games are set for February 24th in St. Augustine. And I love the fact that Florida can make fun of themselves with the whole Florida Man thing. If you're not a big news watcher, but you're watching us, we love that, by the way. You may not know this whole Florida Man thing, but it's just poking fun about all these crazy stories that are from a Florida man.
They all tend to be coming from Florida. They're even going to have probably a mullet contest, I heard, too.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty genius. Sounds supremely entertaining. I'd watch. All right, coming up, a USDA report shows that food struggles in the U.S. are on the rise.
And a beloved burger joint who's celebrating its past and present.
Got this.
Look alive, professional breakfast eaters.
I woke up really early for this. A little bit of that drizzle action.
Sweet and spicy jam and mambo sauce are on the McDonald's menu for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This guy again.
Pops! Hey, son, you got a little something on your face.
Needed a quick shave.
Quick shave? Respect the process.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. It's from Gillette Labs.
Gillette Labs?
Gillette's ultimate shaving experience. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it.
Looking smooth.
Feeling even smoother.
How about hooking me up with some Gillette Labs?
Check your texts.
You're the best.
Nah, you're the best.
The best a man can get keeps getting better.
The next generation of shaving is Gillette Labs.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens. They say she can make things appear out of thin air.
Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Ugh, I can't wait to get out of here. And right into my shower. Dial with HydroClean Complex and Vitamin E. Cleanses deep but is gentle on skin. Dial up your day. Let's do this.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
They stop cavities before they start.
Crest.
Pain hits fast, so get relief fast. Only Tylenol Rapid Release Gels have laser-drilled holes. They release medicine fast for fast pain relief. And now, get max strength topical pain relief precisely where you need it with new Tylenol Precise.
Viruses and bacteria float all around us. Unlike air fresheners, only new Lysol Air Sanitizer kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Because scent can't sanitize, Lysol can.
We're done.
What about these?
Looks right.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Dude, you coming? Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max Gels Cold and Flu Relief with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop plop is fizz, Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus.
The long-lasting scent of Gain Flings made it smell like Dave was in his happy place, the massage chair at the mall. But he wasn't. Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Shutterfly makes it easy to create a holiday card that pops. With options like double thick cardstock, foil accents, they'll even address your cards for you. Get 40% off everything with code CARDS40 at Shutterfly.
We're we're back with some stories you may have missed this week. Here's your report rewind. A USDA report released this week shows that food insecurity rose sharply in the U.S. in 2022 compared to 2021. It found that nearly 13%, or 17 million households, struggled to get enough food.
On Wednesday, the FDA said it is gathering information about the death of a 21-year-old woman with a heart condition. A lawsuit alleges she died after drinking Panera Bread's highly caffeinated charged lemonade.
Toscana Riverside restaurant in Georgia charges for bad parenting, at least according to their menu, which has a surcharge that reads, "For adults unable to parent." The restaurant has gotten many online reviews that mention this happening.
In-N-Out Burger celebrated its 75-year anniversary, growing from a tiny family-owned burger shack in California to a billion-dollar company. The burger chain celebrated Sunday with a festival in Pomona. We'll be back with more after the break.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
Oof, gotta get rid of this.
Tell me why.
Cause it stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh?
It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick, and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Hey guys, check it out. It's Mrs. Stevens.
They say she can make things appear out of thin air. Hey, you guys want to come in? My mom made dinner.
Make your table legendary with Country Crock.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
See ya.
Got some batteries and 2 flashlights.
What's up, champ? I feel like you get taller every time I see you. Congratulations, Brandon.
Imagine a day where we just get to exist and be ourselves.
And I'm gonna keep fighting and I'll keep sharing her story.
A common theme through all of these stories is giving voice to the voiceless. These stories deserve to be heard. Their stories matter.
I'm just talking about love.
They continue to fight for justice. They continue to fight for truth. It's humbling to be recognized for the work we do. It shows that the work we're doing makes a difference.
Ayla's story and my story will save someone someday. I know it will.
Weekends are for fun, especially in Maine.
Here's what's coming up on the Weekend Morning Report.
Don't miss a beat. Get the most out of your weekend by tuning in to the Weekend Morning Report.
It's going to be a pretty nice start to your weekend with some clear skies in the forecast.
Join us for fun, news, and weather wherever the weekend takes you.
Which is going to be nice outside.
Wake up with a smile and join us Saturday starting at 5 a.m. and Sunday starting at 6 a.m.
Perfect timing for the weekend, Aaron.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. Great day to get outside and just enjoy it. Enjoy the weekend.
Maine's most watched weekend morning news show.
Power, great or marked ability to do or act. Potential, the ability to develop, achieve, or succeed. Awareness, knowledge or perception of a situation, fact, or opportunity. Kids Chance of Maine is a nonprofit organization that provides scholarships for children whose parent or guardian was catastrophically or fatally injured on the job. It costs you nothing but the time it takes for you to make others aware of this scholarship opportunity.
I work for the NAMI Maine text line, and our goal is to connect with individuals that are aged 13 to 23. A lot of people are motivated by stressors in their life, whether that be related to a mental illness, mental health diagnosis, or everyday stressors. But overall, we work kind of based on what they're looking for. If they just want to vent and talk about how they're feeling, we'll listen, we'll offer validation, because everyone goes through something.
Stay connected to your community with News Center Maine Plus. Stream full newscasts, stories, and so much more, all on your time. Download News Center Maine Plus today on your Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV device, and watch on your schedule.
I'm Keith Carson, News Center Maine.
A little earlier than normal, but we are happy to be with you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lee Goldberg.
And I'm Sharon Rose as we continue our coverage this morning in the search for Robert Card, the only suspect named by police in the mass shooting that took the lives of 18 people and injured 13 more.
So police believe Card is armed and dangerous. They have several communities in Androscoggin County under a shelter-in-place order as they work diligently to find him. The most recent developments happened several hours ago when there was a prolonged and extensive police presence right on Meadow Road in the town of Bowdoin. It was at the home that, according to the town of Bowdoin's tax assessor's office, belongs to Robert Card's father. Now, after quite some time, that scene was cleared. We have not gotten word that Card was in the home at all or what law enforcement officials may have taken from it. It was the same house where officials had been earlier on Thursday and found a note, presumably from Card. We don't know the content of that note.
Now, the last time we heard from Governor Mills about all of this, also from police investigators, was about 12 hours ago now. Here was part of what the governor's message was to the public about Card.
But Mr. Card is considered armed and dangerous, and police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances. I continue to strongly urge Maine people to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement amid this ever-changing situation. Please, if you see anything suspicious, please call 911.
Our Hannah Yeshivi is live in Lewiston this morning at the bowling alley where this all started on Wednesday night.
Hannah, good morning. What's the latest there?
Hi, good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm here on Main Street, and this is the roadway right behind me, Mollison Way, that leads exactly to the bowling alley at the end of the road, where on Wednesday, 40-year-old, the suspect, Robert Card, allegedly killed 18 people in total. That was the first location, and after that one stop, he made a second stop. He went to the Schmenge's Bar and Restaurant, where he also showed up after this one location. It's about a 9-minute drive from where I'm standing, and he killed even more people there. Governor Mills confirming in a press conference yesterday that 18 people so far were killed in this mass shooting and a lot more people are hurt. And just to give you an idea of what was taking place inside the bowling alley on Wednesday, it was a youth night. We know that there were about 60 to 100 people inside the bowling alley. There were kids ages 7 all the way to senior citizens, all trying to have a fun bowling night, and was cut short by gunfire. Robert Card, considered armed and dangerous. He is on the loose. Police officers are working around the clock to try to arrest him. And yesterday, our Vivian Lee spoke to a couple who was inside the bowling alley, and take a listen what they shared.
I heard something, and it was like a gun thing, shots. I thought it's a taper broke, but I heard a shot and I dropped. First thing I said, oh, I had to drop my bowling ball, and I told everyone to leave. I opened the door, I told them everyone to leave, and I ran in the woods and with a bunch of people that I know. And I went to Marco's restaurants. They opened the door for us, and we got in, and they said, just go on the back because I don't want you guys to get shot or by the windows. They want to stay out of the windows. I lost like 3 or 4 friends.
Were these guys that you hang out with a lot, Brandon?
Yes, from like bowling leagues and just friends that I know, and now I don't have them.
Lee and Sharon, and this is just one example of a family who was inside the bowling alley on Wednesday night when tragedy struck. Just to give you guys at home a little bit more perspective, and during the day we will try to bring you a lot more stories like this one. Lee and Sharon, back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. We also spoke with the owner of Apple Valley Golf Course, which is in Lewiston, Chad Hopkins. He and a large group of friends bowl at Spare Time Recreation every single Wednesday.
Right, he told us what happened on Wednesday night and also described how he and his group escaped the shooting, all except their friend Trisha Aslin, who was killed.
We had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. But unfortunately for our league specifically, we were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, everybody get out that exit door right now. Live shooter, just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. And part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So, those people without shoes on or one shoe on and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody because, there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already, ran off, and then they called someone to come pick them up. So, there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
All right, News Center Maine's Raya Wooten is at the second shooting location, Shemengi's, with more on what we know about the victims from there.
Good morning, Raya.
Good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm here on Lincoln Street, and we're at the second location where the horrifying mass shooting took place. I'm going to step out of the shot just a bit so that you can see the scene. Further down the street is where Shemengi's is, and this city is still on lockdown. Lewiston Public Schools are not having school today. Buses are not running, and Jake Langa says that it will be that way until further notice. 18 people lost their lives in this mass shooting, and 13 people were injured. And today and this morning, we're taking some time to remember the people who were lost in this heartbreaking tragedy for many families who are continuing with the realization and having to stomach the fact that this is their new normal. One of the people who was lost and killed in this mass shooting was Ron Morin. He leaves behind a wife and also 2 children. He was a Coca-Cola salesman and he worked there for 15 years. His co-worker Michael Desroises says Ron was the most genuine person you could ever meet. He said that his smile was infectious and that he'd light up a room like no other. These are stories that we're hearing from so many people, and now they're just memories of the people that they love. So we're going to continue our coverage this morning. We're going to continue to put a face to the lives that were lost in this tragedy. And thank you guys so much for continuing to watch. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Raya. Now, many of the victims ended up at Central Maine Medical Center.
Yeah, Brooke Griffin has a story from there.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved. Our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
And we know we've thrown a lot at you about the situation and what has happened over the last day and a half or so.
Yeah, we'd like to just take a moment to go back over the timeline that brought us to this point. Here's News Center Maine's Zach Blanchard.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
Zach Blanchard with that for us. And over the last day and a half, roughly, we have learned a little bit more about Robert Card.
Yeah, specifically his experience with guns and the potential warning signs that would suggest that he might snap at one point, if you will. NBC's Sam Brock reports from Card's hometown of Bowdoin.
In Robert Card's hometown of Bowdoin, Maine, area-wide shock.
It's mind-blowing. Everything about it it's unbelievable. I mean, why this is going on and why this happened.
Even as the suspect's own family reveals chilling details about the decades-long Army reservist. His sister-in-law telling NBC News they alerted police and military officials that Card was experiencing an acute mental health episode in the months before Wednesday's massacre, saying he'd been fitted for high-powered hearing aids a couple of months ago and was picking up voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. The family concerned about the mental state of someone who performs gun training.
And with what we did, meeting him and the way that he showed us how to use a weapon, and then smart. He's really smart, and he's tactical.
Former Army reservist Phil Gregory says he learned how to use an M16 rifle from Card. They weren't in the same unit, but the 40-year-old left an impression on Gregory.
He knows warfare. He understands it. He may not have ever been deployed, but he's smart. He knows what to do. I think they need the soldiers, to be honest with you, to be here. I really do.
The assault rifle, believed to be the one used to massacre and maim at least 30 people, was purchased legally in 2023, according to two senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. And officials tell NBC News Card threatened a military base and was sent by his own commanders to a mental health care facility for 2 weeks of psychiatric treatment in July.
How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
Back in Bowdoin, where Card's family has owned land for generations, childhood neighbor Richard Goddard is blindsided.
No one would have seen this coming.
Never expected anything like this to happen here.
Sam Brock, NBC News, Bowdoin, Maine.
All right, back to the ongoing manhunt now. And Amanda Eustace, who's a reporter from one of our sister stations out in Pennsylvania, up here in Maine now helping us with our coverage.
Yeah, she joins us now from Lisbon with the latest on the search for Robert Card. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Lee and Sharon. We are here on Lisbon Street in Lisbon Falls. And just to give you a little bit of perspective as to where we are and where we're standing in terms of this investigation, about 2 minutes, if I turn my cameraman, he's going to pan down there for you, about 2 minutes down Lisbon Street as you get closer to Lewiston at a boat launch there. That's where the alleged murder suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card's vehicle was found in terms in this investigation. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're seeing here this morning. I'm going to have my photographer again pan over. We're right across the street from Lisbon High School, and we've seen a couple police cars come in and out. They are local police patrolling the area, and we've seen quite a few of them this morning. Even on our drive in, we've seen state police on the highway just keeping their eyes out. And another thing I want to mention is we've also heard a helicopter searching and circling above us. Again, we know police have said and law enforcement have said that they are, in terms of this search, looking on land and water. And we've heard about that. We've seen it. Again, I can't hear it this exact second just because I'm talking to you guys, but they sound like they're searching and circling the river area right behind the high school here. Now, in terms of people that we've seen out this morning, we've got here about 3 a.m. and we've seen quite a few people come and go here at the mobile gas station. You actually see a police car right there talking with just somebody in the area, but we've seen quite a few people. One woman we actually spoke with, she's lived here in Maine for 42 years. She actually lives in Lisbon, just down the road at an apartment complex, and she said, I decided to stop this morning because I wasn't even able to get out yesterday. I wasn't able to get the essentials. She stopped in here for milk, for coffee creamer, for some snacks, and she said, listen, this is something we've never seen here before, especially that emergency alert. She said in the 42 years she's lived here in Maine, she's never seen that emergency alert come across her screen, and let alone it just be in regards to the shelter in place. She said she's always just gotten it as, you know, a standby, as a test. And now she said things are really hitting close to home here. And again, we know that the search is still underway for the alleged murder suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card. Again, police have said he is considered to be armed and dangerous. So there is that shelter in place for Lewiston, for Lisbon, for Auburn, and for Bowdoin. Again, that means stay inside. We'll keep you guys up to date with the latest information as soon as it becomes available. In Lisbon, Amanda Eustace, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Amanda, thank you. And thank you to you and your team for coming up here to help us out with the coverage. Hundreds of news outlets are in Maine covering the mass shooting that happened, the deadliest so far in the United States this year, the 10th deadliest in modern U.S. history.
Among the national news organizations here, a full crew from our network, NBC. Our Jack Molmud spoke with Lester Holt about his experiences covering stories like this.
You're keeping a sharp eye on
in the midst of heartbreak, anger, confusion. 18 dead, 13 injured. A gunman still on the loose. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt says coming to the scene where Maine's most devastating shooting was a decision that needed to be made.
There were a lot of compelling things about this story that made it an instant national story.
Joining us for a sit-down conversation, Lester Holt tells us the rise in mass shootings in America is a feeling that is always shocking.
They're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Some of the worst things of humanity that we encounter here, it makes you sick to your stomach. What do you tell yourself as a journalist when approaching these situations?
That it's all about people. Imperative that we bring compassion to our reporting, that we provide a listening ear.
And that compassion comes into play for us journalists. When speaking with Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way.
Our news crews first spoke to Leroy at the midnight hour the day of the tragedy. And at that time, he had not heard from his son since the time of the shooting. His son, a manager at Shemengi's Bar in Lewiston, the location where 8 people were shot and killed.
When I wake up to the true facts, that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here.
Joey Walker, his son, killed in the shooting.
No, he's devastated. He's 14 hours he was trying to find out if his son was dead or alive. These are important stories to tell because you look at them and you think that could be us, that could be me.
Lester Holt says after decades of covering tragedies,
it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience.
You can only focus on silver linings in one devastating black hole in Maine's history.
Jack Molmud with that report. And our Chris Costa spoke with a professor at Bates University who studies mass shootings for some insight on the situation.
Well, the research on mass shootings in particular, or mass public shootings, is relatively new in terms of gun laws. The types of laws that seem to be effective in terms of reducing, and I don't necessarily want to say reducing, but they're associated with a lower level of mass public shootings. The types of laws that seem to be effective there are permit laws, and so requiring a permit, which is somewhat similar. Universal background checks, I think, are sort of a common sense approach that we may take. Our research didn't show a direct correlation between that and mass public shooting incidents or casualties. But the magazine capacity is also a major factor, and so reducing the types of magazines that can hold many rounds it tends to be associated with fewer mass shootings, fewer fatalities, I should say, when there's a mass shooting.
Professor, I saw you tweet at your students saying, Bates students who see this, please reach out and let me know you are safe and let us know what you need. What was going through your head when you sent that out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the students that I have in my classes, and we talk about these issues all the time, and it's often in the abstract, and then something like this happens, and they are in a situation where there's not a lot of information. They know that they're in a lockdown. Some of the students have been telling me that they're stuck in a particular building, and they're afraid they're going to have to spend the night there. They don't really know exactly what's going on. And so, especially for the students who have taken the classes that I teach on these topics, it can be something that is that affects you a little bit more different than if you hadn't really been aware of these types of issues. But, in general, just making sure that the students have what they need and that they feel safe and supported, I think is really important. And so I've reached out to my classes and I'm the chair of the sociology department. And so I've reached out to sociology students as well, just trying to make sure that they have what they need and that they know that we're thinking about them and that we're there if they need us.
I had seen, obviously, from Mary, the fact that the campus is still on lockdown. Have you heard anything about when that lockdown may lift?
So the lockdown is going to be in place until the situation is resolved. The suspect is apprehended. We just got an email from the campus that says that school or classes are canceled for tomorrow. The lockdown is not going to be lifted until there is more information about the suspect and whether the threat has been resolved. So class is canceled tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward as we try to process. Again, we don't know who is involved, and Bates is a community that's integrated within Lewiston, and Lewiston is a small community, and so it's very this is going to be something that we're going to take some time to take some time to heal.
And my, hate to say thoughts and prayers, but my thoughts, my feelings, my prayers, my strength, all of us here at News Center sending that to you, your students, your staff, your community. And I just appreciate your time in this. Do you anticipate a heightened level of security around campus over the next few days? Does that typically happen after something like this?
Yeah, so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of things that happen. We have planned the inauguration of our new president happening on Friday, and we have students who are now going to be needing a lot of support. We have classes and assignments and things that we have to figure out. I'm assuming that in order to ensure that students feel safe, there will be more security measures in place. One thing that we actually have in place because of COVID is buildings are locked, and you need a card to access them. There was talk about that being removed as we move forward in the semester, but I would be surprised if now we move away from that as an added security measure.
Professor, I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary, but I want to give you an opportunity. If there's something we've not covered that you think the public needs to know about events like this and the work that you've done to explore and understand them, is there something we haven't covered that you want to make sure the public understand?
Yeah. So I would say that I don't want the public to think that because of this event, Maine is a dangerous state or Lewiston is a dangerous city. These are events that every one of them is horrible. Every one of them is tragic. They have been increasing in recent years. That is not something that is just made up by the media, but they remain incredibly rare. And the people are safe, generally speaking, in places like Maine and in places like schools. That does not discount the fact that there is a risk and that people have been killed and injured. But I want people to feel safe as they walk about their community, but also be safe as well.
Professor Michael Rock, Department Chair of Sociology at Bates College, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you
Be
so
safe.
much. Thank you.
All right, we also want to mention that the Boston Bruins paid tribute to the victims of the mass shooting before their game last night against the Anaheim Ducks.
Yeah, they hung up a commemorative jersey with the words Lewiston Strong and the number 207 on the back. That's Jeremy Swayman, former UMaine Black Bear goalie, obviously ties to Maine. Players for the Bruins and the Ducks, Brad Marchand, signing their sticks. They all got auctioned off to support the victims' families. The Bruins have set up a special fund as well to help the families, and the team has said it's going to donate at least $100,000. Also releasing a statement the Bruins did saying, "We are heartbroken by the tragic and horrifying events in Lewiston. Maine is a special part of the Bruins family. Our hearts are with those affected by the tragedy." Obviously, the head coach of the Bruins, Jim Montgomery, UMaine Black Bear legend, spent 4 years up here, won a national championship with the team in '93. So a lot of Bruins ties to our state, and making their thoughts known and their actions known by donating money and starting up a fund to do the same. So
yeah, so many connections from Maine that, you know, have fingers throughout the country, and we've been hearing back from a lot of those people, officials, sports people, you know, Hollywood stars. This has wide-reaching implications.
All right, we're going to reset and do traditional newscast, if you will. We'll be all back right after this. Stay right with us.
For more than a century, people have been getting in a Ford vehicle and getting out there, strengthening our communities. We believe what you do with your Ford vehicle is what makes it a Ford. Ford assembles more vehicles in America than any other manufacturer because we're all in on America.
Now lease an Explorer for $349 a month for 24 months or get 2.9 financing